By noon, they would swelter under its rage. She breathed in deeply as though she were trying to stockpile some peace for the imminent tumult. After the sun had risen and the sky had turned a lighter shade of blue, Quincy stood at the edge of the gazebo and stretched as Maclin stayed seated. Supposed to be hotter today than it was yesterday, and then even hotter tomorrow. He's not going to break for another 3 days.
Well, we just have to hope that we don't break before the weather does.
She smiled. As they continued talking, the conversation became more interesting not for the things they talked about, but for the things they didn't. They steered clear of the case and any reference to anything connected to it. It was just a matter of time before they would once again be fully immersed in their investigation. But for a few precious moments at sunrise, they both embraced the short reprieve. They kept to safer subjects such as the weather and Fee's magnificent home and beautiful daughter.
Do you think you and Elena will have children?
Maclin asked. We've talked about it a lot, but just talk.
Which means she wants to and you're on the fence,
Maclin said with a smile. Quincy smiled back. This is a rough world to bring a child into. What about you? Do you think about having any? For some reason, even though she was the one who initiated the topic, Maclin felt thrown by the question.
I used to think about it before, but not anymore.
Well, for what it's worth, I think you'd make a really good mother, seeing how you are with Alicia. You know, my mother used to always say that people with big hearts can never hide them, especially not from children. It's great seeing that part of you, Janet. You've got a lot of love in your heart. Maclin was left speechless. All she could offer was a smile and an appreciative nod. She noticed that after mentioning his mother, Quincy once again looked as sad as he did when she first joined him. She looked out onto the garden at the rows of different-colored daylilies. She could feel him staring at her as she kept her eyes on the beautiful flowers, careful not to encroach in any way. When he finally spoke, his voice was different, a bit disembodied. My mother always had this thing for violet daylilies. I heard it started on the first date with my father 50 years ago.
Yeah, they were my favorite as well.
When she turned to him, Maclin saw the effort in his smile, the masking. He stood and moved closer to the edge of the gazebo. As he continued speaking, he directed his words more in the direction of the horizon than at her. She just sat silently and listened, as he talked more at her than to her. Although Brenda has never come out and said it, I'm pretty sure she planted all these daylilies in honor of my mother. Every time I'm here, she cuts a dozen of them for me to bring to the cemetery. You know, a few times I've gone there and already a dozen of them were placed on the grave just waiting there. Although Maclin couldn't see his face, she heard the brief snort of a half-committed laugh. I've gotten into this weird habit when I'm there. I always end up just sitting in the grass and watching the other families that come and go. I look out at all the rows of tombstones and try to imagine how each person came to be buried there. Disease, illness, natural causes, human error, or acts of God. I can't help but wonder how many of them got there like my mother. How many of them got there the hard way. The kind of way we politely avoid talking about, even with partners. Did you ever read the report on my mother's death?
No, I decided not to.
There were pieces of her that were never found. Important pieces. The next day, patrol came across a meth head that had OD'd in Central Park with my mother's blood and jewelry on him. They ruled her death a robbery gone bad. 2 days later, they said my brother Liam was so broken by her murder that he jumped from the GWB. By the time they finally recovered his body a week later, it was so badly decomposed that we had to ID him through DNA from stuff found in his apartment. You, me, and Phee, that's one of the things we all have in common. The three of us know firsthand that when you lose loved ones like that to violence, there are parts of you that break that never really get fixed. But the thing that fucks with me the most, the thing I just can't get over, is knowing There's no way in hell my brother killed himself over a mother he despised. He kept his back to her and stared out at the field of daylilies that were just awakening, their petals stretching and yawning at the low-hanging sun. Maclin wasn't sure if he had more to say or if he wanted her to go or stay. She walked over and stood 10 feet behind him, just enough distance not to crowd him, and enough to remind him that he wasn't alone. By the time the two of them made it back inside the house, Brenda, Elena, and Delicia were in the kitchen already into their routine. The local news played quietly on the television in the background. Delicia's eyes widened at the sight of Maclin. Brenda, attempting to feed her uncooperative daughter, stopped as Maclin approached and greeted the little girl. Delicia started laughing as Maclin made funny faces at her. Ah, perfect timing. She's been feeling some kind of way from the time she got up. She slept with us, but neither one of us got much sleep because Phee tossed and turned most of the night having nightmares. Quincy sighed and momentarily lowered his head. He sagged a little under the burden of an invisible tax. When he looked up and caught Maclin looking in his direction, his body language changed, albeit with an insincere effort. Brenda and Elena were preoccupied with Delicia and missed the shift, but Maclin definitely saw the sudden unease. Brenda continued negotiating with her daughter to eat her breakfast. Delicia seemed more interested in Maclin than her mother's pleas in a bowl of Greek yogurt, honey, and fresh fruit. Maclin thought of her own mother and the dramatic lengths to which she'd often had to resort to get her children to eat.
Brenda, would you mind if I tried to feed her?
Maclin asked. Brenda handed Maclin the spoonful of yogurt. Be my guest. Maclin made a performance of eating a blueberry as though it were the greatest thing in the world. Delicia laughed at the theatrics as Maclin traded turns doling out spoonfuls to the toddler and popping blueberries into her mouth as though every bite were a competition. Even Elena got involved as she grabbed a sliced strawberry from a bowl on the counter and tossed it in the air and caught it in her mouth like a hungry seal. The kitchen was noisy and full of life by the time Phee ambled in. Ah, there's my grumpy bear, Brenda said as she poured herself another cup of coffee. Phee mumbled a good morning to no one in particular. Dada, Delicia said loudly. Hey, Yummy, he responded. Ate food, Dada. That's good, baby. The usual spark in Phee's eyes whenever he looked at his daughter seemed oddly dim to Maclin. It wasn't just that he was fatigued. Maclin saw something weighing even heavier on him. Had it been anyone other than Phee, she would have sworn it was fear. As she continued playing with Delicia, Maclin kept an eye on Quincy and Phee as they faded back closer to the entrance of the kitchen, speaking to one another quietly enough so as not to be heard by anyone else. After a terse exchange, Quincy once again lowered his head and sighed. Phee suddenly tensed as he looked past Quincy. Maclin followed his stare to the kitchen television, where she saw some of the video footage she shot the night before. The breaking news caption flashed the words, "Gas leak fatalities at Jewish center, hoax or cover-up." Phee moved quickly to the island and grabbed the remote, turning the volume up. The anchor read, "Reported gas leak at the Westside Jewish Center in Brooklyn is the focus of growing controversy as to whether there were actual casualties as suggested by a video that was acquired by the alt-right site 180 USA. The New York City Police and Fire Department have yet to confirm or deny that there were in fact fatalities at the site. However, secretly shot footage of what appears to be bodies being removed from the facility is raising great alarm throughout the city, particularly in the Jewish community. As of this hour, the mayor's office has yet to weigh in." As the anchor droned on, the three partners looked at each other in silent affirmation. Phee grabbed his car keys off the counter. "Looks like we're back on the clock." Maclin watched Phee cross to Delicia and kiss her on her forehead. "Bye, Yummy." "Bye, Dada." Brenda gave him a hug and a quick peck, but as she attempted to turn away, he held onto her hand until she turned back and gave him a more significant kiss. Quincy hugged Elena tighter than a simple goodbye. Maclin couldn't name it, but starting with Quincy the seconds before Phee's arrival and somewhere between the hugs and goodbye kisses, she thought something was off in her partner's usual demeanor. The perfectly white gravel in the driveway crunched underneath their footsteps as the three made their way to Fee's SUV. Maclin broke the silence just as they reached the vehicle.
Somebody want to tell me what the hell is going on with the two of you?
Phee dug into his pocket and pulled out his wallet. He palmed a 20 to Quincy, who just looked at him with smug satisfaction, which only confused Maclin more. Phee said we wouldn't make it out of the house. I said we would at least make it to the car before you asked, he explained.
Okay, so now that I'm asking, which one of you is going to tell me?
Maclin pressed. All right, so first thing is, you can't laugh and you can't call us crazy, Phee bargained.
Well, that's an interesting opening,
she responded. He's serious, Janet. It's going to sound like some crazy superstition or bizarre coincidence, but it's real. You got to trust us. Because we've seen it happen too many times, Quincy joined in. Even though she considered them usually serious men, she now found them extra serious. Phee twirled his keychain around his finger as if the act would help him to better explain things to Maclin. Before we officially met, you did your homework on us. You know, in the 6.5 years that Quincy and I have been partners, we've closed a hell of a lot of cases. Last time I counted, we were at 149. 27 of them were national headlines like the Degler case. Phee sighed and looked a little embarrassed as he continued. So I've got this weird thing about snakes. I don't know what it is, but whenever I get crazy nightmares about them a day or so into a case, I know we're about to go from bad to worse. Quincy jumped in. The first time he told me about this, I didn't put a whole lot of stock into it either, because there was really no way to explain it. But since then, on 12 different cases, he's told me about the nightmares, and 12 times he was spot on.
Spot on about what exactly?
Maclin asked. First the nightmares, then really bad shit happens.
Like what?
Maclin asked. Phee hesitated, as if holding the words in might somehow change the outcome of his premonition. Even the partial admission depleted something in him. Quincy intercepted, possibly to help shoulder his partner's burden. Like we lose one of our own. Chapter 26. But the delay in announcing the deaths was only for the benefit of taking time to notify the next of kin. 4 of the 7 deceased were rabbis from 3 different countries, which, as you can all imagine, complicated things quite a bit. This is a horrible tragedy that I felt needed to be handled with the utmost respect and discretion. Mayor Rocky Henderson hovered over a podium addressing a room full of zealous press. Maclin stood in the back of the conference room with Quincy and Phee, listening to Mayor Rocky's press conference. A reporter from the Times pounced with a question as soon as he sniffed an opening. Mayor Henderson? Don't you feel the public had a right to know immediately that there were fatalities? And was there any concern on your part that your silence sent a message of denial of the full magnitude of the situation? As far as claims of denial go, like I just said, I made the call not to publicly confirm anything until we reached the families. It's not any kind of conspiracy. It's called compassion. The gas leak was an accident, plain and simple. That was completely contained within 20 minutes after it was reported. Since there was no threat to the public and there was no criminality involved, I, and I alone, made the decision to not go public with it until we had the opportunity to contact the immediate families of the deceased. The mayor played her part well. Like all politicians, she was an accomplished liar. Maclin was impressed with her unwavering poise as well as her deflection skills. She particularly liked when the mayor strategically floated the word conspiracy. Maclin stood between her 2 partners, who seemed equally pleased with Mayor Rocky's performance. She heard Fee's phone buzz and felt his entire demeanor change when he read the incoming text. When he showed the text to her and Quincy, they immediately made their way out the back door. The mayor entered her office full of steam and edge as Maclin, Phee, and Quincy waited for her. Just so that everybody in this room is crystal clear, my ass is officially on the chopping block. We're not going to be able to play this hand for too much longer. The only possible win here is if we apprehend who's behind all of this and then come clean to the public so as to why we had to lie to them. This thing doesn't go our way, I lose all credibility. I'm done. We all need to... Shaka's been contacted. Phee interrupted. What? When? The mayor asked.
3 minutes into your news conference.
Maclin jumped in.
They want a face-to-face with him today at 3.
Mayor Rocky sat on the corner of her desk and folded her arms. Do we know where? No. They said they'll reach out again an hour before the meeting, Quincy added. So, what's the game plan? The mayor asked. We stay on the low, Phee warned. Maclin stepped a little closer.
We promised Shaka that we wouldn't do anything to jeopardize his cover. So we'll put together a small unit, no more than a dozen, just people we know we can trust. We already put a chip in Shaka to monitor his whereabouts at all times. We've notified NSA that we are tracking an unnamed domestic terrorist group, so once we get an address on the meeting, hopefully they'll give us an assist on surveillance.
One of you will be on the phone with me directly when this goes down. This insanity has to end. Mayor Rocky's tone occupied the rarefied space between a desperate plea and an unbreakable command. Maclin was used to being in rooms filled with true powerhouses. She, however, couldn't recall being in a room with such powerful people whose fear was so plentiful. Hers was arguably the most encompassing. As Quincy and Phee continued talking with the mayor, Maclin grew quiet because the fear that she was feeling swelled and threatened to explode as she questioned not just the outcome of the case, but if over the course of her career she had accomplished nearly enough, if her life had been enough. Detective Burns and his partner Bobby Skia made the cut. They were the first two to be cleared for the 12-man unit to raid Shaka's meeting. Burns, married to a sister for almost 27 years, had 4 biracial children. Bobby Skia was half Jamaican and half Cuban, so it was a safe assumption that they were not secretly in cahoots with the mysterious hate group. The 2 detectives then selected 3 others from their unit whom they trusted with their lives. Quincy and Phee pulled in 2 cops from their own precinct that they could unequivocally vouch for. Maclin brought in a local African-American agent named Gerald Suggs, whom she didn't know personally, but who had a great reputation. His addition was more for bureaucratic correctness than anything. The SWAT unit was placed on standby under the premise of a potential hostage situation. The details on the operation were given on a need-to-know basis to control who had what information and when. By noon, everything was ready to be set in motion. Waiting was the hard part. Although they were sitting on their biggest lead, they were left with very little to do until Shaka was actually contacted. Bobby Skia made a sandwich and soda run to Kat's Deli on 69th and brought back some Reubens and thickly stacked pastrami on rye. Phee and Quincy tore into their lunch as soon as it arrived. Maclin had forgotten that none of them had eaten breakfast. She didn't bother to unwrap her sandwich. She just looked at the small white bundle with a quartered dill pickle skewered by a toothpick on top. Not only did she not have an appetite, but her stomach felt as if it was in shambles. Just as she thought the twists and knots were subsiding, the uncomfortable churning started cycling again. Maclin retreated to the bathroom and found at least a little solace in a tiny stall with a broken slide lock. She leaned her back against the door until a bout of abdominal cramping left her bent slightly at the waist as the first round of dry heaves came. Despite the fact that she hadn't eaten anything since the night before, she could feel the rumblings of a riot within. A few seconds later, she threw up. As soon as she made it back to her desk, Maclin went fishing for more info on radical Jewish groups that might give her some insight into Sicarii. She needed to pass the time doing something, anything. Wasting even a second was no longer an option. Maclin needed to keep moving. Phee and Quincy busied themselves with repeatedly going over every detail of the raid, even though they were operating off of very limited intel. They were reduced to prepping hypotheticals. Maclin gulped down one of the 2 cold cans of Coke that Bobby Skia had placed on her desk when he brought back the sandwiches. She hated Coke, thought of it as nothing more than gut rot. She drank it for 2 reasons: because she hoped the carbonation would help keep her stomach settled, and because the soda felt like the coldest thing in the entire city. She hadn't had any type of soda in over 20 years, but as she finished off the first can, she immediately reached for the second. It was nothing short of cold joy going down. Aside from the brain freeze, she relished every drop of the guilty pleasure. The thought of Coke eventually killing her was the least of her worries. Even though she tried to distract herself with her work, she was very aware that every time Phee reached for his phone, the room seemed to slow a bit. She couldn't help but periodically check her watch with the hope that Shaka's phone call would come soon. Time seemed more foe than friend. It crawled by at a cruel pace with no regard that lives hung in the balance. Over an hour passed, and she still couldn't find anything useful regarding any group calling themselves Sicarii. Not even on the dark net where she'd looked up fringe factions of hate groups. The most she found was a one-line reference from a little-known site called The Eyes of Justice. They debunked the group's existence as nothing more than a rumor. She had just started rechecking all calls to and from Ezra's phone within the last month when Fee's phone finally rang at 1:47. The raid team stopped what they were doing, and Phee was on his feet immediately. All eyes were on him as he did more listening than speaking. He nodded his head a lot as if the caller could actually see him acknowledging instructions. Just before hanging up, the only thing Phee uttered into the phone was, "We got your back, brother." As she followed the rest of the team out the doors, Maclin fought to suppress another round of dry heaves. Chapter 27. Up until a year and a half ago, the Gungerman building on 37th Street and 9th Avenue was home to the biggest furrier in the city. After a hugely successful 75-year run, it took just over 2 years for the founder's grandson to bankrupt the business with his addiction to gambling and fentanyl. The 3-story building, which had for years been a jewel of neoclassical architecture in the heart of the garment district, sat abandoned for a year in probate. 2 statues of lions flanked the front steps, their mouths gaping open in frozen roars while eyeballing the steady stream of Midtowners. Even though the streets were overcrowded and bustling as usual, there was a not-so-subtle difference. The city felt off, as if it was lagging a beat or two behind its usual rhythm. The majority of pedestrians seemed to be slowed a little by the heat and stench, not to mention the menace of a race war. People were nervous and much more suspicious of those they passed by. The crowded streets of Manhattan had become nothing more than a city of side-eyes. Maclin, Phee, and Quincy posted up in a stationery shop directly across from the Gungerman building. Maclin, who for the last 37 minutes had been on the phone with NSA haggling for support, was becoming increasingly more frustrated. Phee slipped the owner a couple of $100 not just to close the shop, but also to stay off of her cell as well. Detective Burns and Bobby Skia sat in a loading alley in a cab of a tow truck that belonged to Burns' brother-in-law. Since they'd had less than an hour to set up surveillance, they improvised. They put eyes on every entrance of the Gungerman building. Agent Suggs, along with SWAT, was kept at the ready 1 block over. All team members were in play with 15 minutes to spare. Quincy both manned his laptop and tracked Shaka on a city grid on Maclin's iPad. He watched a red pulsing dot turning onto 37th Street. "I've got Shaka pulling up," he said. Phee raised a pair of binoculars as he spoke into his walkie. "All right, everybody. We're in play. Let's make it count." Shaka pulled up in front of the Gungerman building in a shiny black Escalade driven by an Uber driver. In the short walk from the curb to the entrance, passing Midtowners stepped out of the way of the big, scary-looking black man with flowing dreads. A few beats after he climbed the building's 4 steps and banged on the entrance. The blur of a figure in a dark hoodie opened the locked glass doors and quickly ushered him in. Phee watched as the figure turned and secured the doors with a thick padlock chain. Maclin finally ended her phone call and walked over to her partners.
NSA won't give us any support in Midtown this late in the game.
"We need ears in there." "Who ran the schematics on the building?" Quincy asked. Phee, on his cell giving Mayor Rocky the play-by-play, responded. "Janet had Agent Suggs do it. He just shot them to me and I forwarded them to you." Quincy picked up his laptop and looked at the blueprints while Phee looked over his shoulder. Maclin hovered over her iPad for indeterminate stretches without blinking as she stared at the red dot as if all their lives depended on it. She called out the details as the dot started descending beneath the first floor.
Looks like they're headed to the basement. What are the access points that they would use? She asked.
According to this, there are just 3. A freight elevator in the center and 2 stairwells, one on the northeast side and one on the southeast, Quincy answered.
Okay, then it looks like they're taking him down the northeast stairwell.
When Maclin glanced up, she noticed that Phee couldn't stay still, his breathing slightly heavier than normal. He alternated looking at Maclin's and Quincy's devices as he put his phone on speaker so that Mayor Rocky could hear directly what was happening. Looks like they're taking Shaka down to the basement. We can't just leave him in there by himself for too long. Mayor Rocky's voice was heard over the phone's speaker. We've got to be patient on this one, Phee. We have to go in at the right time. We don't want any of them getting away. Phee, growing more anxious, started pacing. We've got at least one bad actor in there with him. I say we swoop in, take whoever's there, and press as hard as we can until we break them for useful intel. We don't control the situation. I think we got to take what we can get. I got a fucked up feeling about this one. I hear you. But playing devil's advocate, if we go in prematurely and if the person at the door won't or can't give us something useful, then we blow everything and end up with nothing. That also means the last 2 years of Shaka's life, not to mention, we could end up pushing them off the grid. Phee, Shaka knew going in wasn't going to be a perfect operation. He understood the risk, but he still wasn't going to let anything or anybody stop him, Quincy countered. Mayor Rocky's voice floated in the air. Phee, I agree with Quincy. Stand down. Phee raised his voice. We all know the risk, but that's not... Maclin interrupted the conversation.
Are the plans showing any sub-basements?
Quincy scrolled down on his laptop. No. According to the prints, we bottom out 1 level below the first floor. Maclin's entire demeanor shifted into obvious alarm.
Then we've got a problem. Shaka just went down 2 levels and his signal is getting weaker.
Phee clicked off his phone, hanging up on Mayor Rocky. Fuck this. We go in now. Phee grabbed his walkie and burst through the front door, Maclin and Quincy trailing behind. Outside was a blanket of heat, enveloping them as soon as they exited the shop. They were sweating within seconds. Phee shouted into his walkie, everybody in, repeat, everybody in. Just as they reached the street, Maclin saw Phee heading on a collision course with an oncoming motorcycle and shouted after him, Phee! Phee managed to pull up 3 inches short of certain tragedy as the motorcycle roared past him. As he approached the front door, he drew his gun and fired twice, shattering the glass. People on the street scattered everywhere as Maclin, Quincy, and the rest of their team descended upon the building. They came in fast and hard, announcing their office over the crumpled sound of broken glass. NYPD! NYPD! They broke into pairs and trios as they fanned out into every direction of the building. Maclin, Phee, and Quincy headed straight for the northeast stairwell with detectives Burns and Skia closely behind. Maclin shouted over her shoulder at both, but neither of them in particular. Tell SWAT to seal the perimeter high and low and sweep every alley in a 4-block radius. Make sure nobody gets out. When Maclin looked down at her iPad, Shaka's signal had completely disappeared.
I've lost him.
She and Quincy took the stairs 2 and 3 at a time, while the more athletic Phee, who was ahead of them, jumped down a whole flight. Maclin was suddenly lightheaded and slipped on the last 2 steps. She went down hard. Quincy and Burns quickly lifted her up to her feet. You okay? Quincy asked.
I'm fine. Go!
She didn't know which was more bruised, her ego or her scraped knees. Although both of her legs were sore, she followed behind her team as quickly as she could. The basement was large, running half the length and width of the entire building. In addition to Maclin, Phee, and Quincy, Bobby, Skia, and Burns, along with 4 other members of their team, spread out and searched the dark, cavernous space. It took them 10 minutes to find a hidden panel, the size of a small door behind a 7-foot furnace. The door led to a set of narrow stairs and a steel plank. They crossed it and entered into an empty room that was roughly 40 by 40 feet. Their many xenon flashlights lifted the blanket of darkness all around them. An antique chandelier draped in cobwebs dangled from the mirrored ceiling. Faded Art Deco murals decorated the walls, and a 10-foot curved mahogany bar covered by decades of dust took up a small area near the entrance. They all stood in the middle of a forgotten speakeasy hidden deep in the lower innards of the old building. The room was a dead end, with no signs of Shaka. As the team shone their flashlights in various directions, Maclin was the first to see it. 2 small pools of fresh blood, glistening under the beam of her light. By the time proper work lights had been brought in and set up, Shaka had been missing for close to 20 minutes. Now that the room had been lit up and designated a crime scene, Maclin, Phee, and Quincy were the only ones allowed to walk the space before CSU arrived. They eventually found a hidden latch door in the floor beneath the bar that led to a subway tunnel. Maclin waited as Phee and Quincy disappeared on the tracks in opposite directions, only to return 10 minutes later with their heads bowed in failure. Prohibition tunnels. We got played from the start. They knew that signals would be jammed underneath all the steel and concrete, and that by the time we even figured out this little maze, they would be long gone, Quincy said. Maclin looked at Phee, who stood near the pools of blood. Even though he was deathly still, she could sense the anger churning deep within him. She took a step in his direction, but then thought better of it. Phee was beyond solace. They all were. Maclin didn't go in much for things like premonitions. She was too much a woman of reason to surrender to what she deemed coincidental occurrences. Whether there was some ominous connection to Fee's foreboding vision, or if it was all just inexplicable happenstance, there was no denying that Fee's dream of snakes was absolute. Just as he had prophesied, they had lost one of their own. They walked the crime scene with such precision and efficiency that it only took them half their normal time. One worked the core and the 2 other the periphery, and then they seamlessly alternated positions to make sure nothing was missed by whichever team member preceded them. When they were at the top of their game, they were 3 meticulous hawks surveying a field and finding even the most minuscule clues. Losing Shaka completely debilitated them. They autopiloted through the scene, each in their own world tottering from the loss of their colleague. Other than Phee taping off the area surrounding the blood on the floor, they simply went through the motions, each failing miserably at pretending that Shaka's abduction hadn't completely gutted them. They half-heartedly toiled under a heavy veil of silence. Save the vivid ramblings of their imagination of Shaka's ordeal, none of them had any real focus. Ultimately, Maclin was rendered useless from the evisceration. So too was Quincy. So was Phee. There was no uplifting phrases about hopeful possibilities. There was only the truth, and the truth was cruel and ugly. CSU canvassed the sub-basement of the Gungerman building for fibers and hair, and ran a screen of samples from the 2 pools of blood, which in a matter of minutes yielded 2 different blood types. The discovery was a single ray of hope in an investigation that was short on leads. Maclin, Phee, and Quincy stayed at the scene for hours after Shaka went missing. They stayed after they had dismissed the last 2 members of their team and even after the last tech had gone. They hung at the site not because they thought they would find something that had been overlooked, but because they had no idea what else to do. Even though Maclin pulled every string she could to get a quick turnaround on the DNA of the blood samples, they still wouldn't have results for another 24 hours at the earliest. They were left with nothing to do but mourn the unconfirmed death of their newest partner. Their collective guilt filled the hall and left very little room for anything else. They were a disjointed trio that occupied separate areas of the speakeasy, careful not to infringe on each other's personal space. Maclin sat on the floor with her back against the bar. She wasn't certain if the onset of a migraine was Ivan's doing, or if it was just a result of the incredible stress that was swallowing them all. Her head pounded. Had she been a betting woman, she would have played the odds that her aching was nothing more than Ivan at play. The pain blurred her vision. Maclin stayed still, just hoping to ride it out. She took refuge in the silence. She found a sliver of solace in the fact that the three of them had no words for each other and were seemingly reluctant to interact in even the simplest of ways. The only thing Quincy and Phee commented on was how Shaka went out using his head. He knew to draw blood when things got rough. He left a trail that would hopefully lead them down the road to avenging him. By the time they finally exited the building, the sun was dropping, but unfortunately the heat was holding steady. Maclin regretted it immediately when she made the mistake of inhaling the stench in the air that was now twice as strong. When she asked Phee to drop her at her hotel, there were no protests or attempts at persuading her to stay in New Jersey, as had been the case just last night as well as 2 days ago. A few seconds later, Quincy said that he would be staying in the city as well. He called Elena and asked her to meet him back at their apartment without giving her any explanation. Phee just responded to their requests with a half-assed nod. Even though it wasn't articulated, it was there all around them. The unspoken need to grieve on their own terms. They were all quiet on the short ride to the hotel. None of them knew what to say. There were no words to change the fact that not only had they missed their opportunity to make an arrest in one of the most frightening cases any of them had ever investigated, but more importantly, they had all failed Shaka in the worst way possible. Though none of them could voice it, Maclin knew that they needed the distance from each other, because together their mutual guilt only feasted on itself at an alarming pace, threatening complete consumption. Quincy and Phee felt it also. Phee possibly the most. There were no dishonest pep talks. The heavy burden of truth left the three of them each in their own way sinking in the unfillable holes left by the loss of one of their own. The three of them were racked with incredible pangs of guilt as they pulled up and parked in front of Maclin's hotel. Although the storm in her head had weakened, there still lingered the threat of the return of her migraine. Maclin remained quiet. In fact, they all just sat in the car in silence. Although she wanted to exit the vehicle, needed to, she was unable to move. When the quiet became much too jarring, Maclin finally spoke, offering up the desperation of a feckless lie that she felt they all needed to hold on to. If they wanted him dead, then that's what we would be looking at right now. There's still hope. Although he didn't bother to look in her direction, Fee's flat intonation killed whatever fraudulent optimism she was earnestly trying to promote. His unwelcome truth cut her, cut them all, pierced them to their cores with a sobering finality. His simple words were an unintended coup de grace that slayed them, one by one. We've seen what these fuckers are capable of when they take their time. If he is still alive, that's probably the worst thing for him. Chapter 28. Both Spider and Ezra were struggling to stay awake. They alternated nodding in and out of consciousness. Spider could see Ezra fighting it as much as he was. Not that either one of them could offer much in the way of defense if their captors came to do further harm to them. However, both men wanted to know what was coming and when. Spider looked up at the tiny piece of sky through the hole in the ceiling. Just a few feet away from the open space, there was an overweight pigeon perched on a beam, resting comfortably looking down on the two men. Spider thought that unlike him and Ezra, the pudgy bird had what they could only wish for. Freedom was still an option. Based on the sunlight, Spider's best guess was that it was late in the afternoon. He was thankful that his injuries weren't the same as Ezra's. As horrific as it was losing his fingers, Spider thought at least he still had his eyesight. He still had the power to behold things in the world like sunlight, portly birds, and even the hope of seeing his sons smile again. He was still alive. They were still alive. As much as he hated Ezra, he certainly hated their captors more. Don't make sense for both of us to try to stay awake when we can just take turns napping. Go ahead. I'll wake you up in about an hour, Spider offered. Ezra didn't say anything in the way of accepting or rejecting the suggestion. But 5 minutes later, the low rumble of him snoring was confirmation enough. Spider kept himself awake by documenting the tiniest of details of their prison. He watched the shadows in the room expand in the afternoon sunlight. Dust particles slow danced in the air, clinging to the golden rays of their spotlight. Spider smelled death in the room. He looked around until he spotted the carcass of the rat that had been wounded days earlier. There were a few flies now feasting on its corpse. A wolf spider crawled near the rat and the happy scavengers. The spider slowed as it came within a centimeter of an unsuspecting fly preoccupied with its abundant meal. There seemed to be contemplation, and then the moment passed. The spider found its own spot on the carcass, joining in on the feast. The fly and spider were within touching distance, but focused on a much greater offering. When it was Ezra's turn to stay awake, he listened to the darkness. He deciphered the sounds that presented themselves. He still heard life in the old building. The wood occasionally whined as it swelled, then shrank in the humid air. High above him he heard the coo and wing flaps of a pigeon that had somehow found its way into the building. Ezra heard flies buzzing in the room and the soft thudding of rats traveling inside the walls. The thing that he was most grateful for, though, was the sound that he didn't hear. He didn't hear human movement. There were no approaching footsteps echoing a prelude to another round of torture. He was safe, at least momentarily, with all that he heard and didn't hear. Death wasn't coming for him in that instant. It was just him and Spider. Although he and Spider didn't agree on much, Ezra did think it was a good idea for the two of them to alternate when they slept. At least one of them always needed to be thinking of any potential ways to help with their predicament. The two men were at least in an unspoken understanding that they would hold on to hope with everything they had left in them. Spider slept. He snored. He mumbled an incoherent conversation in his sleep. Save for a few desperate no's, Ezra couldn't make out much else. He wasn't positive what haunted Spider, but he certainly had a good idea. Although the two of them were polar opposites in so many ways, Ezra started thinking of the tangible commonalities between them. They both breathed and bled, and snored and tussled with demons that invaded their dreams. What if he and Spider were in fact not that different, at least on the things that mattered most? What if they were just both dutiful sons who idolized their fathers, as well as being proud fathers who worshipped their sons? There was no exclusive claim over pride, love, and faith. They were each public domain not delegated by color, gender, or religion. Ezra thought of the factual links between them, how they both carried within them the genes of slaves. They knew a little more intimately than most the scars of oppression. Even though they were raised in extremely different worlds, they now found themselves beaten, shackled, and completely at the mercy of a shared enemy. Ezra tried waking Spider 20 minutes later, but his shouts were unheard under the heavy barrage of snores. He pounded the floor a few times with the chained heel of his foot. Spider woke with a start. What's wrong? What are they doing? Nothing's wrong. I just wanted to talk, Ezra clarified. Talk about what? Stuff. What kind of stuff? There was hesitation on Ezra's part. His pause gravid with ambiguity. When he finally responded, his words spurted out with frail conviction. His voice was abstract, uncommitted to any specific emotion. Your nephew, and what happened that night. Ezra could hear Spider's shackles rattle, presumably as he sat up. There was even more of an awkward quiet that fell between them, a black hole filled with both contrition and anticipation. Ezra finally blurted out what he was struggling to say. I didn't touch your nephew the night he died. Yo, man, I ain't trying to hear your same lies and bullshit. Spider sounded disappointed that after all he'd been through, he was still denied something as simple as the truth. Hear me out, Ezra pressed. I didn't say that I didn't kill him. I said I didn't touch him. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? I wanted to kill him. Trust me. I wanted it with everything in my being. I chased him like the animal that I thought he was. You say you want the truth, so I'm giving it to you. I was the first one to catch up to him. Couldn't have been more than a few inches away from him when he was trapped between us and the parkway. I was so close to him that all I had to do was just reach out and push, but I couldn't do it. You really expect me to believe that? No, I don't. But whether you believe it or not, it's the truth. I really don't expect you to believe any of it. But that night I realized something that I'd been denying my entire adult life. And what's that? I'm a coward. Have been since I was 18. I didn't push your nephew because I was too scared. I would have just been pushing myself because that night, in that moment, there wasn't a whole lot of difference between us. I know that might sound crazy to you, but it's not when you think of it in terms of fear and apathy. Because that's what I saw in him. That was the recognition, the thing that stopped me from pushing him. He probably saw the same on me, and if you were there, you would have seen it too. I know it's easier for you to pretend that you don't know what I'm talking about, but if you had looked at him hard enough, you would have seen it, not just that night, but a long time ago. I don't know you, and I can't even lay eyes on you, but I suspect it's on you as well. I didn't have to push your nephew that night in order to kill him. All I had to do was be all the ugly things he'd spent his life running from. I just had to be the hate, to be the man who didn't value him as the same. That was enough to make him run into traffic, enough to kill him. Spider stewed for a few seconds before speaking. You can dress it up any way you want to, but at the end of the day, you're the one who's responsible for him being killed. Okay, I accept that. But I wasn't the only one. You killed your nephew just as much as I did. Be honest. You brought him with you so you could teach him everything you knew about hating Jews. And I chased him with everything I knew about hating niggers. Neither you nor I put a hand on him that night, but we both sure as hell pushed him in front of that car. Fuck you! Spider didn't think. He just surged forward. His anger adrenalized him. He didn't give his body time enough to think about weakness, dehydration, or fatigue. He charged at Ezra with everything he had until his shackles stopped him abruptly. Spider tried his hardest to get at Ezra, but his constrained leg kept him 10 feet away. He saw Ezra scurry away with his own burst of energy. Spider could see Ezra's silhouette quickly slide across the floor on his ass until he backed into a wall. There was only 10 feet of separation between them. The fact that Spider couldn't get to him only incensed him more. He was breathing like an angry dragon full of fire and rage. 15 minutes later, after they finally calmed down, Spider discovered something. He had more fight left in him than he thought. They didn't speak. They didn't sleep. They stayed on their respective sides of the room in mutual isolation. The earlier exertion drained them both and left them struggling to stay awake. It became an undeclared competition between them that neither wanted to be the weaker man who yielded to their lethargy first. Within the hour, they were both snoring loudly. Ezra wasn't sure whether or not he was dreaming. He felt a stream of water being poured about his face and neck. Even though it wasn't cold, it felt good on his parched skin. It was the loud, drunken laughter that woke him. Someone was standing above him and urinating. He recognized the laugh immediately. It was the same heartless cackling he'd heard during his torture. "Thought you might be a little thirsty," the voice said. Ezra used the dirty sleeve of his shirt to wipe away the urine from his face. He suddenly felt the tip of a hard boot crashing into his rib cage. Ezra yelled and tried to suck back in the air that had been knocked out of him. The man put his face closer to Ezra's. "You need to be more appreciative. I own you. You understand that?" Ezra got a pungent whiff of alcohol on the man's breath and felt flecks of spittle land on his face. "Yes." "Then let me hear you say it." "You own me. So if I decided it was time for me to end your useless life right now, there ain't a damn thing you could do about it, is there?" "Please don't," the man shouted, cutting him off. "Answer me." "No, there's nothing I can do about it." The man grabbed Ezra by the throat. "Say it the way I want to hear it." Ezra coughed as the man released him. "If you decided it was time to end my useless life, there's not a damn thing I can do about it." "That's better." The man laughed as he crossed over to Spider. "What about you, my nigger? What you got to say?" Spider kept his eyes on the man standing over him, almost daring him. Along with the surge of anger coursing through his veins, he felt a swell of energy. The man was 5'10" max, knocking on the door of 190 pounds, fully clothed, fully fed, and 2 pockets full of sand. He was a textbook skinhead, complete with the predictable buzz cut and hate art tattooed over his arms, neck, and what could be seen of his chest. Under normal circumstances, Spider had no doubt that he could have beaten the man senseless. The thought of having to kowtow and beg for his life meant swallowing a boulder-sized lump of pride. It was counterintuitive to what growing up on the streets of Harlem had taught him. Brothers don't take shit from nobody, especially not white boys. No matter what, don't ever get punked, 'cause once a bitch, always a bitch. He had to think about his son and what was really at stake. All he had to do was bend to fight another day. The victory was in seeing his boy again. Nothing could get in the way of that. Spider had to keep reminding himself that prisons and cemeteries were disproportionately overflowing with brothers undone by pernicious pride. He lowered his head in a subservient way. "If you decide it was time to end my useless life, there's not a fucking thing I could do about it." The man kicked him twice, then spit on him. "Next time I ask you a question, don't take so long answering me. If it was up to me, I'd kill the two of you right now, but looks like I'm gonna have to wait one more day. At least that lets you think about how I'm gonna take my time and make it hurt." The man pulled Shaka's silver medallion from his pocket and dangled it in front of Spider. He laughed at Spider's surprise. "Yeah, your boy Shaka thought he could outsmart us. Did you know he was working with the cops? Shit, more than likely, he's a cop himself." Spider opened his mouth to protest, but then thought better of it. Instead, he just sat there in shock. Cop or no cop, makes no difference. It all ends the same. A much larger man appeared in the doorway. Spider put him at a solid 220 to 230. Even though he stood hunched over from bad posture, he was easily 6'3", but not much more than that. "We need to get on the road now, if we're going to get to the celebration on time," the big man said. The smaller of the two men looked at his watch. "Yeah, you're right." As he crossed to the door, he turned back and looked at Spider and Ezra. "You girls have fun tonight. If I was you, I'd find a way to make the most of it. We'll be seeing you tomorrow." The door slamming closed echoed in the room. Spider and Ezra listened to the receding footsteps, followed by a door closing down the hall. Although there was still daylight, the scattered boom of premature fireworks could be heard off in the distance. As the city was warming up for the nighttime celebrations, Spider and Ezra sat silently in the old slaughterhouse. Their thoughts were both on the same thing. Tomorrow was their end. Part 2. Chapter 29. God outdid himself. The bucolic village of Eagles Hill was only 2 hours north of Manhattan, but it felt like a different world and different era entirely. From the natural springs and rolling hills to the 360-degree never-ending vistas, it was immediately clear why the tribe of Iroquois, the first to settle in the area, called it the Land of 1,000 Wonders. There were at least 30 shades of green from the various species of trees and ground cover outlining dozens of horse ranches and farms. The homes had big yards and the type of affordable acreage that made a man feel richer than the confines of his bank account. Eagles Hill was a valley of languid fields. It was heaven without the dying part. A place where one could lie on their back and smell the fertile earth while touching drooping skies. Neighbors delighted each other with rumors of God winking down through the clouds at their chosen community, assuring them that their existence really was a part of a master plan. There were long stretches of pure silence, but when the wind swept across the water and got tangled in the branches of the great oaks, some folks believed that they could hear the distant laughter of angels at play. Here, reasonable men felt humbled by that which was greater than them. The population of Eagles Hill was just under 2,000. The locals dubbed their quaint existence Heaven by the Hudson. It was a beautiful 4th of July celebration that brought families from as far as Pennsylvania, Connecticut, and Delaware, as well as the 5 boroughs of New York City. They came for the annual Heritage Pride picnic sponsored by Ellis Brock, a retired wealthy Wall Street trader turned part-time evangelical preacher. He owned 240 acres of good land and privacy. The event had started years before as a family reunion, but quickly grew in size each year. It was by invite only, and only a few select locals were permitted to attend. Ellis Brock loved the peals of children's laughter echoing through the valley. He stood by and took it all in, the chasing, the catching, the tumbling. There was kickball, apple bobbing, face painting, and even sack races. Parents were much more lenient and actually took small delights in the grass stains and dirt that covered their children's clothing. Fathers manned the grills as mothers and grandmothers piled plates high with smoked ribs, pork links, and barbecued chicken with potato salad and corn on the cob. It took 2 large picnic tables to hold all the cakes, pies, and numerous other sweets. The event was a throwback to more innocent times, an environment where kids spent the day without a worry in the world. No video games or phones or computers of any kind were allowed, not even cameras. The kids used their imagination to entertain themselves, and the parents used the day as confirmation of what America could be. Just before sunset, Brock addressed the nearly 200 people in attendance as he stood on a raised platform under a banner that read, "The Alliance for a Better Tomorrow." He was a tall man in his late 50s and carried a certain regality, not the kind that one is born with, but the kind that was leased but never truly purchased. He was a rich man from humble beginnings, the son of a cobbler who now spent more money on a one-day picnic than his father ever made in a year. At 6'4", he cut quite an image, with flower-white hair and sky-blue eyes framed by pink pigmentation in the corners and lower lids. He sported a Band-Aid on his neck to hide the scrape and cut he'd sustained in an earlier altercation. His skin was as pale as virgin snow and glowed still in the fading sunlight. Ellis Brock was an albino, and a rather imposing one at that. The crowd silenced as he took the stage. From the youngest to the oldest, all eyes were on him. When Brock spoke, everyone listened. "I love this country, my father's country, and his fathers before him. Know your history, people. Our ancestors cultivated this land and developed the technology and created a nation of greatness. And each time the welfare of this nation was threatened, did we not rise to its defense? From the Civil War to the Gulf War, we are a people who rise to the defense of our nation. Well, I stand before you this evening to tell you that our glorious nation is in peril, threatened with inevitable destruction of the values and the morals that have become the very fiber of our existence, destruction of our land and of our homes and of our dreams and of our future. Destruction of the dreams and the future of our children and our children's children's children. The greatest nation in the world, and we turn our backs on our farmers. We foreclose on the homes of our mothers and fathers. We steal the jobs from our most qualified. We undermine the potential of our best and our brightest. No, not we. Them. The impotent liberal, the hypocritical conservative, all the puppet politicians, the soulless Jew, the amoral nigger, the parasitic immigrant, and all the other innumerable undesirables that have infested this great land. These days, they say it's not considered politically correct to denounce another group of people. Well, I'm here today to tell you that if being pro-Christian means that I'm anti-Semitic, then so be it. If being pro-white is anti-nigger, then so be it. In times of war, political correctness is an ineffective weapon. Don't be fooled, people. Regardless of which puppet sleeps in the White House, these are most certainly times of war. I call upon each and every one of you to proudly defend all that we love. Onward, Christian soldiers, that we may eradicate the evil that is destroying our great country. Only then will we be able to create an ethno-state for all that is white, pure, and good. We must fight like the brave soldiers of the Phineas priesthood. Let them call us what they want. The only title we need concern ourselves with being worthy of is the title of American. God bless America. All those assembled cheered loudly as they applauded, even though the small children had no true comprehension of the context of Brock's speech. They followed the lead of their parents and grandparents and clapped enthusiastically. As Brock stepped down off the platform to a warm reception, bluegrass music began to play. For the next hour or so, the night air was filled with merriment. They danced, they laughed, they ate and drank all that they could. Daylight in Eagles Hill was indescribably beautiful, but the nightfall was absolutely breathtaking. It was a place where there were far more stars than sky. The moon in all of its wondrous brightness hung low enough to give all who gazed upon it the optical illusion that it was in fact reachable, touchable. Fireworks lit up the night. It was all so very perfect. And still there was more entertainment to come. As Brock and 60 of his most trusted male followers stayed near the barn, the women, children, and even a handful of the newer male recruits were loaded and transported in open wagon hayrides to a giant tent about a quarter of a mile away at the other end of Brock's property. There they were greeted by clowns, dancers, and men on stilts. Once inside the tent, they were treated to a life-size puppet production of David and Goliath. Their eyes were aglow, awed by how realistic the wooden figures looked and moved. Far from the laughter of the children, the main attraction for Brock and the 60 men who accompanied him started promptly at 9:30. Shaka, whose head was completely covered and whose hands were tied behind his back, was led out of the barn by 3 equally mammoth guards. The burlap sack that covered his head was soaked in a couple of areas with dark red spots that shimmered under the light of the pale moon. 2 of the 3 men who escorted him had scrapes and bruises on their faces as well, just enough confirmation that Shaka got off a few good blows of his own. Each time Shaka slowed, He was struck across his buttocks with an oak 2x4 as though he were an uncooperative field mule. The crowd of men followed the foursome to the northwest corner of the property, just outside a large converted barn that served as a church. There they assembled around a giant red oak that was at least 200 years old. Its lowest branch was 12 feet high and 3.5 feet in diameter. It was a good hanging tree. As Shaka's hood was removed, all the men jeered him. One of his eyes was swollen shut, and streams of blood had left crimson streaks that looked painted beneath his nose and mouth. Not that it would have done much good, but he was unable to scream for help because behind his broken teeth, his tongue had been burned useless with a branding iron. The coarse rope that was tightened around his neck scraped his skin like rolled sandpaper. Shaka stood as tall as his injuries allowed. It was his final act of rebellion before the cruel mob. He didn't bend under the sentence of a grim fate. He was determined that he would at least co-author his end by denying his enemies the thing they hungered for most: fear. He tried his best to look at them all with his one good eye. He singled them out in the crowd as much as he could, indicting them all on their soullessness. Though muted and seemingly outdone, he was intent on taking a few casualties of his own. They would talk about him in years to come as the ghost who robbed them of tiny bits of peace. He would hold hostage their dreams with a hefty enough ransom to wake them with the reminder that they were unable to break him with their hatred, as they had done so many before him. He kept staring, even as the rope choked him more and he felt his bare feet leave the earth, his soul still cooled from the evening dew. He kept his mind off of his woman and child, because he knew those were the things that compromised a man most in the desperate moments just before his death. Instead, he thought of the trail he left behind, the trail that he was certain would lead Phee, Maclin, and Quincy to avenge his death. As he was suspended 6 feet from the ground, his legs violently kicked for life, spasmodically dancing on air. He fought off death longer than any of the assembled thought humanly possible. Finally, when there was no fight left in him, Shaka stopped resisting. A lazy evening breeze whispered the vile echo of his neck snapping like winter kindling. The split second before his death, his bowels released, causing some in the crowd to frown as though they were personally offended that his body failed him. Ellis Brock, beaming with pride, stood front and center next to his 13-year-old son, Ellis Brock Jr. Although it wasn't the first lynching that the young boy had witnessed, it was still considered a rite of passage for him since he was pawing at the brink of manhood. He was being prepared for a future inheritance of hate and entitlement. Because he was his father's son, it was both his birthright and his duty. Although at times he burned with disapproval, he was still obedient in all filial expectations. While Shaka's limp body swung back and forth like a pendulum, Brock Jr. flinched and tried to turn away. Ellis Brock turned his son's head back in the direction of the swinging corpse. Even though he hated his father for forcing him to watch, he knew he was bound to honor him and played the part of the dutiful heir. Brock Jr. thought the killing was senseless, nothing more than savage sport. He heard snickers and the occasional pockets of laughter coming from the crowd. Some even hurled unreceivable insults at the dead man. The younger Brock stood transfixed at the sight of the humongous tree and the swinging of its strange fruit. The boy had seen other bodies hung. He'd borne witness to the last bit of life seeping from scared black men. He had never seen one like Shaka, not just in size, but in resolve as well. Unlike all the others, Shaka showed no signs of being afraid of death. Ellis Brock Jr. had been caught in his stare. It was a stare he would never forget. He watched the body slow its swing until it came to a stop. The thick and immovable branch creaked just enough to make the boy wonder if even in death, Shaka might have some small victory in breaking what had always been regarded as unbreakable. Ellis Brock Jr. thought of all the lives the tree had taken, those murdered even before his birth. He thought of the generations that had been cheaply traded for what amounted to a few minutes of twisted delight for a voracious crowd. Although he was regarded as nothing more than a young boy, he saw through his father and the rest of the men who basked in the senselessness of their violence. They were all pathetic and weak. He was certain of this even as his father pulled him closer and rested his large hand on his small shoulder. He knew his father beamed not just because of the day's events, but because he was actually buoyed by the fact that he felt surrounded by what he saw as hard-working, faithful Christians who shared his vision of what America could be. Chapter 30. Shaka was dead. Even though there was no physical evidence, Maclin knew. Through her entire career, she had been taught that nothing was conclusive in the absence of hardcore proof. Knowing what his abductors were capable of, Shaka's death was as certain to her as the unfathomable torture she assumed he endured. She had no material confirmation of his death, yet she was convinced as she had ever been. Maclin knew Shaka was dead, simply because the fragmented pieces in the center of her chest told her so. Her room was a cool 65 degrees, with only occasional whiffs of the foulness that reeked in the streets and now buried itself in the pores of her clothes and skin as well. As soon as she entered, she started undressing as she went straight to the minibar and grabbed her third Coke of the day. The cold drink helped to cool the faint fire of a waning migraine. She stood naked in front of the mirror staring at old battle scars from long-forgotten wars, some professional and some recreational. Her shower was longer and cooler than normal, and she didn't bother to dry off when she was done. As the fireworks boomed and lit up the night, she crossed to the window in hopes of catching a glimpse of the 4th of July celebrations. She was wrapped in a towel, her hair wet and tickling her shoulders and upper back. As she pressed her face close to the window, the most she saw was a tiny piece of the sky glowing over the steady, distant thuds of exploding fireworks coming from the direction of the East River. After the show ended an hour later, Maclin stayed by the window, tussling with thoughts of Shaka and the various roles he'd played. In just a matter of days, he'd gone from perceived enemy to incredible ally to true martyr. She didn't know much about him, but she was nonetheless profoundly affected by his loss. She knew he had loved ones, a wife and daughter stashed away in New Haven. She knew he was dedicated to good and willing to make the ultimate sacrifice. As far as she was concerned, those were the most important things about him. Maclin heard the fading echo of a drunken street quarrel falling off somewhere in the dark. She felt alone, accompanied only by loud thoughts and the quiet hum of the minibar. She still felt the weight of Shaka's impossibly big hands smothering hers, as well as the vibrant laughter that shook his large frame. It was the tiny details about him that both saddened and uplifted her. Maclin hated how useless she felt. She sent off a couple of midnight emails to both colleagues and superiors at Quantico to see if they could assist in pressuring the New York branch to expedite the DNA testing of the blood samples even more. She thought about Quincy and Phee and how they were managing their grief. They both had what she didn't, the comforting shoulder of a loved one. Phee, in fact, had multiple choices. Maclin wondered in such times of pain whether it was Brenda or Delicia whom he held tightest, or whether he just alternated between the two, consoling himself amongst his embarrassment of riches. She envied Quincy and Phee on one hand, and pitied them on the other. The very thing that fortified them simultaneously exposed them and left them weak. They had unconditional love, but they were also weighted with the hefty ransom that it demanded of them. She saw them as two honorable men forced into deception. Maclin wondered how each night when they made it home they were able to wear the masks and play their respective roles. How did they hide their fears and pretend to be what their loved ones needed them to be, strong and optimistic? Even though they were two of the bravest men she'd ever met, the more she got to know them and their families, the more she saw love make cowards of them both. If the definition of a coward was a person whose every action and reaction was dictated by fear, then surely her partners fit the description. Every day that they went to work, Quincy and Phee heard and saw things that made them afraid. Each night that they returned home, they pretended to Elena, Brenda, Delicia, and even a bit to themselves, that the world was a little safer and that good always triumphed over evil. Stronger than any lies they told themselves was the irrefutable truth that they were living in fearful times. Although her partners pretended to be more hopeful than she, Maclin knew that deep down, like all of those who fought on the front lines, the skepticism grew more on the debate over whether or not their efforts really mattered in the big scheme of things. They all saw on a daily basis the horrible things that man was capable of. Whatever lies her partners perpetuated to those they loved, there would always be certain cases that mired them all in the ugly truth, the Degler cases or Zippik, and even the current evil that they hadn't even yet identified left all who wore the badge questioning whether they were fighting a winless war. Maclin had gone so long without the supplement of love that she was no longer clear on the muddled distinction between living and merely subsisting. It had become relatively easy for her to spend her days shielded by the diversions of work and denial. Her normal routines kept her busy enough to maintain the suppression. It was the nights when she wrestled with a multitude of needs that proved to be the more difficult challenge. The daytime tactics that she used to get from point A to point B were ineffective in the midnight hours. Her nights were much more honest than her days. She was humbled most when the quiet took hold and kept her from sleeping, and her truths were born in darkness. A night of morning shock had stripped away her facade even more. She felt alone and empty. Because she had no one to help alleviate her pain, she opted for the much simpler task of satiating the carnal. Maclin reached for her phone and dialed. A man's groggy voice answered after 3 rings. Loescher was knocking at her hotel door at just past 2:15. The pre-established rules of engagement were that there were no casual conversations until after sex. Kissing was only permitted if Maclin initiated it. Touching was never to be construed as tenderness. When she summoned him, it was for one purpose, which was to please her. Her pleasure was pain. She was already naked when she greeted him at the door. She crossed back to the queen-size 4-poster bed and sat in its center as she watched him set down a medium-sized black satchel with drawstrings, then take off his jeans and tight white V-neck tee that helped show off his obsession to fitness. His body did things to her, uninhibited primal things. Her arousal was quick and base. She appreciated that Loescher was always hard even before he got out of his underwear. She leaned back and reached for her handcuffs, which were on the nightstand next to her gun. Loescher rummaged through his bag but used his body to shield her from the things he took out. It was his ritual to tease her by not allowing her to see what kinky toys he'd brought with him to please her. He always fucked her imagination first, making her wonder which torture and ecstasy he had in store for her. She thought about how she loved the feel of his strong hands firmly wrapped around her neck and squeezing pleasure and life from her as she toyed with death until she climaxed long and hard. She wondered if she would feel the sting of the tasseled whip or the firm clinch of the nipple clamps she enjoyed so much. He stayed with his back to her a little longer than usual, which only made her more curious, more excitable. She had no idea if he would start slow and then incrementally increase her punishment, or if he would start like the last time they got together, when the first thing she felt was the aching thud of a studded leather paddle. "Lie back and close your eyes," he ordered. His deep voice was strong and resonated in the most erogenous parts of her body. Maclin rested her head on 2 pillows and obeyed his command. He finally crossed to her and blindfolded her with a satin sash. He cuffed her wrists to the headpost, then secured her ankles to the footboard with 2 more sashes. She stretched her mouth open wide after he parted her lips and teeth with his fingers, then inserted a leather ball gag with a tight-fitting strap which he attached behind her head. Even though she lay in complete blindness, she could feel him step back, staring at her as though he was memorizing her body from head to toe. She listened for the shift in his breathing that let her know he was masturbating as he sometimes did after cuffing and blindfolding her. She got off on how desired he made her feel, that her just being turned him on. He was quieter than normal. Maclin listened for it, but she couldn't hear the elevated breathing or even the rustling of his body moving closer to her. She lay spread-eagled on the bed, waiting. And then he made her wait more. Maclin waited for the pain to come. Her skin was aching for it. She needed it to take her away from the hollowness she felt. Her mind needed rescuing from tragic thoughts of Shaka as well as the inevitability of her own plight. So she waited. His delay both increased her arousal and simultaneously tortured her. Loescher had gone off script. He was holding back the very things she needed. She couldn't speak, she couldn't see, and she could barely move. She was at his mercy, and still he said nothing, did nothing. Maclin waited for blows that never came. Even though her body needed the liberation that she derived from pain, Loescher seemed unwilling to oblige her. She couldn't tell how long she waited. When the prolonged deprivation finally turned her arousal first into irritation, then anger, her body wriggled against her restraints while her cries of protestation were muffled by the gag ball. She bucked wildly in mutiny against whatever power he may have assumed he had over her. She continued fighting even after she tired herself out. The sheets beneath her were damp with her sweat, and the only sounds in the room were the minibar and the heavy sucking in and exhalation of air from her labored breathing. The quietness was her anguish. She needed him to say something, anything, and still, Loescher waited. By the time he finally touched her, she was caught off guard and her body twitched from surprise. He ran his fingers the length of her inner thigh from knee to pelvis. His touch was much softer than she liked. The more she struggled against it, the more he exerted his will over her. The more she rebelled, the longer his strokes lingered. She fought the long, hard fight because she needed to remind him at every turn that she was indeed untamable. She exhausted herself until she had no struggle left in her. Only after her body started cramping from fatigue did she finally stop resisting. Even when she had nothing left, she still held on to what little opposition she could. Loescher waited her out until she accepted the futility of her efforts. He waited for the capitulation, the realization that she no longer controlled him. Her body was his to do whatever he wanted with. Now that he was completely in control, Maclin was afraid of what he might take from her. When she was physically at her most helpless point, she wondered if him coming to her in her time of need was nothing more than a ruse. She trusted Loescher and couldn't understand the sudden treachery. There was never any safe word between them because one was never needed. Even if there had been, she was now unable to scream it. Loescher lowered his face to hers, and she could feel his warm breath on her as she smelled the faint remnants of mouthwash he'd used before coming to her. She could feel the stubble on his cheek against her soft flesh. It was a prickly caress with a coarseness that started arousing her despite her objections. She tried to pull away when he put his lips on her neck, but there was nowhere for her to go. As she lay cuffed and powerless beneath him, he began kissing her in previously unpermitted ways, knowing full well that she was staunchly opposed to whatever tenderness he offered. Maclin tried to zone out, to shut her body down so that it wouldn't respond to him, but he persisted. The act of foreplay became nothing less than a war of attrition between them, a war in which Loescher outlasted her. She hated the fact that every time he put his lips on her, he made her feel as though he were taking small parts of her, even though they were parts she no longer valued. Bits of the hidden, forgotten, and discarded. Undeterred by her resistance, he patiently waded through all the debris masquerading as indifference. Loescher endured. In denying her the routine of their violence, the only thing she was left with was the softer side of his touch. He laid hands on her in ways he had never been allowed to before. Only after she had fully submitted did he give her the things she had lost the courage to claim. Loescher finally removed all the restraints and granted her the choice of fight, flight, or immersion. Her instincts were to move, to get up and kick him out for breaching the verbal contract she had dictated to him 2 years ago on the first night they had sex. She wanted to punish him for violating her trust and in doing so, waking things in her that had been safely dormant for years. She wanted to, but she couldn't muster the will. Instead, she lay there offering herself to him like cornered prey. She spread her legs and pulled him inside of her. She felt a shift immediately after welcoming him in. It was a different type of equilibrium for her, one in which she no longer straddled what she had come to define as the thin line between love and decimation. Long after the final fireworks had lit up the New York skyline in celebration of the fight and victory for independence, Maclin surrendered after losing her own battle. Loescher proved himself to be more than a worthy adversary, simply because he loved her more than she loved herself. After the surrendering and the reaping that followed, Maclin finally did what had of late become at best a sporadic event. She slept, peacefully, soundly, heavy, uninterrupted sleep, even deeper than the sleep she had enjoyed at Fee's house. Her eyes were still closed, but she could feel the faint light of dawn on her face. As Loescher's legs brushed against hers, Maclin thought about being too proud to ask him to stay, but how pleased she was when he'd instinctively known what she needed him to. She hadn't made love in years. She had, of course, had her fair share of survival sex and cathartic fucking, which for her was mostly of a violent nature. Although she had long ago convinced herself that it sustained her, it was nothing close to how Loescher had left her feeling. She kept her eyes closed and thought back on the night. She could feel him studying her. She listened to inaudible whispers that sounded like he was either praying or counting to himself. When she finally opened her eyes and turned to face him, his head was propped against the headboard staring at her and counting to himself.
"What are you doing?"
she asked. "Trying to count the freckles on your arm," he answered.
"And how's that going for you?"
She smiled. "Well, I was just finding my rhythm. I made it to 127 before you rolled over. Now I'm going to have to start all over again." As Maclin laughed, her phone vibrated on the nightstand with an incoming call. As she reached for it and saw that it was Quincy, she immediately threw her legs to the side of the bed and sat with her back to Loescher. "Janet, they found Shaka up in Harlem in Morningside Park. It's pretty bad." Even though the news came as no real surprise, the actual confirmation still managed to leave her winded. She sighed, or at least something like it, and hung her head low, wordless. Are you there?" Quincy asked.
"Yeah. Did you call Phee?"
"Yeah, he's, like I said, it's pretty bad. I'll pick you up at your hotel in 15. Maclin didn't know if she managed a goodbye before hanging up. She just stared at the phone in her hand until Loescher getting out of bed reminded her that she wasn't alone. By the time she turned back toward him, he was already standing by the foot of the bed and slipping his jeans on.
"I've got a..."
Maclin started. "I know." Losha cut her off.
Look, when this is all over, maybe we can talk then.
It's okay, Janet. We don't have to pretend anything here. Both of us needed last night for different reasons. It is what it is, and I get that, he responded.
No, that wasn't the way I meant it. I'd really like to talk to you when this is all over,
she said. Losha heard something in her voice that he couldn't recall ever hearing from her before. Vulnerability. He studied her. He took in not just her nakedness, but what he thought, actually hoped, was exposure of a different kind. Sure. I'd like that too, Losha said as he put on his t-shirt and sneakers and picked up his bag. Maclin trailed behind him as he crossed to the door. There was an awkward silence in the tiny entryway. They both fumbled with goodbyes that were laden with the dilemma of saying either too much or too little. Just before she closed the door behind him, she managed to say the one thing that she had wanted to tell him after his previous visit.
For the record, you weren't the one who wasn't enough.
Chapter 31. It wasn't just bad. It was worse than bad. Much worse. It was the kind of cruelty that only heartless men could dream up. The level of brutality reeked of hate and antiquity. It made no difference that it was New York or even Harlem for that matter. Shaka's naked body dangling from a tree in Morningside Park was reminiscent of a good old-fashioned Alabama lynching. He had been castrated and his mouth stuffed with his own genitals. In the hard angles of the morning light he seemed fake, more of a fabrication of a man than actual flesh and blood who had lived a real life filled with laughter, love, and aspirations. It was the only possible justification for such a senseless disregard of human life. Somehow he had to have been mistaken for a worthless inanimate object and therefore unqualified to be deemed a desecration. Despite the fact that he now left behind a husbandless wife who would be broken and swallowed in her mourning of him, as well as a fatherless daughter who was now sentenced to live her life consumed with questions related to the reasons and details of her father's tragic end, he could not have possibly been seen as a human in the eyes of his executioners. He looked like he was hanging in effigy, put on display to remind all who saw him that America's dark and racist tendencies were still violently alive in the hearts of some. By the time Quincy and Maclin showed up to the scene, Phee was already there. He had already cried. Though his eyes were still susceptible to more tears, he had graduated to a darker place. Maclin recognized the look immediately. She had seen it once before when his own brother was murdered. It was manic, singular, obsessive. The unis had cordoned off a 40-foot perimeter around the body by using yellow tape with bold black font declaring "Police, do not cross," tied to the trunks of bent oaks. It was a simple enough deterrent to keep potential spectators at bay, but there would be no control when Harlem was fully awake and came to see the horrors done to one of their own. A patrol car slowly approached and parked directly under Shaka's body.
What the hell are they doing? They're compromising the scene!
Maclin was pissed. As she made a move to intercept the uni getting out of the car, Phee stepped in front of her. I ordered them to cut him down. We gotta run the scene, Phee. Same as we always do, Quincy interjected. No. We gotta get him down as soon as possible. News crews monitoring our radios will be here any minute. The witness who called it in said that Shaka wasn't here at 5:30 when he started his run. It wasn't until he was jogging back 20 minutes later that he noticed him. Rigor has already set in. He's got lividity in his fingers and feet, not to mention secondary ligature marks that are much fresher than the original. He's been dead for a lot longer than an hour, and he sure as hell wasn't killed here. This is just for show, to get Harlem up in arms. We caught a break that we only have one witness. We gotta control him. The longer Shaka stays up there, more people will see him, which is exactly what whoever did this wants. The uni who drove the cruiser stood on its hood and used a utility blade to cut the rope as three others lowered Shaka's large body to the ground. They stumbled, but never fell. Even though Maclin stood just 10 feet from Shaka's body, she couldn't bring herself to look at him. She refused to let the heinous things done to him be the lasting image of her brother in blue. The best cops were the objective ones. Egos and feelings only got in the way. Over the course of her entire career, the Degler investigation had been the only time that the case became more personal than professional. She'd been blinded by what she felt. It chewed at her a little each day until eventually it devolved into ravenous consumption. She breathed it. She ate it. She dreamed it. As she turned away from Shaka's corpse, like Phee, she could feel a darkness taking hold of her. It wasn't exactly the same thing she'd felt when Degler killed her fiancé, but it was close enough for her to recognize. Maclin felt rage. She wondered how obvious it was. Phee and Quincy were much too busy grappling with their own feelings about Shaka's death to notice her dissent. She saw Phee staring at the witness, a heavyset brother in a Brooklyn Nets jersey filming the scene on his cell phone. "You got to do something about the witness. Erase whatever's been recorded. Grab the phone if we have to," Phee said.
On what basis?
Maclin asked. "On the basis of us trying to keep the city from imploding," Phee responded.
I get it, but we still can't violate his rights like that.
Maclin countered. "The hell we can't," Phee snapped back. "Whether we like it or not, we all know we ain't gonna win this thing by playing by the rules."
The rules are all we've got, Phee.
Maclin refused to back down. "Yeah, well, whether that's true or not, Harlem ain't burning down today. Not on my watch. We already know that people are ready to start random kills if we don't hurry up and locate Spider and Ezra. What do you think people will do up here when they find out Shaka was lynched? We gotta run this as a John Doe suicide." "Fee's right, Janet." Quincy finally spoke up. "I don't know if we can stop this war that's being started, but I do know that we have to at least do whatever it takes to delay it as much as possible. If Shaka's death is one of the things that finally tears this city apart, then he died for everything he hated and not what he loved. We owe him more than that. Phee, do what you need to do. Just try to keep it on the DL as much as possible." Phee nodded and glanced at Maclin, who just stared back at him in obvious disapproval. As Maclin and Quincy watched Phee walk over to the man with the cell and pulled him away from the officer who was taking his statement, Maclin turned to Quincy.
You know, it's right around the time that we start cherry-picking which laws to protect that we need to ask ourselves whether we've already lost the war.
"Look, I don't disagree with you, but unfortunately wars are never that simple. You know, my first day on the job, I had this old-school field training officer who'd seen it all at least once and done it all at least twice. He told me the hardest day in a cop's life was the day he'd have to make a decision on whether he can live with sacrificing the needs of the masses for his code of ethics, or sacrificing his code of ethics for the needs of the masses. We're wading in very murky waters, Janet. Believe me, I get it." Maclin's phone vibrated as Quincy's words tumbled in her head. "Is this Agent Maclin?" the male voice on the other end asked.
Yes, it is,
Maclin answered. "I'm Agent Michael Danvers. I work at the lab here in New York, and I was told to give you a call as soon as we had something. We ran the samples you requested from yesterday's crime scene through the CODIS DNA databank and got a hit on a con recently released from Attica. His full file is still downloading. You should have it in 5.
Thanks, Agent Danvers. By the way, what'd you do, pull an all-nighter?
Yes, ma'am. Those were the orders.
Orders or not, I owe you. Thanks again.
The surveillance van smelled of Doritos, stale coffee, and indecipherable meat. The air conditioning was temperamental at best. It burned for 20 minutes, then puttered for 20. It was the only thing available out of the 1-9 under such short notice. Dyker Heights, a middle-class Brooklyn enclave better known during the holiday season as the King of Christmas Lights, was a small suburb that was considered one of the safest neighborhoods in all of New York. Maclin, Quincy, Phee, Burns, and Bobby Skia were all packed into the hull of the van, which was parked across the street from a 2-story, single-family Tudor. The 4 men looked over Maclin's shoulder as she sat in front of a bay of 3 monitors, pecking away at a laptop. She pulled up a mugshot and rap sheet as well as the suspect's Army record. His neck was a collage of crude prison tats and Aryan symbols. Darren Lyles, 29, 6'5", 279 pounds, served a year in Afghanistan but was dishonorably discharged from the Army for assaulting an African-American superior in '09. He's been affiliated with at least 4 known hate groups, but just short stretches in each of them. 3 prison sentences since his stint in the Army, mostly for ag assault. He was just released from Attica, where he was a guest for the last 18 months. He did 7 of those months off and on in solitary confinement. We pinged him here from the number he was registered with his P.O. This is also the address that was listed on his file. We got any deets on the house? Burns asked. Maclin pulled up a photo of a middle-aged blonde.
Belongs to a girlfriend, Maggie Squiero, 42, husband died 3 years ago, comes from money. Seems like she's on some bored rich girl trip. She may have started off as a prison pen pal based on what little we can gather on her. She comes off more like a sympathizer and a white pride tourist than hardcore member. Lyles picked a good one. He comes out of prison living like a prince with a sugar queen.
So, how do we want to move on him? Bobby Skia asked. Quincy continued reading over Maclin's shoulder. Hard and smart. There's a good chance that we only get one shot. Copy. He's Army and did 7 months in solitary in the Terror Dome, which means he might not be easy to break, Burns added. Maclin continued pulling up info on the monitor.
I ran him through LexisNexis and Faces of the Nation on all family and known associates. Both parents are deceased. There's an older brother, Cameron Lyles. Pulled him up, but didn't come back with much other than he and his brother have always been pretty close, which is reason enough to look a little deeper. No record. Actually did a year in med school, but dropped out after 2 semesters. On paper, Cameron is clean, but take a look at his DMV photo. The tattoo on his neck. Can't see the whole thing, but does that look like the top of 2 zeros or 2 eights just beneath his collar?
Quincy bent over to get a better look. Can you blow it up? Maclin hit the keyboard a couple of times, magnifying the photo.
This is the best I can do before it starts pixelating.
Quincy stood up straight. I can't say for certain, but I'd bet the farm that those aren't 2 zeros, and that it's the number 88. I'd have to agree with Quincy, Phee said as he looked closer at the photo. Maclin clicked back on Darren's mugshots.
Okay, we'll look deeper into Cameron, but right now let's focus on Darren. What we do know for certain is that aside from his brother, our boy Darren is a loner and an outcast. The intel analyst gave us his school profile and even his sealed juvie records. He's been in and out of trouble since he was 11, when he was remanded into a psych evaluation facility due to his violent behavior tendency. He's definitely not the sharpest knife in the drawer. Low IQ and hot temper. My gut is he's nothing more than muscle, a foot soldier in this whole thing. I don't see him as smart enough to have orchestrated everything and managed to stay 5 steps ahead of us. We need the brains behind all of this if we really want to stop it.
Maclin responded. So what's the move? Bobby Skia asked. Well, let's play it out. If he really is a badass, what do we do if we roll on him full force and he decides to go out swinging on some kamikaze suicide by cop shit? Even if we bring him in, there's no guarantee we can get him to talk. His people then know that we're at the very least circling them. Does that make them escalate even sooner? Phee speculated. Quincy picked up as soon as Phee finished. Well, we can't afford to just sit on him. 'Cause who knows what these bad actors are planning next. A real fucking conundrum, Burns lamented. What if we tickle the wire and let him know we're coming for him? Maybe he runs in the direction that we need him to. Even if he doesn't, we got a track and trace on his phone, so we just need him to make contact, Bobby Skia proposed. Quincy mulled it over, then shook his head. No, that's too big a gamble. If they're on burners, we end up with Jack. I say we take him in and take our chances on breaking him for useful intel. I'm not crazy about any of our options, but this seems like our best play. There were collective nods from the team. Maclin stood up.
Burns, you got a taser?
I got a little bit of everything in my trunk.
Good. We get in any kind of standoff situation, don't hesitate to hit him with it.
Copy that. Burns responded as he put 2 fresh sticks of gum in his mouth. The 5 cops checked their weapons and grabbed their vests. Maclin finished putting on her vest as she continued laying out their approach.
Burns, you and Detective Skia take the side and back. Quincy and Phee will come through the front with me. Even if it all goes south, under no circumstances do we shoot to kill.
As everyone started heading out, Maclin and Phee were the last two in the van. She kept her voice low when she spoke to him.
I know you're running hot on what happened to Shaka. We all are. But Lyles does us no good if he's dead.
Yeah, well, that's much more on him than me. Phee responded as he grabbed the battering ram and exited the van. They were damp with sweat even before they made it to the stairs. Maclin and Quincy posted up on either side of the front door as Phee came straight up the center, swinging the ram back as far as he could, then smashed the front door open with such force that he almost took it off its hinges. "NYPD, we have a warrant," Quincy shouted out. They came in loud, hard, and strong with the clear objective of disorienting and instilling fear. 2 seconds later, there was a crash from the rear of the house, followed by Burns bellowing the same battle cry. The couple, who had been sprawled out on the living room sofa naked and wet from a mid-morning trysts, immediately jumped up, startled. Darren was tall, thick, and cut, body by pen, as in penitentiary. Dozens of tattoos illustrated most of his body. The largest of them were the 5 block letters AFABT across his chest. The T at the end of the acronym was in the shape of a cross with a drop of blood at its base. Darren snatched up a 9mm from the nearby coffee table as Maggie grabbed a nearby throw to cover herself as she stood in front of him.
Put your gun down,
Maclin said at an even keel. "Fuck you," Darren spit at her.
Considering that I can see what you're working with, I'm going to have to take a pass. Once again, put your gun down.
"Ma'am, step away from him," Quincy commanded. "Leave him alone. He hasn't done anything," Maggie yelled. "Step away from him now, ma'am," Quincy repeated. Burns inched a little closer, trying to get a better shot with the taser. The team formed a semicircle around the couple, essentially boxing them into a corner. Maggie stared at the 5 weapons aimed in their direction and started breathing hard on the verge of hyperventilating. Just as she took a step forward, Darren grabbed her by the hair and snatched her back toward him, putting her in between himself and the weapons pointed at him. "Stay right here." "Darren, what are you doing? You're hurting me." "You can't beat them, but I can get you the best lawyer there is," Maggie pleaded. "Shut the fuck up. You said you were down with the fight. You don't get to walk away now." Maclin took a half-step forward as the voice of calm and reason.
Listen to her, Darren. That's the only way we all walk out of here.
"No. The only way we all walk out of here is if you back the hell up before I pop this bitch." Maggie started crying and pleading with Darren. Phee stepped to his side, trying to get just enough of an angle to get a clean shot. "That's not going to happen. Now, you need to put the gun down before we put you down," Phee warned. As Darren adjusted his body to shield it from Phee, he exposed himself a little more to Burns and Quincy, who were on the opposite side. Maggie's constant squirming compromised a clean shot for Burns. Maclin, seeing that Darren was becoming increasingly more agitated, slowly lowered her gun.
Everybody, we all need to just take a second, breathe before we all do something that we can't undo. Darren, just listen to me. You help us out, just give us a little information and we can help you out.
"I said back the fuck off. I ain't no snitching bitch, and I damn sure ain't being put back in no cage," he yelled. Darren pulled Maggie back to the corner of the room and put his back against the 2 walls. Since he was more than a foot taller than she, he wrapped his free arm around her midsection and picked her up to make her a more effective shield. "Well, then we got a problem," Phee said, trying to get Darren to face him, which would expose him more to Burns. "Yeah, we do got a problem. 'Cause if you ain't out this house in 10 seconds, I'm doing this bitch right in front of you. Her blood is on your hands." Maggie's crying eyes went wide. Even greater than the fear etched on her face was the wounded look of betrayal. She was all tears and snot. In the midst of her repeated cries of why, she added a few, "but I love yous." Maclin raised her hand to her team.
Everybody, stand down.
"But Agent Maclin," Bobby Skia kept his weapon pointed at Darren but looked at her.
I said stand down.
Bobby Skier and Burns looked at Quincy, then followed his lead as he lowered his weapon. Phee kept his weapon on Darren.
Phee, I need you to lower your weapon,
Maclin insisted. I lower mine when he lowers his. We've shown him enough goodwill, now he needs to show us some by letting the woman go, Phee responded. The team members each played their part, ranging from the obedient to the reluctant to the defiant. The command was a ruse to help de-escalate a spiraling situation. Veteran cops knew to feign resistance to make it feel more credible. A team leader ordering their team to stand down in a dangerous hostage situation was code for lower your weapon, but if the offender offers a clean target, hopefully woundable, take it.
He's got a point, Darren. Show us some goodwill and let her go so we can talk this whole thing out,
Maclin said. We ain't got shit to talk about. You think I'm scared to die? I ain't. 1 dies, 20 rise. My daddy didn't raise no bitches. I'm good to die for what I believe in. Are you?
Nobody here needs to die. That's not what you want, and that's certainly not why we're here.
Maclin remained calm. You're wasting your time on your bullshit speeches. Don't try and handle me. You ain't the one that's in control here. I am. You can't stop us, and you sure as hell can't beat us. You got 10 seconds to get the hell out of here, or I swear I'm gonna do her. Every time Darren referenced Maggie, she squirmed with a new jolt of fear. She whimpered like a scared pup. She was laid low by how little she knew the man she thought she loved.
You know we can't leave,
Maclin tried to reason. Well then, have it your way. It took Darren less than a second to take Maggie's life with a shot to the back of her head. He still used her lifeless body as a shield, only offering up small targets. Maclin and Quincy both hit the massive arm he had wrapped around Maggie's torso. Bobby Skier winged him in the side. Phee took out his legs with a shot to the shin. The big man fell awkwardly, still clutching his gun with Maggie's body on top of him. As the team moved in closer, Darren made eye contact with Maclin and offered up something close to a smile.
Put it down! Drop your weapon!
Maclin shouted. You don't get the privilege, he said just before swallowing the barrel of his weapon and pulling the trigger. Chapter 32. They tore Maggie's house apart, but failed to find any game changers to the investigation. Nothing hidden in the backs of closets or the bottoms of drawers. Techs found nothing of significance on the 2 cell phones, desktop, or laptop that they went through. Maclin came across a 2-page program from the Lord's Blood Church. There was no address or contact number, just a boring table of contents of the previous week's service. The only thing of substance that was found were 10 unopened burners in an office cabinet. The find only complicated the case, because the takeaway was that whatever group they were tracking was thorough enough to constantly switch to untraceable phones. Maclin and the team had nothing of value to report to their superiors. The progress they had hoped to make now lay scattered amongst the ruins of Darren Lyle's suicide. It was rare to see all the bosses at a crime scene that didn't involve a fallen cop. They came out to Diker Heights in full force. Quincy and Phee's boss, Captain Whedon, Burns and Bobby Skier's boss, Captain Danny Winslow, along with the chief of patrol, chief of D's, and the police commissioner, followed by the mayor's right hand. Maclin even got a call from her boss in Quantico. No one was happy. There were no outright admonishments, but the flat tones in their voices and looks of disappointment were reprimand enough. The only real lead in the case had blown his head off and taken a semi-innocent woman with him. Even though everything had been done by the book, the fact that there were no gains in the case rendered everything else moot. Maclin and team would have preferred a proper dressing down. You don't make it as a cop without having thick skin. Having their asses occasionally handed to them went with the job. Getting chewed out only lasted so long. Anger came with expiration, but fear felt eternal. Although some of the superiors attempted to mask it more than others, there was fear in abundance. Every misstep brought them that much closer to losing the city. New York was about to detonate, and yet every move they made was ineffective at stopping it. They were left holding nothing but the inevitability of things to come, as the day was getting hotter and the fuse was getting shorter. What Maclin saw in the eyes of the brass was the worst things cops could ever show: defeat. She watched the bosses as they walked to their separate cars, on cell phones calling whoever bosses call when shit rolling downhill turns into an avalanche. Maclin stood on the lawn wiping sweat from her brow as the coroner's crew wheeled out Darren's body. Quincy and Phee joined her first, then came Burns and Bobby Skia. Although no one voiced the question of what next, it was apparent that it was the only thing that everyone was thinking. Maclin finally looked up at the team.
Quincy, reach out to Kravitz and let him know we're on our way, and I'll call him from the van. But in the meantime, he's not to touch Darren's body, and tell him to notify the brother. Phee, I need you to do what you do best.
What's that? Phee asked.
Piss somebody off.
Victims of violent deaths were always granted every effort at making them more presentable to the loved ones who came to claim them. It was not just the professional thing to do, it was the humane thing. The desperate times/desperate measures equation left Maclin recalculating the burden of her humanity. She got an earful from Kravitz when she called him from the car to clarify that there were to be absolutely no such efforts made on Darren Lyle's behalf. Kravitz reminded her that in all his years of service to New York, he had never done anything as reprehensible as what she was asking of him. It went against every ounce of professional pride he had. He let her know in no uncertain terms that it was bad enough how overwhelmed he and his team were from the piling up of bodies. Now she was asking him to break unofficial vows of his craft. When she'd heard enough, Maclin cut him off by clarifying their respective roles in the case and the different demands it made on them. He served the dead, and she served the living. End of conversation. Maclin, along with Quincy and Phee, came through the doors of the morgue mid-conversations with a little steam in their stride. They were completely caught off guard by the sight of a dark brown woman with flowing dreads who wept inconsolably over the body of Shaka. Maclin immediately noticed the wedding ring. The only thing that interrupted the woman's cries were the tiny pecks she planted on his cheeks, lips, and forehead, as though she were trying to kiss him back to life. Even in devastation, she was a sister of dignity, a weeping lioness mourning the loss of her king. She was much too preoccupied with her grieving to notice the trio. Still, they seemed stuck in place trying to decide whether they should stay or leave. Although neither of them knew her name, there were still sufficient grounds for kinship. She had, after all, married herself into the tribe of Blue. Without the slightest hint of warning, the three were pierced by the blood-curdling shriek that bounced off the walls and sent shivers through them. Maclin felt her heart breaking all over again. She wanted to comfort Shaka's woman and assure her that his death wasn't in vain, that no matter what it took, he would be properly avenged. She chose instead to respect the privacy of a bereaving wife. Maclin looked at Phee and Quincy, and the three of them quietly tipped back out of the room. Even though they all knew that Shaka was dead long before seeing him strung up in the park, the visual confirmation left them a bit unhinged. Maclin could see how differently the three of them processed their pain. Fee's anger was fed. Quincy's fear was eating him. She was an equal combination of the two. They were all so obsessed with finding Shaka's murderers that they hadn't been afforded the luxury of peace to properly mourn him. Waiting outside the doors of the morgue, listening to the excruciating wails of his wife seemed to hit, actually more like stab them all at the same time. They bled in the hall and then cried. They cried for a man they hardly knew, an adoptee who believed in the job as much as they did. They cried for the new brother they'd lost. Quincy leaned against the wall with his chin to his chest. Phee turned his back to his partners as though he were trying to hide his tears, but it was obvious that the crush of losing a blue sibling had overtaken him. Maclin sat on a long wooden bench and wept openly at the crescendo of ear-splitting screeches slipping through the walls and doors, too weak to incarcerate the pain of a bereaved wife. She couldn't remember the last time she prayed, or even attempted to. She mumbled a few words but stopped because she wasn't sure which would be the more compassionate of her two gods. Judaism was the religion of her childhood, while Christianity was her occasional go-to as an adult. At best, she teetered on the fringe of two faiths, which placed her in the precarious position of being unfaithful to both. Now that she wanted to beg God to ease the pain of Shaka's widow, she questioned whether or not she was qualified to ask him for anything. The one time in her life that she'd felt the most connected to God and or religion was when she was a small child and attended the temple of her mother's lap. She could still remember having her hair brushed by her mother as she sang sweet zemiros to her and quoted favorite passages from the Torah. Although Maclin was never one to broadcast her Jewish roots, unlike her father and brothers, she at least never denied them. She may not have considered herself religious, but it was what she saw as their sins of self-loathing to the point of apostasy that greatly contributed to her distancing herself from them. Maclin could count on 3 fingers the times she had actually attended a proper Jewish service after her mother's death. She knew the Bible more than she knew the Torah. The slight distinction was that she had committed to memory 3 passages from the Bible and only 2 from the Torah. The more Shaka's wife's voice echoed in her head, the more one brief passage in particular came to mind. Any man who has caused a Jewish soul to perish has caused a whole world to perish. Shaka wasn't Jewish, but Maclin hoped the God of Abraham wasn't a god of semantics. In mourning him, she mourned the world that perished with him. He was a good man who paid the ultimate price trying to do more good. She bowed her head and prayed to the God of her mother. Surely no God would value a righteous man any less because of a minor technicality. Although she may not have considered her soul to be the most qualified for mercy, Shaka's had to be. 10 minutes later, after they had somewhat collected themselves, Shaka's wife exited the double doors that led to the hallway. Maclin introduced herself as well as Quincy, who approached the 2 women. Phee kept his distance because of guilt, Maclin assumed. After expressing her condolences and hugging the woman who was named Ghana, Maclin held her hand and whispered something in her ear. Ghana wiped her flooded eyes, attempted something of a polite smile, and thanked Maclin before walking off. Darren Lowes was wheeled in on a gurney still cocooned in his body bag. Once he was removed, he was placed in the center of the room. He had a gaping exit wound in the top of his head, clumps of pinkish brain matter sprinkled with shards of skull. The hole was the size of a tangerine and gave the illusion that one could actually see the last thoughts on his mind. The right side of his face was swollen and distorted in a way that made him look like a Halloween mask. Other than removing Darren's clothes by cutting them away, Kravitz couldn't touch him, not even to shield the wound in anticipation of their expected visitor. He wasn't even allowed to wash the heavy streaks of black cherry-colored dried blood that covered half of Darren's face. Maclin was adamant that nothing was to be done that in any way made him more presentable. She was unmoved by Kravitz's repeated declaration that the morgue was supposed to be a room of unconditional compassion. He had no idea how deep her compassion ran. Although it was boundless, it was most certainly not without conditions. As she glanced over at Shaka's body, which was less than 10 feet away, she felt herself drowning in a sea of it. When she looked back at Darren, she couldn't muster enough to fill a thimble. She was perfectly fine with the fact that between the 2 men, her compassion was directed at the only one who was deserving of it. She thought about the fact that although they could not have been further apart on the matters that defined them, they were now sharing the same room in the same morgue on the same day. Maclin thought it ironic that in life the two men had been separated by hate, race, and ideology. Now they were separated by not much more than the length of a gurney. Even though she had conflicting thoughts on the existence of heaven and hell, she was crystal clear in her hope that the soul of Darren Lowes burned for the rest of eternity. Maclin got a text from Detective Burns, then nodded at Quincy and Phee. He's here. A few minutes later, Darren's older brother Cameron Lowes came through the door of the morgue. Cameron was roughly 30 pounds heavier and an inch or two taller than his brother. He was a tree, a sequoia to be exact. He was easily 6'7" with broad branches for arms and a trunk of a torso. His tight tank top showcased years of obsessive gym work. His muscles were redundant. The second Maclin saw him, she knew he was dirty. In Maclin's eyes, people were either civilians or offenders. Cameron was no civilian. He was grade A white supremacist, a 283-pound canvas of unadulterated bigotry. He wore his hatred with pride. She could see that Phee felt it too by the way he tensed and slowed his breathing like a lion in high grass, waiting to pounce. Maclin didn't know if it was the heat or the fact that Cameron left in haste to claim his brother's remains, or simply that he gave less than 2 fucks, but he showed up having made no attempt at covering the collage of offensive tattoos that adorned his upper body. He was obviously addicted to ink. As far as Maclin could tell, there were more tattoos on him than virgin skin. He had the same block letters AFABT that Darren had, and like his brothers, the last letter was a T in the shape of a cross with a drop of blood at its base. The only difference was that Cameron's was on his right shoulder instead of his chest. There were swastikas, SS initials, twin lightning bolts, and other popular Nazi insignia. Maclin saw the fully exposed number 88 tattooed on his neck, which in the world of white supremacists was the numerical representation of the letters HH, which in turn was synonymous with Heil Hitler. Any second-guessing she had about whether her orders to Kravitz had gone too far disappeared. It was the purple bruise and abrasions on his cheek, presumably souvenirs left behind by Shaka, that filled her even more with anger and mercilessness. She wanted Cameron to bleed the same way she, Quincy, and Phee had when they saw Shaka hanging from a tree. She needed his heart to break into tiny bits of agony. Her goal was simple enough: get him to feel the way she and her partners felt, demolished. If they got that much from him, then it was worth everything, even the forfeiture of basic decency. Cameron was only a few feet into the room when she saw the water in his eyes tipping their lids and wetting his cheeks. He stopped mid-stride and buckled, pulling up 5 feet short of Darren's body, unable to turn away. Even though he had walked in alone, Maclin could easily see the specter of hate that walked beside him like a conjoined twin. She wondered if Phee and Quincy saw it as personified as she did. Cameron looked bitter, confused, cheated even. Younger brothers were not supposed to be buried by elder kin. Cameron didn't move. He just stared at his brother as if he were standing over the body of a mythical god that had been assumed to be impervious to death. Maclin could see him struggling to compute the fact that Darren was undeniably human and was now nothing more than a corpse with a huge hole in his head. When she saw what she needed to see, the brokenness, she assembled just enough composure to sidestep her instant loathing for him and move in his direction.
Mr. Lowes?
His eyes were still glued to Darren. If he heard her, he gave no indication. His body trembled a little every time he inhaled. His head hung so low from her angle he looked neckless. He tried to move closer to his brother, but his feet seemed rooted in place. The best he could do was sway. Cameron was a big man who became woefully smaller by the second. Maclin waited for her opening, for him to sink deeper. She waited for the right moment to exploit the liability of his sorrow, for him to be reduced to crumbs. When he started to cry, she felt nothing. Her only concern was opportunity. Maybe it was one of the lowest of blows grief interrupted. She gave less than 2 fucks. She spoke again a little louder.
Mr. Lyles, I'm FBI agent Janet Maclin. I was wondering if I could talk to you about your brother.
When he finally looked at her, it was with alternating incredulity and contempt. As he opened his mouth, only one blurred word stumbled out. What?
Unfortunately, your brother's suicide has compromised our investigation. We believe he was involved with others who...
He found his voice and cut her with it. Are you fucking kidding me? You want to stand over my brother's still warm body and talk to me about compromising some bullshit investigation and who he hung out with? You don't even have the decency to show some fucking respect or even offer condolences. Phee jumped in. She didn't offer because you don't deserve it. I mean, let's keep it real. Your brother was a piece of shit and you don't smell much better. Cameron's entire body tightened. His swollen veins bulged beneath his skin. His face was flushed a darker shade of rage. He was instantly an angry bull who grunted and advanced toward Phee and Quincy, who stood their ground. Phee didn't blink. He rested his hand on his weapon and spoke calmly. Bring it. There's plenty of room in here for you to join your brother. Maclin saw Cameron do the quick math. 3 cops, 3 guns. Even though he was on the verge of going full apoplectic, he had enough sense to recognize the ramifications of being outnumbered and outgunned. He pulled up 3 feet in front of Phee. As Cameron stood seething before them and contemplating his next move, Maclin wondered if he had the same suicidal tendencies as his younger brother. Fee's voice was calm as he pressed more. Just so you know, I'm not some insensitive asshole. I kind of feel for you and your brother. I mean, for all his belief in white power and supremacy, your brother knew at the end of his insignificant existence that I, a black man, held the real power over him. The way you'll come to realize the same thing, the moment just before I end you. Maclin saw the effort, the furious restraint in Cameron, the deliberate rearrangement of his scowl into a grin. He then started laughing. Although it was strained, he did it long enough until it turned into something real. You really think I don't know what you're trying to do? You're not even good at it. It's not your fault. We both know what you are. A gun and a badge doesn't change a fucking thing. Once an animal, always an animal. You ever want to handle this? I can't even say man to man because that's only a half-truth. But if you ever want to step to me, when you're not hiding behind being a cop, you just let me know. My father ain't raised no bitches. Phee smiled at him. That's the same bullshit your brother tried to claim before he blew a hole in his head. The funny thing is, a couple of my boys who are COs up in Attica who knew your brother told me how he would intentionally get into trouble so that they'd throw his punk ass in solitary confinement to avoid Gen Pop. Because the first week he got there, a couple of brothers pulled a train on him. Probably didn't get around to telling you about that, did he? So, technically speaking, your father raised a hell of a bitch. As far as you go, there's only one of 2 ways I see it playing out. Either I end up putting you down, or if you're lucky, you get to spend the rest of your miserable life ass up for a bunch of brothers who like to nut up on the side of a bloodied swastika. Either way, you're fucked. You should leave now. I have a right to be here with my brother. The only rights you have are the ones I decide to give you. You've ID'd him, and you have nothing to help us with our investigation, and we still have to process the body. So, there's no need for you to be here anymore. Cameron made no attempt to move. He just stood staring at Phee, unblinking. Quincy took a step closer to his partner. Maclin unsnapped her weapon's holster, keeping her hand on her waist next to her gun. Phee made a subtle gesture as though he were waving off both Maclin and Quincy. He took 2 steps closer to Cameron, stopping just inches away. Although Cameron towered over him, Phee had no fear. When he spoke, it was quiet and deliberate. "We're done." Cameron sized up both Phee and the unwinnable situation he found himself in. He stared back at Phee for a long, hard beat before finally responding. "Not by a long shot, brother." Cameron walked back over to Darren's body, squeezed his hand, and muttered, "I got you." He then walked out without looking back. Chapter 33. Maclin didn't understand why they weren't moving faster. She hurried out into the hall of the morgue 30 seconds after Cameron left. When she turned around, she was surprised that neither Quincy nor Phee was right behind her. As they walked toward her, she was confused by their seeming lack of urgency. By the time they joined her in the hall, Phee was on his phone to Bobby Skia. "He's on his way out."
If we're gonna tail him, we have to move,
Maclin said. "We're good, Janet. Just give him a 5-minute lead," Quincy responded.
In 5 minutes, we won't even know where he is.
"It's cool. We got it handled," Phee said, hanging up the phone.
What does that mean?
She asked. "We got a lock on him."
How?
"I'm not sure you want to know."
I'm pretty certain I do.
While Asshole was in here, I had Skia and Burns plant some ears and a tracking device in his car. They duct tape an open burner under his seat.
What are you talking about? We don't have a warrant for that.
I know we don't. That's why I didn't tell you. We get any blowback on it, it's on me. I'll take the heat. Maclin was dumbfounded.
So, Quincy, I'm assuming you knew about this?
Of course I did. Phee and I are on the same page. We knew you wouldn't agree, so we wanted to give you plausible deniability. Maclin exploded.
I don't give a damn about deniability, but what I do care about is that we're straight up with each other. Do the two of you understand that?
Phee faced off with her. "Yeah, we understand it. We heard you twice the first time. You want to be straight up? How's this? You need to back up what you told the mayor earlier, or was that just a pretty speech? Whatever the fuck it takes to put these assholes down, I'm willing to do. Quincy's willing to do. Even Burns and Skia. You know I got mad respect for you, but you're willing to allow yourself to be handcuffed by rules that will only keep us 10 yards behind. That may work for you despite everything that's at stake, but as long as you know, nothing is going to stop us from saving this city. Not even you, Janet. If that means I burn, then so be it. We all looked into both those motherfuckers' eyes and saw nothing but evil. I'm not going home and looking at my daughter and my woman knowing that I had a chance and I didn't do everything I could, right or wrong, to stop that evil that I know will one day come for them. So I'm willing to lose my job, my name, shit, even my life if I have to stop that. You might not know how far you're willing to go to end this, but the rest of us are crystal clear.
You don't think I want to stop them as badly as you do?
He didn't say that, Janet, Quincy jumped in.
Well, that's exactly what it sounded like. You want clarity, Phee? Well, how about this? Neither one of you gets to stand here and dismiss how much I want to put these assholes away just because I don't want us to end up compromised. If we have to put these animals down, fine, so be it. If we lock them up, then I want them to stay there forever. I damn sure don't want to run the risk of them getting off on some technicality because we thought we were above the law or decided it was okay to be sloppy cops. We stop them the right way.
Phee looked at her much more calm and deliberate. Us doing whatever we need to do is the right way. We play strictly by the rules on this one, we lose by the rules. Now we've got a good tale to follow. You're welcome to come or not. Phee turned and walked off. Quincy hesitated for a second or two, looked at Maclin as if he had more to say, but then turned abruptly and followed Phee. It was hard to tell if it was hotter outside or inside the van. The air conditioning was still on an ill-timed sabbatical, Hot air circulated through the whining vents, making the van a hotbox on wheels. Maclin was the last one in. The residual tension between her and Phee cooled things a bit, but not in any way that was useful. She, Quincy, and Phee settled in around the surveillance equipment in the back. Bobby Skia, who was at the wheel, took off as soon as the door was closed. Burns followed closely behind in an older model Crown Vic that at least had a slightly better air conditioning situation. Bobby Skia looked back over his shoulder. "Whatever you did, Phee, you sure as hell poked the bear. He started making calls as soon as he got in the car. We caught a break. He used a speakerphone, so we got both sides of the convo. Hit the playback button on the bay." As Quincy pressed the button, the sound of a phone ringing was amplified through the van's speakers. After 3 rings, a voice answered. "Hello?" "It's me," Cameron said. "I'm assuming you're on a burner." "Of course I am." "How did it go? You holding up okay?" "I want these fucking cops to bleed for what they did to my brother. Especially this nigger detective who I swear to God I'm smoking before the sun goes down." The voice on the other end was firm, commanding. "Listen to me. I know you're emotional right now, but we all have to stay focused. We're too close to getting what we want to stray from the script. You can take all the revenge you can handle after tomorrow, but right now, I need you to stick with the plan." Cameron tried to interrupt. "But no buts. Stick with the plan. Do you understand me?" There was silence. "I said, do you understand me?" "Yeah, let me hear you say it." "I understand you." "Good. Send Wallace and Jesse up to the spot. Kill the nigger and the Jew and plant them like we talked about. While the cops are chasing their tails, it's time for us to start putting all the pieces into play. Meet the rest of us upstate. Make sure you're not being followed. I'm good. I'll see you in 2 hours. The team listened as Cameron hung up the first call, then immediately made a second call. The voice that answered was monotone and had the dull drone of a worker bee who simply did what was demanded. "Yeah." "I need you and Jesse to head to the meat plant and take out the garbage. Kill them both. Do it as soon as possible. Cut the Jew and dump his body in Harlem near Moja, then call it in. Burn the nigger and leave him at the temple. Make it look like payback. Jesse's out in Queens with no ride. Tell him to take the subway and meet him at the station. He should be able to get there in 40. "Will do. I'll call you when it's done." After Cameron hung up, hard rock music blasted from the car stereo. "Those were the only 2 calls he made," Bobby Skia said. Phee had a habit of cracking his knuckles one by one when he was nervous or deep in thought. In this moment, it was hard to tell which one he was experiencing. "They have to be talking about Ezra Pearl and Spider. What if we run LexisNexis to see if there are any cross-references and if any known associates named Wallace or Jesse pop up?" Quincy suggested.
Cameron doesn't have a record. We don't have that kind of intel on him.
Maclin shot back. "No, I'm not talking about Cameron. His brother Darren would have known them as well."
Even if we did find the connect, we've only got 40 minutes. We can't ping their phones because they all use burners, not to mention we can't get any kind of warrant because everything we've heard, everything we know, has been illegally obtained. No judge is signing off on that. This is not an I told you so moment, but we're on our own. They're going to kill Ezra Pearl and Spider, and there's not a damn thing we can do about it.
Phee finally spoke. "Skia, let Burns know we need his car. The 2 of you stay on Cameron, but use the tracker to keep a mile back. He'll be checking for you." He then turned back to Maclin and Quincy. "We may have 1 shot. I ain't gonna lie, it's a hell of a Hail Mary. But it's all we got." Chapter 34. Just like the hordes of animals that came before them, they waited in fear for the slaughter to come. With each passing hour, the room seemed to get smaller, morphing into a tomb where animals and unfortunate men came to die. Spider Harris couldn't escape the irony of ending up at Hosinger's, a childhood breeding ground for ludicrous urban legends. When he was a boy, he spun twisted tales of mutilated children whose remains were supposedly found in the lunch meat and hot dogs that he and his friends enjoyed so much. Spider terrorized the other boys with threats of bringing them to the slaughterhouse and locking them in amongst the doomed creatures. He embellished the story by telling them that if they listened hard enough on a still night in Harlem, the unanswered cries of stolen black boys could be heard coming from the Bronx. 30 years after the last of the livestock was butchered and the doors of the slaughterhouse were closed forever, a slightly altered but equally horrifying version of his nightmare came back to haunt him. While he waited in the dark, bathed in heat and silence, humbled in the company of his enemy, he started thinking of his regrets. He lamented the fact that aside from history books, he'd never read enough, traveled enough, that for all his self-proclaimed black consciousness, his feet had never touched the dark soil of his ancestors. He had never kissed Africa. He had never seen the world beyond the myopic lens of his own bigotries. Malcolm X had always been his childhood idol. Spider randomly thought about Malcolm's spiritual renovation after his famous pilgrimage to Mecca, when he renamed himself El Hajj Malik el-Shabazz, a black Muslim who left Harlem only to return transmogrified into a global spiritualist and a much more woke revolutionist. Spider now felt he had failed his hero, because he had become nothing more than a misguided soldier who never quite comprehended the war he was fighting. Unlike Malcolm, Spider had to accept the fact that he merely played the role of the wannabe revolutionist, and now was forced to question whether his life had been, for the most part, fraudulent. He knew that given time, he would have found a way to make his family and people proud, but the encroachment of death put an end to the fruition of potential. All he would take to the grave was a world of unrealized possibilities. His father often grumbled that one of the worst things a black man could be was some self-pitying coulda-woulda-been nigger, blaming all but himself for his failures. He'd also told him once, a man's distorted truth in the course of his life are much less faithful on the eve of his death. His father was right on both accounts. Spider no longer had a need to bend truths to conform to his narrative. He now saw things in a much different light. They were much more illuminated to him. Truth and light were inseparable. He saw even the simplest of things with vivid clarity. He stared through the shadows of the faded red brick walls that would be the last to confine him. The concrete floor was the last thing that he would feel beneath him. The smells, though sickening, would be the last he inhaled. The stale taste of fear would be the last meal he consumed. He wondered if he screamed, whether the sound of his voice, even if reduced to a wounded whisper, would miraculously make its way back to his beloved Harlem. He wanted at least some part of him, no matter how obscure, to live on in the streets, alleys, parks, buildings, and people whom he loved so much. He wondered now if he had it wrong. Instead of pitying Ezra as he did earlier, he now questioned whether or not he should envy him. The Jew was better off than he, because when death came for them in all its vicious fury, his blindness would at least spare him the visual horror of a violent demise. They would die, not with the dignity afforded most men, but unceremoniously, with the lowness of beasts. Ezra Pearl was fresh out of hate. Amongst the clutter of fear, regret, and seeping hope, there simply was no room left in him for something that now felt so banal. He'd always taken for granted that when death came, it would find him retired and nestled in the bosom of Mother Israel. He saw himself dying as an old holy man, a warrior and a hero of his people. He'd always assumed that at the end of his long and fruitful journey, he would be revered as the author of a purposeful life. He wanted most of all to have lived a life that did the motherland proud by upholding his responsibility as a good Jew in protecting the safety and well-being not just of his generation, but also of their progeny. Ezra Pearl knew he was a good man, his loathing of blacks notwithstanding. After all, it was justifiable, or so he'd convinced himself. Animals were never to be judged by the same standards as men, especially men of the chosen people. Ezra Pearl knew hate, both intimately and historically. When Egypt was still young, he'd felt the sufferings of persecution that his forefathers endured, even though he was nothing more than mist in the universe. As the world wrestled with its humanity, he cried at least 6 million tears decades before his conception. He knew anti-Semitism long before his arrival. He ingested a steady dose of it in embryo. When he came into the world and suckled his mother's teat, he choked at times on the bitter sorrow he tasted in her milk. He knew all about bigotry, prejudice, anti-Semitism, bias, xenophobia. He knew all too well the tired tropes of preconceived hatred. Even though the knowledge in his DNA went back thousands of years and should have filled him with compassion and insight, he still managed to leave enough room for the ogre of racism to occupy the hollowest corner of his heart. Ezra Pearl never saw God so clearly as he did after losing his sight. In the darkest moment of his life, his instincts still led him to surrender to faith rather than despair. Though he may not have felt he deserved it, he knew that Hashem, the God of Abraham, was a forgiving God. Despite the staggering bleakness, the abundant fear, deliverance was still real. That was, after all, the cornerstone of Judaism. Even when all was lost, there still existed the unbreakable thread between God and man. All his life, Ezra had been taught to never think in terms of what was possible or impossible, because all that really existed was God's will. Even though there was just a sliver of light in the room, Spider saw Ezra gently rocking with his head bowed. It all started quiet, voiceless, nothing more than an over-sibilant whisper. At first, Spider wasn't sure what his cellmate was doing, but after a while, Ezra's words became incrementally clearer. He was praying. "And I beseech you, Hashem, to forgive me for my sins as I beg my brother to forgive me for the trespasses that I've made against him. Protect and deliver us from any further evil while you strengthen us with your mercy. Give us both the confidence of faith, for all things are with you. Amen." When he finished, the room was quiet again, at least for 20 seconds or so, before Spider started laughing. Ezra turned his head in the direction of the laughter. "You mind if I ask what's so funny?" "I was just thinking. You're the first person that I know of besides my mother to ever pray for my black ass. Well, I didn't exactly describe you to God that way, but if you think that's more accurate, Dear Lord, please protect Spider's black ass along with my not-so-black ass." Spider laughed, then Ezra followed suit. Spider laughed harder, and then so did Ezra. Both men seemed to welcome the amnesty of it all. A few precious seconds of peace. It wasn't much, but even the most fragile of truces carried at least a single seed of possibility. After the laughter faded, Spider asked, "So you really think God is going to get us out of this?" "His will is invincible if we believe." "Look, man, I ain't really into the whole God thing. So, even though that kind of thinking may work for you, what I believe is that the only way we're going to get out of here is if we make it happen ourselves." Ezra thought before he spoke. He needed to circumnavigate the tenuous negotiations of a temporary ceasefire. The peace between them was at best inchoate, still fragile in its infancy. It was certainly not the time for sermons or attempted conversions of non-believers, not the time for alienation. "I just choose to believe that God will show us a way," Ezra said. "You mean the same God that put us here in the first place?" When Ezra didn't respond, Spider pressed the matter. "See, that's my point. If he's all omnipotent, then that means he's responsible for every fucked up thing that happens as well as the supposed miracles. You can't have it both ways, brother. So you can stay on your knees praying to who really knows what, but I'm going out fighting, 'cause that's what I believe in. If we do end up making it out of here, you can call it God or whatever you want to, but bottom line is, we either fight together or die together. It's on you." Ezra listened to Spider. It wasn't much of a plan, but considering how dire their situation was, it was the most they'd had since their abduction. They waited. They didn't know if it was an hour or 2 or 3. It was a long, non-negotiable wait. They tried not to be swallowed in the shadows of their fear and imagination. It helped when they focused on the things that meant the most to them. Another chance to see the ones they cared about and who cared about them. Harlem and Brooklyn, Africa and Israel. The laughter of their children and the embraces from all who loved them. Both men wanted to live more than anything. That primal desire nourished them, strengthened them, depluralized them. It robbed them of ego as well as the luxury of discord. The only thing that really mattered was a singular purpose. There was no room left for anything else. They heard the clanking sound of a metal door opening somewhere in the distance, followed by the ricochet of heavy footsteps. Then came the jangle of keys and the muffled voices of 2 men in conversation coming toward them. Spider was standing. He had been doing so for the last 5 minutes, feeling the blood circulating in his legs, summoning in them whatever strength he could. He'd heard of panicked mothers lifting cars to save their children. That's what he hoped for, that his fear would empower him and remind his legs of what they were capable of. He wasn't expecting the impossible. He didn't even need them to be the legs of his youth. As long as they didn't fail him, he stood a tiny chance of living. He was too weak for anything prolonged. Spider had felt his anger energize him earlier. That's exactly what he needed now, a well-timed burst of adrenaline. 30 seconds. He would win or lose in 30 seconds. Live or die. Everything depended on his legs. He had no God to turn to, no miracles to cower and beg for. Ezra had his God, and Spider had his legs. All he needed was a couple of lucky breaks for things to fall his way. As far as he was concerned, luck trumped God every time. Ezra prayed for strength. He thought about the story of Samson and how he begged God to grant him enough fortitude to destroy his enemies in one last hurrah. Ezra didn't need the power of Samson, just enough stamina to hold on and not let go. 10, 20, 30 seconds, however long it took. Spider told him he had to hold on with everything he had. If they worked together, they stood at least a minute chance. Unlike Spider, he had never been an athlete, so if it was going to be successful, he was definitely going to need God's help. His eyes still burned and darkness was all around him. He tried in vain to slow the heart palpitations that increased with every outside footstep as they got closer. Thump-thump, thump-thump, thump-thump. His heart didn't simply beat. It bounced in his chest, sending reverberations through his entire body. He sat shirtless on the floor following Spider's instructions. Ezra's skin was slick with sweat, and he could smell the squalor in the room as well as that coming from him directly. When the footsteps were still about 40 feet away, Spider sat back down on his side of the room and started arguing loudly. "You're a fucking liar. He didn't do nothing and you killed him anyway." "I didn't kill anyone. It was an accident. He ran because he knew he was up to no good," Ezra yelled back. "Even if he did what you said, he still didn't deserve to be murdered by a bunch of fucking racist-ass Jews." The door suddenly opened and the 2 men from earlier stepped inside. Spider continued arguing with Ezra. "He was my nephew," Spider yelled. "Hey!" Wallace, the smaller of the 2 men, hollered. "Shut the fuck up!" As the light from the hall poured into the room, Spider peeped at them and saw that they each carried a machete, but fortunately, he saw no signs of guns. He'd survived 2 knife fights in his life, but he'd never had to try to take on a gun. If Spider had his full strength and the use of his hands, he'd give them both a run for their money. But since he only had his legs, he needed Ezra to do his part. "Before he dies, this piece of shit needs to admit that he killed my nephew," Spider demanded. "Didn't he tell you to shut up?" Jesse, the taller man, stepped in Spider's direction. Spider was unrelenting in his plea. "Look, I know you gonna kill us. I ain't even tripping on that no more, 'cause I ain't scared to die," he lied. "I'm just asking you, begging you, do whatever the fuck you want to do to me, but just let me kill him first. What difference does it make to you? Dead is dead." "You don't get to ask for shit. How many times do we have to tell you to shut the fuck up?" Wallace crossed over to Spider and was just about to kick him when Jesse stopped him. "Leave him alone." He's right. What difference does it make to us if they kill each other? But how do you plan on killing somebody when you only have half your hands? "I got my legs and feet, that's all I need," Spider responded. "Shit, this should be fun," Wallace laughed. "As long as you know this doesn't change anything. Whichever one of you is left standing still dies." "I know that. I just need him to admit he killed my nephew." Spider stood. He saw the machetes resting at their sides, the blades flickering in the afternoon sunlight that peeked through the door behind them. There on the walls, he saw more clearly the row of rusted meat hooks that were secretly embedded onto the 4 walls. The hooks were 3 feet apart from each other and almost 7 feet from the floor. Although he couldn't see them all, Spider estimated that there were 12 hooks in total, at 3 per wall. He didn't know much about slaughterhouses, but he knew enough to deduce that they were in a bleeding room, the place where gutted carcasses were hung on hooks and bled dry. He now knew why the floor was uneven and sloped toward the large drain in the center of the room. Jesse crossed to Spider and unlocked the shackles that bound him. He then crossed to Ezra and did the same. Spider watched as both men rested their hands on the hilt of their machetes. Ezra resisted when the man pulled him to his feet. He protested loudly. "This is not right. Please don't do this. I didn't kill anyone. It's not too late to let me go. I don't even know what you look like. I swear I won't say a word. Please don't do this." Wallace turned to Spider. "You got 5 minutes. Better make it count before you die." Spider exaggerated his weakness and exhaustion even more. He wobbled in Ezra's direction and threw a half-hearted kick that just missed its mark. The second kick landed, but not with much force. Still, Ezra helped sell it by stumbling backward a couple of feet. The 2 guards laughed. Ezra used the sound of their laughter as a chime to let him know of their exact position. He circled just in front of them, pretending that he was trying to avoid Spider's menace. "If that's all you got in you, I might as well kill him for you and just get it over with," Wallace said. "No, he's all mine," Spider objected. Ezra twisted and turned his body toward the sounds in the room. His ears his only weapon. He listened for direction from Spider. He had no choice but to trust the language they'd developed for their plan to work. Any number mentioned in a sentence informed him how many steps to take. Ahead meant to move forward, and behind meant to move back. The 3 cue words that they came up with told him exactly what to do and when to do it. Nephew meant move to the left. The word racist meant move to the right. When Ezra heard the word Jew, he knew it was an order to charge and grab. All he could do was listen and act as instructed. Spider was not only his eyes, but his hope as well. In the latter regard, both men were equally reliant upon the other. Never in a million years could either one of them have imagined that he would have ever been so dependent upon an enemy who now wore the mask of an ally. For the most part, Spider pulled his kicks and took a little steam off of them, but he made sure that they in no way looked fake. He grunted a little just before each attack, which allowed Ezra to tense his body to better absorb the impact. If I could kill you 3 times, I would, you racist piece of shit. Hey, if you're gonna kill him, then kill him. Fuck all the talk, Jesse said. Spider stumbled toward Ezra but didn't take him down when he kicked him in the back of his quads. Ezra recovered and took 3 steps to his right. Spider was trying to line up perfectly with the smaller of the 2 men to give Ezra a fighting chance. Unfortunately, the men took a couple of steps back as Ezra got closer to them. Spider now had to improvise. He positioned himself between Ezra and the men. My nephew had his whole future to look forward to, and you and those other 8 bastards took that from him. Enough with all the talk. You don't want to kill him? I will, Wallace yelled. No, the Jew is mine, Spider shouted the cue to Ezra. Just as Wallace took a step closer, Spider turned quickly and delivered a full-force roundhouse kick to the groin, which immediately killed him over and made him drop his weapon. At that point, everything happened simultaneously. Ezra followed Spider's voice to his target with his arms outstretched before him. He only needed to take 7 quick steps forward before he collided with the bent-over body. He found the man's neck and hooked his arm around it from behind and squeezed with everything he had. Even as they toppled backward, Ezra held on and wouldn't let go. As soon as Spider kicked Wallace, he saw Jesse raising his machete. Spider bent at the waist, lowered his shoulders, and bull-rushed him, driving his adversary back the way he had done so often in his younger years as a linebacker. He wrapped his arms around the larger man's waist and kept pushing him backward. Even when the man brought his machete down on Spider's back and the blade parted his skin like soft butter, the searing pain didn't stop his legs. They just kept moving forward. When Spider felt that he was a few feet from the door, he used what strength he had left to wrap his arms even tighter around the man's hips and lift him off the ground by about 8 inches. They crashed into the wall with full force. Ah! Jesse's yell filled the room. There was a loud clank of the machete hitting the concrete floor. Spider could feel that the man was no longer resisting him. Instead, his body twitched in violent tremors as he stuck to the wall. His feet dangled several inches above the floor. A rusted meat hook impaled him, suspending him in air like the thousands of slaughtered animals of so many yesteryears. When Spider stepped back, his body was spent. He could feel the burn of his wound and a warm trail of blood running down his back. All that he asked of his legs was that they not fail him, and they didn't. He followed the daylight through the half-open door and stumbled toward it. Even though he heard Ezra calling for him, pleading for his help, Spider exited without looking back. He didn't owe the Jew anything. His only debt was to himself in making sure that what little energy he still had left was saved for his own survival and not wasted on a man who at the end of the day was still his enemy. He was certain that if the situation had been reversed, Ezra would have abandoned him as well. Each man's fate was now in his own hands. Spider had done his part. The only thing that mattered now was that each step he took, he was that much closer to freedom. Ezra should have known that blacks weren't to be trusted. Spider never came for him, never answered his pleas. He and Wallace were still in their grappling match, their movements slow and deliberate. They looked like 2 overturned turtles piled atop each other. Ezra was on his back on the bottom, and even though his arm was still firmly wrapped around Wallace's neck, he could feel his strength being depleted. Wallace pawed at him, but was unable to grab hold of his sweaty skin, just like Spider had said. Unfortunately, it was a short and insignificant victory. Ezra felt the sharp pain of 2 elbow blows landing in succession on the side of his stomach, which momentarily emptied the air in his lungs. And just like that, Wallace was on top of him, punching him about the face, then choking him. Ezra struggled, but Wallace was the stronger of the 2. Wallace repeatedly kneed him in the ribs until there was the distinct sound of something breaking, and Ezra yelled out in pain. Wallace then straddled him and put his knees on Ezra's forearms, successfully pinning him down in a helpless position. You fucking piece of shit. You get to die hard, and then I'm gonna track down that nigger and do the same. Ezra was done. He couldn't even muster enough strength to resist. As Wallace's grip tightened even more around his neck, Ezra's airway narrowed, and he felt his life being squeezed out of him. As he lay dying, he thought of three things: his soon-to-be fatherless son, his would-be sonless father, and finally, the Almighty Father of all men. If his death was God's will, then Ezra was taking with him the final conviction that at least his parting was not in vain. Ezra lived by faith. He was now ready to die by it as well. The thought of seeing his son again fueled Spider more than anything else. It carried him forward even though his body was weak. He kept his mind on his boy and grew more determined to make sure that he was around to help mold his son's future. Among other things, he thought about the type of man he wanted his son to grow up to be. Like most fathers, he wanted his son to be honorable. He wanted him to be a man of unimpeachable rectitude, someone who was ethically fearless. He wanted his son to be a better warrior than he had been. At the very least, he needed his son to know which wars were truly worth fighting and which convictions were still worth dying for. There was no explanation, certainly not one that made sense. His legs, ever so faithful, now betrayed him with a mind of their own. His feet carried him, not by his will, but rather by their own. They carried him back to the very place he was trying to escape. Although he couldn't rationalize it, he still wasn't ready to concede that it had to be the omnipotence of a God he no longer gave power to. Spider was weary and weak, but he still hoped he had something left in his legs. As he stood in the doorway and saw Wallace sitting on top of and choking a motionless Ezra, he knew he was too late. His fear had caused him to break his word, enemy or not, and Ezra had lost his life as a result of it. Spider felt the rage swell inside him so much that he feared it would lift him off his feet. He snuck up from behind and surprised Wallace with a vicious kick to the side of his head that not only knocked him off Ezra, but also busted his eardrum in the process. Once he had him dazed, Spider stomped him twice, once in the chest and once in the face. Both men collapsed, one from his injuries and the other from sheer exhaustion. Unfortunately, Spider couldn't finish him off because he couldn't move. He had absolutely nothing left. His muscles were jelly. Sweat dripped from him as if he had been hosed down in it. His legs were now immovable beams that were impossible to lift. His arms were numbed from dehydration. Even breathing was a formidable challenge. It all collided. The exertion, the lack of water and food, and the loss of blood from the nasty slash on the back all conspired to defeat him. Just a few feet away from him, Wallace moaned in pain. Spider knew it wasn't over. It wouldn't truly end until one of them was dead. The final outcome depended on which one of them recovered first. Even though he tried his hardest to will himself up, his body refused to move. There was nothing he could do to reverse the fact that he was temporarily paralyzed with fatigue. As he lay there, sentenced to a helpless stillness, he found the answer to why, against all logic, he had returned. 3 of the most memorable things Spider ever heard were the countless "I love yous" from his mother, the bold cries of his son entering the world, and now the sound of Ezra coughing his way back to life. Spider was still too weak to lift his head. All he could do was turn to the side facing Ezra's direction. They lay less than 10 feet from each other, both on their backs, trying to recover. I can't move," Spider confessed. "Neither can I," Ezra responded. I thought you had left me." "Yeah, me too." "So why'd you come back?" "If I ever figure it out, I'll let you know." The two men laughed. Nothing hard or loud. Neither had the energy for it. But it was an earned laugh nonetheless. When it subsided, Spider heard rustling and turned his head in the direction opposite from Ezra to see Wallace army crawling away from them. Spider's eyes widened once he realized that Wallace was dragging himself in the direction of the discarded machetes just 12 feet from him. Ezra, listen to me. You gotta get up, man. You gotta get up now, Spider commanded. Ezra tried his hardest, but he too was in pretty bad shape. Not only was he weak and exhausted, his cracked ribs made any movement on his part terribly painful. Get up, Ezra. Follow my voice. He's trying to grab the blade. Ezra tried to do as he was told. When he couldn't lift himself, Spider yelled, "Crawl!" As Ezra yelled out in pain from movement, Wallace's pace started picking up as though he were getting stronger the closer he got to the weapon. Spider, who was still between the two men, realized that it was all too late. There was no way Ezra could get to the machete first, and neither one of them would be able to stop their would-be killer. Ezra had only made it as far as Spider's legs before he ran out of what little energy he had. Wallace grabbed the handle of the machete, then rested for a beat. Both sides were quiet. There was only the sound of the three men breathing heavily. It was a most peculiar impasse. Fates were now decided and roles were cast. One would kill, and two would be killed. As Wallace struggled to his feet with the machete in his hand, Spider looked at Ezra and spoke. His tone was plain, conciliatory to a degree. "Hey, brother, we went out fighting. Ain't no shame in our game." He tried his best to hide his fear in his voice so that he could die with at least some semblance of both victory and dignity. Ezra returned the effort. "No shame at all." Wallace staggered toward them, his equilibrium still fucked up from the busted eardrum. Blood streaked down the right side of his jaw onto his neck, then shoulder. He reached Spider first. As he hovered over him, he swayed. It took quite a bit of effort for him to raise the weapon to his shoulder, but he used gravity to do the rest. As Wallace brought the machete down, Spider instinctively put up the stub of his hand to shield his face. The blade sliced his palm down to the bone. Spider yelled in pain. Ezra yelled in anguish. Wallace grew stronger by the second, bolstered by the sheer defenselessness of his enemies. He raised the machete high above his head, high enough to sever flesh and bone, high enough to split Spider in half. Spider no longer resisted. He chose to no longer fight. Instead, he lay there, blinded by his own sweat, the salt burning his eyes. His vision was so foggy that all he could make out was the faint silhouette of Wallace above him. Spider didn't need the full faculties of his sight to know that death had come to claim him. In his final seconds, he thought about the son he would never see again. If there was such a thing as God, he hoped his mother would be on the other side to welcome him. He surrendered to the peace of accepting his fate. There was still a triumph of sorts to be had. His final act of defiance was that even though he would be killed like an animal, he would still at least die like a man. There was a muffled yell, followed by a violent noise. The sound jolted Spider. It was the sound of death echoing off the walls. As he wiped his eyes, he could just make out Wallace's fallen body, face down on the ground beside him. Spider saw the blurred image of 3 people standing near the doorway. When they moved in closer, he was relieved to see that one was his childhood friend Phee, along with 2 others, guns in hand, trained on Wallace's still body. Chapter 35. Maclin was no longer so apt to dismiss the possibility of miracles. It wasn't that she ran out of logical counterpoints challenging their validity. It was just the simple fact that she no longer felt the inherent need to dispute what might reasonably qualify as an act of God. There were 8 abandoned meat plants in New York and New Jersey, 4 of them in the Bronx. Just going off the intel that the slaughterhouse was somewhere north of downtown and not far from a subway station, somehow Phee led them to a place that he had never visited, but had known of by reputation. His Hail Mary was a house of urban legend that had haunted him in his youth. It was possible that the greater miracle she witnessed was the sight of a tortured Spider and Ezra laughing together and wishing each other well as they waited for the paramedics to arrive. Neither one of them was able to tell them anything about the case that they didn't already know. The singular victory was that they were alive. Maclin and Phee addressed their wounds as best they could. Even when there was nothing more he could do, Maclin watched as Phee stayed by the side of his childhood friend as an older brother would a younger sibling. She saw it in Fee's face, the immense relief, the exoneration. She never considered him a particularly gentle man save for his interactions with his daughter and wife, but she saw something different in him as he consoled both Spider and Ezra. When the release came, the emotional totality of how close they had come to being killed, the 2 men broke down and cried. Phee was there between them, offering what comfort he could. After Maclin reached out to Rabbi Pearl, she called Losher.
Ezra is safe.
There were just a couple of exchanges between them, mostly about the detail of Ezra's status and which hospital he was being taken to. Even though she was the one with all the info, she listened intently to the few words that he did speak. She had always thought her name, Janet, was common, simple, functional. Yet when Losher spoke it, he made her feel as though it were something more. He held on to it. He spoke it with the same deliberateness and savoring that he did when they first met. It had been there all along, but Maclin felt like she was no longer just listening to him, but finally hearing him the way he wanted to be heard. Losher loved her, truly loved her. She heard it all in his voice. Janet, I've never once doubted what you're capable of. Thank you for being your usual amazing self. When this thing is over, truly over, I hope you and I get to celebrate all that you've accomplished. Quincy was on the phone when the paramedics in patrol arrived. He rushed over to his partners as soon as he hung up. We gotta move, now. Phee patted Spider on the shoulder and Maclin said goodbye to Ezra as they hurried off. As they exited the room, Maclin asked,
What is it?
Quincy kept moving, not bothering to look back. Skia and Burns tracked Cameron to a spot upstate called Eagles Hill. They said they found the game changer we've been looking for. Skia brought the team up to speed. Even though it's a private residence, it's run through an LLC. We thought that was kind of weird considering that there are a whole lot of horse ranchers and simple folk out here who don't usually make that much effort to hide their identity. Did a little more digging and found out that the same LLC is listed as the controlling entity of some organization called Alliance for a Better Tomorrow. This place is listed as the address of operations. Maclin glanced back at Quincy and Phee before responding.
AFABT, the tattoos on the Lyles brothers.
She then turned back to Skia and Burns.
This is all great intel, but we still don't have the name of the owner for the LLC.
Maclin asked. I didn't say that. Maclin looked at him oddly. Skia smiled. Well, you know, it's a lot less dramatic for me to just come out and tell you that we were able to track the info down. Can't waste an opportunity to show you how hard we actually work for our underwhelming compensation. Burns jumped in. The owner's name is Ellis Brock. He was a bigwig broker on Wall Street. Made a shitload of paper before he retired 10 years ago. Since then, as best we can tell, he became some kind of, alt-right evangelical preacher. Hey, get a hold of this. There's a registered church on the property, and it's run through the same LLC. The church angle could just be a front for tax exemption status. They could launder a whole lot of money that way. Maclin was instantly on her iPad accessing the FBI database. Any known ties to white supremacist groups? Quincy asked. Well, sorta. Skia responded. What the hell does that mean? Phee asked. Well, me and Burns busted this old-school broker and a hooker sting a couple of years ago. We cut him some slack, but, use him as a CI every now and again. We called him. He definitely heard of Brock back in the day. Said that he was good at what he did, but was also known as being arrogant as fuck about it. Made almost as many enemies as he did money. At the height of Brock's Wall Street days, the Village Voice ran a story on his father, Delwood Brock. We pulled up the article. Back in the late 60s, Delwood was a big-time segregationist and supporter of George Wallace. Ellis Brock reads clean, though. Looks like he started out as an attorney before going the Wall Street route. We ran him on local and state. We got no bumps on him. Looks like he's...
Okay, I got a hit on him on APHIS,
Maclin said, cutting him off as she scrolled her iPad.
FBI's got fingerprints on him even though his case was expunged, which is why you've got nothing on him from state and local. Looks like he was down in Charlottesville when all hell broke loose. He caught a felony ag assault on an African-American protester.
I wonder how he got it expunged, Skia posited.
He's rich, white, and connected. Take your pick,
Maclin shot back.
By the way, good work digging up his father.
Well, it gets even better. Burns was on a roll. Besides Cameron's car, there are 8 vehicles on site. We ran the place on the mall and came up with 2 felons with bench warrants for no-shows on parking violations, and 1 with multiple run-ins with the law but no convictions. All 3 have deep ties with hate groups. The 5 cops were crammed around the computer monitors of the surveillance van. The van, along with Burns's Crown Vic, which Phee commandeered earlier, was both parked behind an overgrowth of bushes slightly obscured from the road. With a pair of binoculars, Maclin looked through the windshield of the van at the Brock Ranch, which was almost 300 yards away.
How'd you see all the vehicles on the property? The gate's too high to see the driveway from the road.
Burns looked at Maclin as if he was deciding whether or not to answer her. She turned more directly at him, waiting for a response. Burns glanced in Fee's direction.
I asked you the question, Detective Burns, not him.
Burns looked back at Maclin. You sure you want to know?
If I didn't want to know, I wouldn't have asked.
We hopped the gate and did a sneak and peek. Maclin didn't bother hiding her frustration.
And in so doing, any observations that you made are now inadmissible. Not to mention this compromises us getting on that property legally.
The van got smaller. Her frustration shifted to anger. The mounting tension between Maclin and Burns started sucking the air out of the already cramped space.
So now we're in a fruit of the poisonous tree situation,
Maclin declared. I respectfully disagree, Burns tried to defend himself.
Certainly you're right to do so. But if we all respected the law more, there would be no disagreements.
She kept her eyes locked on him, shaking her head all the while growing more exasperated. Burns was red and getting redder. His cheeks were approaching a deep plum color. His jowls drooped, making him look like an indignant bulldog. Maclin may have been FBI, but Burns came from a long line of blue-collar Irish cops who didn't like being talked down to by anyone, not even their superiors. We've been busting our ass and hoping to get a break on this case, and me and Skia would get us to the front door, and instead of figuring out a way to make the most of that, we got to get a lecture? Bobby Skia put his hand on his partner's shoulder, trying to calm his Irish temper. Come on, Burns, chill. Burns shrugged away. Fuck chill. I'm 100 degrees past chill. Maclin, never one to back down, clapped back.
You being pissed doesn't change the fact that you...
Quincy stepped between them. Okay. We all need to take it way down and figure this out. Everybody just take a breather. Janet, let's step outside for a sec, get some air.
I'm fine. I don't need...
Well, I do. Come on. It'll do us all some good. As she finally relented and exited the back door, Quincy gave a subtle nod to Phee to join them. Quincy was right. The country breeze felt good on her skin. It was 10 to 15 degrees cooler than Manhattan, much more bearable, downright pleasant. There was certainly no denying how beautiful the rolling hills, perfect skies, and giant trees of Eagle's Hill were. Her lungs gulped in the clean air, and just for a second, she almost forgot how pissed she was. Almost. The fact that Phee had joined them meant that they were going to attempt to work her. Maclin was definitely not in the mood to be worked, not even by the best of them. She went offensive instead of waiting to be defense.
Before the two of you try to convince me that I'm...
We're not trying to convince you of anything. We wanted to apologize to you.
Excuse me?
Phee jumped in. You're right. We can't do things that's going to compromise putting these assholes behind bars for the rest of their miserable lives. But we gotta use every and any advantage we get. One of the most fucked up things about this job is knowing that everything that's legal ain't always right and everything that's right ain't always legal. And for the record, we're all in agreement that how we arrest them has to be by the book. But this deep into the game, how we gather intel has to be by any means necessary. Look, I know you have problems with that, and we get it. We may not always be on the same page, but we are definitely always on the same side. We all want the same thing, Janet. You're the senior investigator on this case. But Burns was right about one thing. He and Skia got us to the front door. The question is, what do we do now that we're here? You tell us how you want us to play it, and that's what we do, Quincy added. Maclin looked at the partners, definitely not expecting the words that she was hearing. She took her time and thought about the question.
So, most of what Burns gave us, even though it's useful, would be chewed up by a halfway decent defense attorney. Not to mention Brock himself was an attorney, so whatever we do has to be to the letter of the law. No holes to let them slip through.
Maclin pursed her lips together and paced in a tight formation. 4 steps forward, then 4 back in the direction she started. She did that a few times. Then she suddenly stopped and looked at Quincy and Phee.
We have to find our freedoms through our limitations,
Maclin said, partly to herself and partly to Quincy and Phee. Okay, so how do we do that here? Phee asked.
Burns may have already given us enough useful intel,
Maclin responded. Yeah, but you said yourself it wouldn't hold up.
We wouldn't need to worry about what would hold up if we gained access with consent. That would change everything.
Phee laughed. So what are you suggesting? That we just knock on the door and they'll invite us in?
Actually, that's exactly what I'm suggesting.
They brought Burns and Skia up to speed on how they planned to gain access to the property. Burns was a bit skeptical at first, but came around after Phee pulled him aside and spoke to him privately. Although it was faint, there was still residual tension between Maclin and the detective. Just as they were leaving, Maclin noticed Burns placing something in Fee's hand. She couldn't quite see what it was, but she was able to see clearly that Burns then reached into his pocket and handed Phee a pack of his chewing gum. It was an imposing gate, cold and unwelcoming, the only one of its kind in the tranquil enclave. It looked out of place in a community where one's closest neighbor on average was a half-mile away. Special measures to ensure privacy felt both aggressive and unnecessary. Maclin caught a bad vibe the closer she, Quincy, and Phee got to the driveway. In every pore of her body, she felt that she was approaching a place where bad things happened. She rolled down the window of the Crown Vic and pressed the button on the intercom. 20 seconds later, a dry voice answered. Yeah.
Ellis Brock, please,
Maclin responded. He's busy. You want to leave a message?
Well, you might want to ask him to get unbusy and tell him that I'm Special Agent Janet Maclin of the FBI and I'd like to speak with him, please.
What is it about?
That would be between Mr. Brock and me. And I would venture to say that he would want you to let him know as soon as possible that the FBI is at his front gate to see him.
The intercom went silent. Maclin looked at both Quincy and Phee but didn't speak. 30 seconds later, a much deeper voice came over the intercom. It was rich and full of authority. It was the same voice they'd heard Cameron speaking to after leaving the morgue. This is Ellis Brock.
Mr. Brock, I'm Special Agent Janet Maclin along with Task Force Officer Freeman and Cavanaugh. We were hoping to have a word with you.
What about exactly?
Well, a few things, but let's just start with the fact that we have credible reports of 2 felons on your property with outstanding bench warrants.
Do you have a warrant?
Not at all. And we're hoping one won't be necessary because at this point, we're much more interested in a conversation with you than a confrontation over unpaid parking tickets. But if you feel a warrant is required, then I'm sure as a former attorney you are fully aware of legal terms such as inevitable discovery or exigent circumstances. But if perchance you've somehow forgotten, it means that if we come in with a warrant, then we are obligated to search every inch of your property and belongings and detain all persons present during the course of our investigation, including you. I assure you that we are not interested in such a disruption of your day. But make no mistake, if I do call it in the next 3 minutes, all bets are off. It's your choice, sir.
The intercom was quiet. Maclin listened for even the faint sound of breathing on the other end, but heard nothing. All was still. The only thing she heard was the sporadic chirp of eastern kingbirds in a nearby tree. After a full minute of no response, Maclin threw the car in reverse and started backing out of the driveway. As she looked over her shoulder, she said to Quincy and Phee,
"Well, that didn't quite go the way I would have liked."
After she had backed up 10 feet down the driveway, Quincy, who was riding shotgun, interrupted her. Don't underestimate your ability to be more convincing. When Maclin looked at him, Quincy nodded in the direction of the imposing gates as they parted. I think you had him at perchance, Phee chuckled. Chapter 36. Maclin parked in a gravel lot next to the 9 vehicles already on the premises. 3 cars, one of which belonged to Cameron, were parked alongside 5 pickups and an HVAC van. All the vehicles had an AFABT bumper sticker on them. The trucks all had rifle racks in the rear window, and one sported a pair of Confederate mud flaps. As soon as they got out of the cruiser, Phee reached back in and unlocked the shotgun, loaded it, and then pocketed some shells. The rifle racks in all the trucks are empty. We are not about to show up to a possible Klan rally without a little eye candy to help keep the good old boys humble. As Phee took a step toward the house, Quincy stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. Phee, you know they're going to come at you. You're on Cameron's turf now. Don't let them provoke you. Because we all know they're going to say some insulting stuff that's going to piss you off. You got to stay cool. I'm cool. Maclin looked at him somewhat skeptically. Instead of Phee getting defensive, he put a couple of sticks of gum in his mouth and looked at her with an ambiguous grin. I said I'm cool. As they approached the house, the front door opened. The 3 of them were surprised when a young boy no older than 13 stepped out onto the porch to greet them. Hello, I'm Ellis Brock, Jr. My father's out back in the church. If you don't mind, he asked that you join him there. Maclin smiled at the polite boy with sad ocean blue eyes. His hair was golden and buzzed on the sides and heavier on the top. He reminded her of images she'd seen of the Aryan youth movement in the days of Hitler. He had a stout, abbreviated chin with droopy cheeks that hung like 2 full sacks of grief. As he led them around the corner of the house, she thought about how she had never met a child who looked so burdened. The red church was a large, converted barn. It came complete with white shutters and beautiful stained glass windows depicting images of Jesus and his 12 disciples. Maclin thought she had stepped back in time. The church was a slice of pure Americana. It looked like a Billy Graham and Norman Rockwell collaboration. Just in front of the beautiful church was a 40-foot flagpole with 2 flags waving proudly in the light breeze. The flag at the top was the original Stars and Bars of the Confederacy. The second, which was known as the Stainless Banner, was the more popular revised version. Maclin wasn't sure why, but she found it a bit curious that the American flag itself was nowhere in sight. The white painted letters just above the front of the door spelled out Church of the Lord's Blood. There at the roof's apex was a large white cross with a painted drop of blood at its base. The boy opened the large doors to the church and welcomed them in. The sun glimmered through the stained glass windows prism-like, creating rainbow-colored rays. The space was larger than it looked from the outside. The church could comfortably accommodate a couple of 100 congregants. Maclin could easily imagine the type of soul-stirring that went on in the converted barn that proudly flew not 1, but 2 banners of hate. Ellis Brock Jr. ushered them toward the pulpit, where an imposing 20-foot walnut table with a dozen chairs was in the center of the small stage. There was a huge pipe organ just to the side. Seated at the table 30 feet in front of them were 13 men, 4 of whom were armed with rifles and shotguns, shoulder to shoulder with an albino man who sat at the center of the table. Maclin saw the desired optics right away. It wasn't happenstance that the albino was flanked by 6 men to his left and 6 to his right. The intended theme seemed to be something feebly reminiscent of Jesus and his 12 disciples, some distorted interpretation of the Last Supper. Phee lagged behind, taking up a defensive position as he sat in the second row of seats, where he had a more objective perspective of the stage and all who were assembled there. He rested the barrel of the shotgun over the top of the pew in front of him, pointing in the direction of the men. As one of the armed men shifted his weight, and in doing so raised his weapon ever so slightly, both Maclin and Quincy instinctively inched their hands toward their holstered guns. "Welcome to the house of the Lord." It was at best a perfunctory greeting, accompanied by a stingy smile. Although unwarm, it still technically qualified as something passing for civility. His voice, booming under the support of the great acoustics, sounded even deeper in person than on the intercom. It was the type of voice that herded men, women, and children, and made minions of them.
Ellis Brock?
Maclin clarified. "Yes, Agent Maclin. Exactly how can I help you?" He took a final inhale of his cigarette and then extinguished it in an ashtray in front of him. Cameron took a step forward and pointed his finger at Phee. "He doesn't get to come in here." Brock raised his hand. It was nothing more than a small gesture, but it stopped Cameron on the spot. "I invited them in, therefore they will be treated like guests. Even though we all know they've come with prejudice and to bear false witness, we will treat them with graciousness." Maclin walked up 3 steps onto the stage. Quincy used another set of stairs so that they were more spread out in case things went south and they found themselves in any sort of firefight situation. They wouldn't be easy targets standing in tandem. The closer Maclin got, the more she could see Cameron, who was closer to Brock, fighting to restrain himself as his focus stayed locked on Phee. The rest of the disciples were exactly what she would have expected them to be. Large men with small minds. There was nothing subtle about them. They were offensively tatted hate-mongers whose eyes burned with enmity.
I assure you, we're not here with prejudice or to bear false witness against anyone.
Of course you are. But then again, I would expect no less from the government. So, why don't you just ask me what you came here to ask, so that we can both get back to our day?
Well, for starters, I'd love for you to tell us exactly what Alliance for a Better Tomorrow is.
Brock affectionately pulled his son in closer to him by putting his arm around the waist of the young boy. Well, is exactly what it says it is. A group of concerned Americans who are dedicated to making this country better for our children. You know, the last time I checked, it was still our constitutional right to do so, Agent Maclin.
Well, that would depend greatly on how you and your colleagues are going about doing that. Murder and hate crimes are not a constitutional right.
Well, I assure you that we are peaceful, law-abiding patriots.
Hopefully you can understand my skepticism with your claim when Darren Lyles, our lead suspect in a murder investigation, seems to have been associated with you and your lovely church.
Many people attend our church, sometimes more than I can keep count of, let alone classify as a true association.
Are you saying that you don't know Darren Lyles?
I'm simply saying that many people attend our church.
Since his brother is standing right next to you, would that classify Darren as at least an associate?
Yes, Darren Lyles. Now I remember. A strong Christian man who only wanted what was best for his family and this country. From what I remember of him, he was a true patriot. America certainly needs more men like him.
I hope you don't mind if I beg to differ.
Brock looked at Maclin's Hamsa necklace. Not at all. That's what this great country is all about, our constitutional right to disagree. These fine young gentlemen and I feel it's our honor, duty, and privilege as Americans to dissect and challenge accepted norms and misconceptions, so much that we were actually thinking of forming our own private debate squad. We could randomly get together, choose opposing sides of the factual as well as the hypothetical. You know, before you interrupted us, we were just having a constructive debate on what is the greatest threat to America and why.
And have you reached any conclusions?
Well, the discussion was getting interesting just before you arrived. Keep in mind, the dialogue was only hypothetical in nature. Some took the position that the infestation of immigrants was the greatest threat, while others thought the growing influence of black culture was potentially the most detrimental to our society. Strictly for the sake of creating a more dynamic debate, I disagreed with both.
Oh, really? So in your opinion, of course only from a hypothetical perspective, what is the greatest threat to America?
Brock smiled, as if he'd been waiting for a cue. He turned to his son. Please forgive my obvious bragging, but my son here is quite the gifted child. He's only 13 years old, but with an IQ of 167. He'll be starting Harvard in the fall. Since he's clearly the most intelligent person here, why don't we let him answer the question? Junior, would you share with Agent Maclin a hypothetical perspective of what is the greatest threat to our country? Maclin wasn't sure if the boy's hesitation was from reluctance or shyness. She was equally uncertain if Brock's nod to his son was a nudge of encouragement or an unbreakable command. Ellis Brock Jr. addressed Maclin, speaking to her with a tone of apathy, as if he were giving a weekly book report on global warming and its effect on burnt toast. Immigrants are certainly a serious threat, particularly to our economy. They extract well over $60 billion each year to send back to their places of origin. Although this is one of the several ways they compromise America, they are still considered a manageable enemy through tougher policy and diligence. As far as African Americans, or blacks, or as they are so apt to call themselves, niggers, are concerned, statistically speaking, they pose a much more serious threat to themselves based on their collective divisiveness and perpetual self-disenfranchisement. Fortunately, they're morally and mentally enslaved enough to mitigate any real danger to our country. Case in point, did you know that in the 73 years between 1877 and 1950, there were just shy of 4,000 documented lynchings? But in 2016 through 2017 alone, there were well over 5,000 black-on-black murders nationwide. Although they breed at an alarming rate, niggers will self-implode long before they pose any organized threat to the most powerful nation in the world. Maclin couldn't help but notice the twinkle in Cameron's eyes as he stared hard at Phee. She saw the dawning of a grin spread across his face. It was as if every word spoken by the young boy seemed to inflate him more and more. Ellis Brock Jr. took a dramatic pause, letting his words float in the air in the direction of his intended target. Maclin could see Phee in her periphery. Considering how annoyed she herself was becoming, she was a bit surprised that he remained quietly sitting. Her irritation only grew as the boy continued speaking. The focus of his delivery went from Phee back to her. Adolf Hitler, who was one of the most brilliant men who ever lived, knew that in his day the greatest threat not just to Europe but the world was without question the Jew. He knew that throughout history they have always been the consummate interloper bent on world domination. In fact, just at the end of the 19th century, there was an actual doctrine created by them called the Protocols of the Elders of Zion that laid out their plans for Jewish hegemony. Unlike immigrants and niggers, Jews wield a far greater power economically, which in turn affords them political clout to influence policy that bends towards their Zionist goals, as dictated by their protocol doctrine. They've already accomplished this through media, entertainment, banking, and other industries that they've strategically overtaken. They won't stop until they have dominated every cornerstone of our society, even the sanctity of our Christian beliefs. This is why the Jew is unassailably the greatest threat to this country. When he finished, he looked in his father's direction as if he was seeking approval. Ellis Brock Sr. flashed a self-assured smile as he patted the shoulder of the boy. His cronies were a bit giddy as they nodded their heads and nudged each other, as if they had just won the National Debate Championship. Maclin couldn't quite get a solid read on the younger Brock. When he glanced back in her direction, he looked the part of both a gifted junior hate-monger and a brainwashed puppet simply bent on serving his father/master. When he seemed unable to hold her gaze, she leaned toward the latter. She saw the smugness in the faces of the men who smirked at her and her partners. She despised them, not just for what they represented, but for their heinous ability to poison the minds and hearts of innocent children. For the better part of her career, she had managed to not let her emotions compromise her objectivity in a case. She'd fallen short of her standard the minute she laid eyes on the slaughtered rabbis. She'd hated the senior Brock long before she met him. "He's quite the orator, wouldn't you agree, Agent Maclin?" Brock asked. It was a rhetorical question more than anything, because he didn't bother to wait for any response from her. He lit another cigarette and puffed on it as he spoke. He's always been able to present those kinds of compelling arguments. Brock took another deep drag on his cigarette. "If I'm not mistaken, you're a Jew, aren't you, Agent Maclin?" he asked as he savored the nicotine in his lungs.
"Yes, I am,"
she said with edge. "I thought so. When many of the Jews fled Germany, they adopted various altered versions of the names of their hometowns. I'd wager good money that your people were from Mecklenburg. I'd go even further and say shortly before or after they emigrated to this country in an effort to anglicize themselves, they bastardized the name Mecklenburg and made it Maclin. One could easily make the argument that your very name is a denial of who you and your lineage really are. The funny thing is, unlike blacks and most immigrants who you can identify a mile away, a self-loathing Jew can very easily assimilate into a decent society. I think that's what my son meant by the consummate interloper." Brock savored one final long pull on his cigarette before extinguishing it, and smiled at her as he exhaled. He stared at her as if he was challenging her restraint. It started in the soles of her feet. Hot blood traversed its way through her entire body until she was flush with anger. Her mouth was so dry that the back of her throat felt as if it were cracking. She felt pain somewhere in her midsection. She didn't know exactly which organ Ivan had chosen to abuse, but it was a dull ache that seemed to be rising in her. Maclin stepped forward aggressively. Brock's men instantly reacted by raising their weapons. Quincy was to her left with his weapon trained on Brock. Maclin hadn't even heard Phee move, but somehow in an instant he was 4 feet to her right with his shotgun leveled at Brock's head. She hadn't drawn her weapon, but her hand was resting on it, still in its holster. Maclin pulled her phone out instead.
"You want a Waco on your hands? I can easily make it happen. Trust me, we are not afraid to die."
Brock laughed. "Only a fool dies in vain. You would love to turn this into a Waco, wouldn't you? Sorry to disappoint you, but the time of our martyrdom will be at our choosing, not yours. And when the time comes, remember, 1 dies, 20 rise." As Brock lifted his finger, the men surrounding him lowered their weapons. Cameron, whose gun was pointed at Phee, was the only one not to comply. "Cameron!" Brock admonished. As the last weapon was finally lowered, Maclin took 2 more steps forward, intentionally bumping the table with her thighs with enough force that his ashtray overturned, spilling his cigarette butts and ashes. Maclin put her hands on the table and leaned over Brock, their faces just inches from each other.
"You're nothing more than an abnormality, you simple fuck. It's almost laughable that you love Hitler as much as you do, because you being an albino, he would have had you killed just as easily as my kind."
She looked at the other men.
I guess neo-Nazis are more concerned with the impressiveness of a man's wallet than the purity of Aryan blood. And for the record, I never was good with hypotheticals. I prefer facts and reality much more. You need to suck on this unassailable fact. Not only am I a Jew, but I'm the Jew who gets to flush you and your lackeys like the pieces of shit that you really are.
Rock smiled at her. Pretty predictable, you overestimating your abilities and greatly underestimating ours.
Am I? I know all I need to know about you and the rest of these inbred clowns. I could smell you the second I walked through the door. It's not hard. There's a stench that you've all carried with you your entire lives. All the fear and pitifulness. You have every right to be afraid because I'm the nightmare that you let through your gates. The Jew who's hell-bent on your annihilation. Yeah, I'm the one who's going to make it happen. I'm the one who's going to teach you and the rest of the lice you call brothers more about extermination than you ever wanted to know.
She raised her phone and snapped a photo of Brock and the men.
By the way, you shouldn't smoke in a church. It's bad for your health. And your soul.
As she turned to leave, Quincy and Phee walked backward, keeping a steady eye on Brock and his disciples. The three partners got in the car without saying a word. Phee and Quincy looked at each other, neither having seen Maclin seething the way she was. Her anger made her forget about her pain long enough for the wave to subside. Quincy was the first to break the ice. Well, at least Phee kept his word and didn't lose his temper. As Maclin settled in behind the wheel, she couldn't help but smile, which then led to brief laughter from all three. She nodded at Quincy.
Do me a favor and check the glove compartment to see if there are any evidence bags in there.
As he did as she asked and handed her a clear plastic evidence bag, she turned so that both men could see clearly the cigarette butt that she held up by the stem, careful not to touch the filter. Not bad at all, Quincy commented. So what's your thinking on a game plan, since we don't have anything legally? Phee asked.
I'll email the pics to Langley to see what kind of facial recs we get back. See if we can't put an ID to them all. If we run asshole's DNA, I know it won't stand up in court, but we'll at least know if some of the foreign blood found on Shaka's body comes back to him.
Speaking of assholes, heads up. Phee nodded toward an approaching Ellis Brock Jr., who was coming up on the driver's side. Maclin lowered her window. Agent Maclin, detectives, I wanted to apologize to you. Just so you know, I don't agree with my father, but around here, we're all subject to his will. No matter how things look on the surface, not all of us are what you think. My father's a dinosaur who simply refuses to accept that he's already extinct. And enjoy the rest of your day. As the boy walked back toward the house and Maclin hooked a hard U and drove through the gates, Phee snarked, "Wow, how very white of him."
Can you imagine growing up with a monster of a father like that? We gotta cut him some slack, Phee. He's only a child. Children are what we teach them,
Maclin stated. Quincy jumped in. Yeah, Junior's fucked no matter how you cut it. Not sure how you ever bounce back from this kind of upbringing. Don't let his size and age fool you. He was a little too convincing in his church performance for my taste. Look, I'm just saying...
Phee, he's 13.
Maclin cut him off.
Anybody can see he's nothing more than a trained seal doing whatever circus tricks he can to please his father. You look into his eyes, you can see there's definitely something worth saving. Boy genius or not, at the end of the day, he's still just a kid.
Yeah, well, so was Hitler once, Phee fired back. Maclin parked the car next to the van. But as she went to get out, Phee placed a hand on her shoulder. Janet, hold up for a quick sec. I've got something to tell you, and I don't want you to get mad.
It wouldn't be the fact that you left an open burner in the church to illegally eavesdrop on our Aryan brothers, would it?
Quincy and Phee were equally surprised. Phee stammered, well, how did you...
At first I wasn't sure, but I thought I saw Burns slide the phone to you before we left. But quite honestly, the thing that gave you away was the chewing gum. I've seen you in some pretty intense situations, and you never once felt the sudden urge to chew gum, let alone throw a wad of it in your mouth before a big interview, and somehow, between us entering and exiting the church, it just disappeared. Did you, perchance, use it to stick the phone under the pew?
Phee looked at Quincy and then Maclin, shaking his head that she read him so well. Yeah, that's exactly what I did.
Was a smart move. Doesn't change how I feel about doing things by the book, but the two of you are right. We're much too far behind to try to catch them while playing by the rules. The only options I see available to us won't be stopping them anytime soon. If we're not...
Maclin was interrupted by Burns tapping on the rear passenger side window. Phee opened the door and got out, as did Maclin and Quincy. Burns started low and quiet to Phee until Phee stopped him abruptly. It's cool. Everybody's up to speed. Burns looked in Maclin's direction. Good. 'Cause you all need to hear what's going down. It's fucking bad. I mean, real fucking bad. Chapter 37. Yesterday we celebrated our country's independence. Tomorrow we celebrate its rebirth. Let them think they won the moment. After tonight, what will it matter? When the festering bodies of Jews lay choking at our feet and the air of this city is made thick with the ashes of Muslims, the world will know the might of a Christian God. The audio quality of the playback wasn't great, so Burns turned the volume up as much as he could. Despite the fact that everything sounded distant and somewhat muffled, Maclin and the rest of the team were able to hear Ellis Brock clearly enough. They were also able to identify a second voice as Cameron's. What do we do about Jesse and Wallace? They haven't checked in and we can't reach them, which means more than likely they've been compromised. What do we do if we find out the cops got to them? We stick to the plan. Scapegoating Ezra Pearl and the nigger was always a bonus, not the primary objective. We've created enough evidence to tie the two of them to the gas and bombs. It might not happen exactly the way we planned, but trust me, nothing will stop the coming war, Brock responded. We could always snatch 2 more to replace them, Cameron offered. No. At this point, we don't take any extra risks. None. That also goes for whatever revenge you want on the cops for what they did to your brother. After tonight, you can kill them all for all I care, but not until after tonight. Until then, everybody lay low. Right now, we just focus on our 2 targets. The Fed took a photo of everyone here, which actually helps us. All of you will stay here tonight. I'll have Doris make some gumbo. Set up the cameras. We'll broadcast a live Bible study so that we all have a couple of thousand hard alibis. I need to run a couple of errands, stop by the bank, and then come back and prepare tonight's sermon. Burns hit the stop button on the playback. They all left the church after that. That's all we got. The van was quiet. A thick, immiserated type of quiet, trapped in stasis. The team's immobility bordered on helplessness. There was no air in the tight space. It had been wholly sucked out by the frightening details of Brock's plan. Phee was the first to break the silence as he eloquently summed up the gravity of the news with a single, "Fuck." Maclin, who was standing closest to Phee, could feel the angry heat coming from him. She thought she even saw steam.
We gotta get back to the city to identify the targets as soon as possible, she ordered.
We've got 2. How the hell do we go about locating them? Quincy asked. Maclin ran the plan.
Burns, you and Skia work the mosque target. Use the time on your drive back to start pulling up a list of any large-scale Muslim events being held tonight. Check every community calendar that you can, and while you're at it, have somebody at the station check patrol assignments throughout New York for special events. Also, see if there are any Muslim holidays being celebrated. You're looking for mosques with the biggest following. Brock and his people are going to be looking to inflict maximum casualties. Call us on the road with whatever you come up with.
Are we doing the same with the synagogues? Quincy asked.
No, that won't be necessary. I already know which target they'll hit. Rabbi Pearl, as I tried to explain to you and your fellow rabbis on the phone, we have it from a very reliable source that tonight's museum opening has been possibly targeted in a terrorist plot. We're imploring you to postpone the opening until we can apprehend those who are responsible.
The conference room in the museum was actually cold. The air conditioning was on full blast, leaving the space feeling a bit frigid. Rabbi Pearl seemed to have aged 25 years in the 2 days since Maclin had last seen him. She assumed that the skin beneath his eyes sagged under the stressful weight of his son's abduction and his resulting injuries. Although the elder Pearl was noticeably fragile, it was clear that he still ruled the room. In addition to Losher and Yael, there were 10 rabbis present. All eyes were on Rabbi Pearl. No one spoke or moved. They all stood by obediently, waiting for their leader to speak. The distant stare in his eyes made Maclin wonder if he was fully present, or if his mind was wandering in search of more peaceful avenues. Despite the magnitude of her news, there was no sense of urgency in him. His reaction was a non-reaction. As she opened her mouth to speak again, one of the nearby rabbis raised his hand to politely silence her. Rabbi Zahn Pearl was not a man to be rushed under any circumstances. The room was quiet save for the cold air proudly blowing through the vents. Maclin finally heard him mumble something that she couldn't quite make out. "Kristallnacht." Maclin looked at Quincy and Phee in confusion. Then she turned to face Losher and Yael. Losher subtly nodded his head at her, as though quietly imploring her to be patient. Rabbi Pearl finally faced her, his voice clear but lamenting. "The night of broken glass. That's what they called it. November 9th, 1938. I was 7 years old when the Nazis came and made the streets of Germany rain with the shards of broken windows from Jewish businesses and homes. Little did we know it was only the beginning of greater horrors to come. Night turned into day and then night again, as they looted the shops and vandalized all things Jewish. No one stopped them. By the time they were done, a few thousand shops had been destroyed. 267 synagogues had been burned. Our cemeteries were desecrated. Over 30,000 of our men were herded like sheep and sent to the first of the camps. It was the last time I saw my father. My mother and I, along with so many other mothers and children, washed the blood in the streets with the tears that knew no end. Eventually, they came for all of us, and no one stopped them. The more we waited on others to save us, the more we suffered and perished. And no one stopped them until it was too late. Agent Maclin, do you know why this place was named the Shoah Museum?
Because Shoah means never again.
Exactly. When the world speaks its name, we want all to be reminded that never again will we run and hide. Never again will we cower in the face of terror from those who come to harm us or threaten the very things we worship and hold dear. You have good intentions, Agent Maclin. But fear no longer shrinks us. You may see this only as a building, but we see it as a reminder that the world will never be able to turn its back on us again. That it'll never forget or minimize the atrocities that our people have endured. So, the opening tonight will proceed as planned. We will not leave. We will not abandon the soul of who we are.
But
You and I, we serve two different masters. You are a woman of man's law. I am a man of God's law. I submit only to his will, not to yours. God's grace will protect us even in the throat of insurmountable adversity. Man knows himself best in the cold of night. Faced with the winter of his fate, he is then most revealed. With all that's happened over the past few days, that way of thinking might not seem logical to you. But therein lies the essence of faith. When I went to see my son in the hospital, he told me that even in the bleakest moments of his ordeal, he still believed God would not forsake him. It was his faith that turned an enemy who had abandoned him into an ally willing to die for him. God will not forsake us. Now, if you'll excuse me, our guests will be arriving at 7. As soon as he started to rise, 2 rabbis stood at his side to offer assistance if necessary. It wasn't. He exited the door with the 10 rabbis and Yael following closely behind. Losher was the only one who remained. Maclin pleaded with him.
You have to get your sister to convince him.
She would never go against the Rebbe's wishes.
Over 2,000 people are expected to be here tonight. Does he really want their deaths on his hands?
I can't speak for the Rebbe, but the one thing I do know is everyone in this community is unconditionally faithful to him. For the record, this museum doesn't just represent the Rebbe's life's work. It's everyone around him as well. That's what this means to all of them. This is one of the biggest events in most of these people's lives. They're not going to just turn away because you tell them to, no matter what you say. Phee interjected. Look, we could just have the fire department shut the place down. Losher pleaded with Maclin. Janet, you yourself said that it is a possible target. Unless you can prove it 100%, trying to stop this opening could be a huge mistake. They don't just see this as the opening of a museum. It's a holy event. If you try to shut it down, you might just end up with a holy war on your hands. Maclin was thinking. Her brows were so tightly pursed that they almost touched.
Can you get the blueprints of the building from your sister? We need to see the whole layout to get a better overview.
Yeah, of course.
How well do you know the building?
Maclin asked. You kidding? For the last 2 years, my sister came here every day, obsessing about every detail. I can't tell you how many times she dragged me here going over every inch of this building, making sure nothing was overlooked.
Good, you can show us where everything is.
Sure. Losher responded as he turned and headed toward the door. Phee stopped him. Losher, how big is this building? Just over 60,000 square feet. Quincy asked. What's up with the air conditioning in here? It's freezing. It's intentional, Losher said. The museum is designed as a partially interactive experience, a journey through the 4 seasons in Auschwitz. They're starting with the winter exhibition. I'll go check on the blueprints. There's no way in hell we search that much square footage thoroughly in an hour, Quincy said. Maclin nodded her head in agreement.
Just means we have to be smart about how we narrow this down.
What if Losher's right, and somehow we're wrong, which, for the record, I don't think we are. But as long as there is a possibility, we gotta think about the optics on how we handle this, Quincy offered. Maclin started pacing, partly to think better and partly to quell the steady rise of her frustration. When the festering bodies of Jews lay choking at our feet, that's what Brock said, right? Quincy asked.
He's gotta be talking about the Zyklon B,
Maclin exclaimed.
What better way for them to make a statement than gassing tonight's opening?
Now it makes perfect sense, Quincy added. Starting with the Abramovitz brothers, they've been trying to reenact scenes of genocide from the death camps.
My money says that they release the gas through the air conditioning,
Maclin mused.
That would be a pretty effective way to distribute it through the building.
Yeah, but I'm sure there are other ways to do it as well, Phee countered.
When we were at Brock's ranch, there was an HVAC van in the driveway with an AFABT bumper sticker,
Maclin said.
I'm just saying, the first thing we need to check out is the HVAC system on the blueprints.
There's one way we can find out if your hunch is right, Quincy responded as he pulled out his cell. Burns and Skia ran all the plates. I'll run the van through NVLS to see if we can track where it's been in the past month. If it's been parked anywhere near here, we'll know. Fee's phone buzzed with an incoming call. Hey, what's up, Burns? Yeah, we were just about to call you. Listen, Text Quincy the plates on the van from Brock's place. How are you and Skia making out? He looked at Maclin and Quincy as he listened. He nodded his head a couple of times. I think you're right. Yeah. That one definitely makes the most sense. Hey, listen, when you get there, talk to whoever you need to so that you can do a roundabout on the DL. Everything on the low, unless you find something concrete. Cool. All right. Keep us in the loop. He hung up the phone and put it back in his pocket. Burns and Skia think they may have discovered the Muslim target. There's a visiting imam from Syria who's been very critical of Israel. He's speaking tonight at 8 at a convention hall up in the Bronx. They're expecting about 1,800 people. According to the event's website, some of the members from Umoja will be in attendance. Burns asked a buddy of his who's a bomb tech to meet them there to do a low-key walkthrough to see if they need to evacuate. After Losha returned with the blueprints, they followed him up to the roof because it had the most obvious access to the air conditioning unit. They seemed both relieved and disappointed that everything was intact and there was no compromise to the giant HVAC unit. Since starting at the top had proven fruitless, they moved their search to the basement. Losha led them through the boiler room, where they inspected 3 large water heaters as well as the condenser boilers, which sent chilled water throughout the building. Once again, they found nothing. Next in their search was the large utility room that served as both the guts and the brains of the building. Maclin stood back and took in the many lights and levers on the control panels. It was all state-of-the-art. There was a security guard sitting in front of a bay of monitors surveilling every interior quadrant of the building. How long is the surveillance footage stored in the system? Phee asked the guard. It's all digitized. Right now it's programmed to store up to a month. Quincy read off the screen of his phone. NVLS puts the van parked on this block the day before yesterday. Hey, pull up everything you have from Saturday, Phee instructed the guard, who immediately started pulling up surveillance footage. Maclin nodded.
Makes sense for them to have planted something then because they knew no one would be working on the Sabbath.
Losha looked a bit confused. If you don't mind me asking, what is NVLS? National Vehicle Location Services. They're tied to hundreds of cameras throughout the 5 boroughs. Helps us to be able to track and ID pretty much any vehicle in the city, Quincy said. The guard fast-forwarded through frame after frame of empty rooms, showing the team that the interior hadn't in any way been breached. There was a collective sigh of frustration. Maclin looked in Fee's direction and saw him reading a text on his phone. From the look on his face, she knew what he was going to say before he said it. So Burns and Skia found the C4 at the convention hall up in the Bronx. Bomb squad is on the way, he said.
This has to be the second target. I know the threat is here somewhere,
Maclin said with a little bit of exasperation. We'll find it, Phee said supportively. Pull up your exterior cameras, Quincy commanded the guard. Several videos showing footage from outside the building played over the bank of screens. Quincy looked at the one monitor that showed nothing but blackness. What's up with the blank screen? The guard pressed a few more buttons, but nothing changed. He looked up the log and told them, looks like it was offline for an hour on Saturday. Must have been broken.
Or intentionally disabled,
Maclin chimed in. Where is this camera located? Phee asked. On the north side of the building, the guard instinctively pointed. The guard led them around the side of the building as they walked in the direction that the camera was pointed. Part of the 2-story concrete wall was covered by 8 fixed 12-by-12-foot high metal louvers that were connected as a single unit. The metal covers were designed as metal slats to allow fresh air to be drawn in. The guard turned around and faced them. If you want my opinion, this would make perfect sense. Air intake is sucked in through these vents for circulation after being filtered through what's called the makeup air unit and then dispersed throughout the building. Everyone, including Losha, stared at him oddly. Hey, I've worked enough security jobs on construction sites to have picked up a few things here and there. There was a 20-foot-long horizontal ventilated planter box on the ground just 5 feet from the last louver closest to the corner of the building. As Maclin slowly lifted the lid of the planter, she revealed several keg-sized canisters, each attached to what looked to be timing devices.
Evacuate the building right now. We need to get hazmat out here along with the bomb squad.
Chapter 38. Rabbi Pearl refused to leave. Maclin saw the fear in the eyes of some of the other rabbis, but the Rebbe was unwavering. He stood before her, shoulders hunched forward, his back slightly curved from age and endurance. The tiny holy man reminded her of a frail atlas shouldering the burden of a troubled world. "We cannot leave and let them win."
They only win if you stay and die.
"God will protect us."
Be that as it may, you have no choice in this matter. We have to get you and everyone else out of the museum as soon as possible.
"The museum must open."
And it will, just not tonight.
Maclin's voice was stern, removing any false perception of what was negotiable and what was not. "I will not leave." Maclin in no way masked her growing impatience. It was there in the heavy sigh just before her words.
With all due respect, you no longer have any...
"There is a way for all of us to get what we need." An unexpected voice diverted their attention. Although a bit tentative, it was loud enough to turn everyone in its direction. Yael was, as usual, taking a position on the periphery of the room, behind Maclin and the men. The rabbis looked at her with stern eyes, each look more chastising than the other. Despite the gravity of their crisis, the act of Yael speaking without invitation, and more importantly, without the Rebbe's invitation, was received as some unspoken violation. When one of the rabbis opened his mouth to quiet her, Rabbi Pearl silenced him instead. "Let her speak." Yael stepped forward as the men parted and led her into the semicircle they had formed around Rabbi Pearl. I believe if we all work together, we can address the safety concerns and still open the museum. Agent Maclin, based on how much time it took to do a preliminary search, how long would you need for your people to conduct a more, thorough investigation of the building to make sure there are no more threats?
Hard to say. 3, maybe 4 hours. First, the bomb squad will have to do a sweep. If they use dogs, it'll go a lot faster. But after that, Hazmat will have to remove the materials we've already found. Then they'll have to do their own sweep to see if anything was missed.
Okay. So it's almost 5:30 now. If there were 2 hazmat teams working simultaneously, starting at opposite ends of the building and meeting in the middle, would that expedite things?
In theory, but that's not how it's normally done.
But you being the FBI and handpicked by the mayor, you could make that happen, am I right?
I suppose so.
If it's confirmed that the canisters you found are the only threat, could the search be contained to 3 hours?
I couldn't guarantee that, but once again, in theory, it could be done.
Yael turned to Rabbi Pearl. "Rebbe, I believe that faith, not theory, will carry this night. I don't think it's a coincidence that a woman born of Jewish blood has been placed in charge of this investigation. She's already saved your son and discovered this threat here tonight. If God has in fact put her here as light in this darkness, then our faith in him now requires us to show some faith in Agent Maclin and her team. In the meantime, we can divert the caterers and our guests to the synagogue, where we can do a prayer service, followed by the testimonials from survivors. By the time we do a reception there, we will have easily taken up, 2.5 hours, which only pushes the original time back an hour and a half or so. If we walk the block between the synagogue and the museum as a congregation and community, that would be a statement of unity as well as defiance in the face of our enemies' attempts to destroy us. Think of it. 2,000 Jewish strong, taking the night back from hate and fear. What better way to honor the victims of Kristallnacht, as well as those who perished in the camps? Tonight's opening could be even better than we ever dreamed, because the entire world would know of it. Rabbi Pearl addressed Maclin. "Agent Maclin, you would do everything in your power to make this night happen?" Maclin looked at the Rebbe and then at Yael, now standing in front of the men who had regarded her as something less than equal. It was she, not they, who swayed the unswayable Rebbe. It was the reasoning of women amid a room full of men that turned conflict into hope.
Yes, I will. You have my word,
Maclin responded. Rabbi Pearl reached out and squeezed the back of Yael's hand and nodded his consent. We have work to do. He then walked toward the door as his entourage followed. Just before Yael exited the room, she mouthed a thank you to Maclin. Maclin turned back to Phee and Quincy.
Well, like the Rebbe said, we've got work to do.
Maclin honored her word. The search took 2 hours and 46 minutes. She orchestrated everything seamlessly. The NYC bomb unit had already been deployed to the convention center in the Bronx, so she brought in 2 Fed bomb teams from Manhattan and New Jersey. They each showed up with 2 bomb-sniffing dogs. She wrangled 3, not 2, hazmat crews that reported all updates to either her, Quincy, or Phee. She pushed them, but reminded them to be as thorough as possible. After the coordinated sweep of the building, it was confirmed by all that the original canisters were, in fact, the only threat. Maclin called Yael directly. She wanted her to have the glory of telling Rabbi Pearl that the museum would be able to have its opening in the time frame that they hoped for. She ordered 3 cruisers to block off the traffic in the 1-block stretch between the synagogue and the museum. 20 minutes after the last of the crime scene techs had left, Maclin, Phee, and Quincy stood just outside the museum and witnessed the approach of Jews 2,000 strong, marching down the street, lighting the night with the candles they held. It was a sight. They came arm in arm, a wall of solidarity. The night was lit by the glow of their march. As they got closer, Maclin could see the flicker of candlelight illuminating many tear-streaked cheeks of the faces in the crowd. Even though she stood off to the side, as the crowd filed past, she felt herself marching along with them. She may not have walked shoulder to shoulder with them, but she still felt a shared sense of ownership of the night, of the crowd's victory in the face of hate. Although her role in their triumph was anonymous to the masses, she floated with the knowledge that she was partly responsible for their forthcoming celebration. As she watched Rabbi Pearl leading the masses of people through the front doors of the museum with Yael and her husband there by his side, she felt a swell of pride. Having been for the past several years of her life a self-proclaimed loner, she had all but forgotten the feeling of being part of a collective. Aside from Quincy and Phee, she had allowed herself to become a kithless island, singular and tribeless. The very thing that her obsessive independence had denied her was now her greatest reward. She accepted it, even welcomed it all. The epiphany, the pardoning, the unspoken invitation, the awakening, the submission. Now that she had finally heard the ancestral knell as resounding as a shofar assembling her tribe, Maclin silently answered its beckoning. Her inclusion, even if only from an honorary perch, gave her a sense of connection that she wasn't very familiar with. She stood between Phee and Quincy. As the crowd continued passing them to enter the building, Maclin felt her cheeks cooled in the warm night by the tears streaming down her face. 15 minutes after the last of the crowd had entered the building, Phee got the call from Skia and Burns informing him that the bomb threat in the Bronx had been neutralized. Maclin assigned 6 uniforms to patrol the perimeter of the museum just as a precaution, before leaving with Phee and Quincy to rendezvous with the other half of their team. Phee suggested that the 5 of them meet in New Jersey at the same diner parking lot where they'd met Shaka just a few days prior. Although they were closer coming from the Bronx, Burns and Bobby Skier was still the last to arrive. As Burns got out of the passenger side, he held up a white plastic shopping bag. We had to make a stop to pick up a little libation. It's been a hell of a day. Bobby Skier walked around from the driver's side. Bomb Squad found 37 pounds of C4. Brock and his people were definitely trying to make a hell of a statement. Same intent at the museum, Quincy chimed in. There was enough gas in the canisters to take out everybody in there and then some. Quincy and Phee leaned against the hood of Fee's Rover as Maclin stood close by. The vehicles were parked in the empty lot with the front ends facing each other with just 10 feet between them. Burns pulled out 2 Corona six-packs from the white shopping bag and turned to face Maclin. Look, I know you're probably not cool with the drink since we're technically still on call. And even though this shit may get worse tomorrow, today we save lives. Most likely in the thousands. Most cops I know would think that's a good enough reason to throw back a cold one. Maclin looked at him stone-faced.
Burns, would you shut the hell up and pass me a beer?
Burns, a bit surprised that she actually showed a sense of humor, smiled and obliged her, then passed the bottle to everyone else. Phee poured a sip of beer on the ground. To Shaka, our brother in blue who doesn't get to end this thing with us. Everyone else followed suit and poured out a sip of beer before drinking. The mention of Shaka's name brought the mood down. Maclin's demeanor soured even more when her phone vibrated and she read an incoming text.
My guy in the lab just confirmed that the DNA from Brock's cigarette is a match for one of the foreign blood samples found on Shaka.
Fuck me, Burns sputtered. They were all left reeling, trying as best they could to channel the news in a meaningful direction. They all sipped their beer in silence until Bobby Skia finally spoke. So, look, I hate to be the one to ask the obvious question here, but what are we going to do now? Phee finished off his beer. Whatever it is, we need to do it quickly. I mean, we now have confirmation that he was in on Shaka's killing, but we can't do anything with it. It's also a safe bet that they'll be looking to retaliate since we squashed their 2 hits. We sure as hell don't want to wait around and see what these assholes do next. Maclin took another swig before speaking.
I couldn't agree with you more, but I don't know what we can do. We've gotten this far on illegal intel, but we're gonna need much more than that to really stop Brock and his clique.
We just gotta get some kind of valid warrant to bust him on. Something. I don't know, shit, anything. Just to buy time, Burns said. What about a John Doe CI? We should be able to find a judge to sign at least a surveillance warrant based on intel we got from a reliable source, Skia posited. Maclin opened a fresh beer, sipped, and then started her habitual pacing.
Okay, so let's say we do go so far as to make up a CI. What happens when they need to be produced to corroborate?
CIs drop out of sight all the time. We'll deal with that when the time comes. Right now, we gotta disrupt them any way we can, Burns was adamant. Quincy jumped in, the constant voice of reason. Janet's right. We gotta put him down for something solid, something that'll stick. He can afford the kind of lawyer who would have him out in 20 seconds. We just gotta put him down. I don't give a fuck if it's for jaywalking. As long as we get those animals off the streets, Burns stewed. Maclin stopped pacing and stared at Burns, who in return stood more erect, defensively preparing himself for the oncoming lecture. Maclin stepped closer to him.
Burns is absolutely right.
Everyone looked at her confused, especially Burns. Quincy jumped in. What do you mean he's right? Maclin looked as though she was scuffling with an idea that was still forming.
He's right about the jaywalking part.
All right. I'm officially confused. We're gonna try and arrest Brock for jaywalking? Phee asked.
Of course not, but maybe we've been going at this the wrong way. What if we Capone him?
Maclin floated the question. What do you mean? Bobby Skia asked. Quincy smiled and nodded at Maclin, then turned to Skia. Feds never got Capone for the really bad shit he did. They just followed the money and busted him on tax evasion. Maclin addressed everyone.
Always follow the money. I'll assign a federal forensic accounting team out of Langley to go over every LLC, every transaction, loan, you name it. Makes no difference how much money people like Brock have. Trust me, they're always looking to beat the system in one way or another. We just gotta catch them dirty.
So we gotta wait till morning?
Yeah, that way I can assign the best team.
Why wait? Every minute Brock is free means that something bad is more likely to happen. One way or another, we gotta end him. We need a legal warrant on him as soon as possible. You've got your team right here. We head back to the precinct and jump on every computer we can. You can teach us what to look for. We'll pull an all-nighter if we have to. Phee was damn near pleading with her. Maclin looked at the men and saw the same need in their eyes. Phee was right. She had all the team she needed. As they headed back to their vehicles, Maclin saw the cell phones being pulled out. Phee, Quincy, Burns, and Skia all had loved ones who needed notifying. There were people who worried about them, people who cherished their return. She found herself dialing Loescher. He may not have risen to the level of significant other, but he was certainly significant enough that she wanted to hear the light in his voice.
How was the opening?
Oh, it was amazing. My sister cried from beginning to end. Actually, most people did.
Does that include you?
Loescher laughed. Even if I did, do you really think I would tell you?
Good point.
Maclin smiled. You did some amazing things today, Janet.
Yeah, but we still have a lot of work to do to end it all.
I was wondering if I could see you tonight. Just see you.
I have no idea when we're finishing up. It'll probably be an all-nighter.
Makes no difference how late. I'm off for the next 2 days. If you arrange for the front desk to leave a key for me, I'll be waiting whenever you get there, or just meet you for breakfast if that works better for you. Maclin hesitated, more out of habit than anything. After a second or two, she heard herself say,
I'll wake you when I get there.
Chapter 39. Brock's financials just came in. I woke up my IRS contact who heads up the Criminal Investigation Division in Langley, and he's pretty thorough, so we should have everything, business and personal. Quincy, I need you and Phee to go over all of his bank accounts and transactions along with investments. Dig into it like you're doing an asset forfeiture investigation. Maclin held up her iPad.
By the way, I also got back the facial recs on Brock's cohorts. Most of them just have a few petty things here and there, but a couple of them have done real time. I'm forwarding their details now.
Maclin sat on the corner of an empty desk while Quincy and Phee settled in front of 2 available desktops in the detectives' division of the 1-9. It was just past midnight, and the precinct was pretty quiet, with most of the detectives out in the field. The 2 regulars who were still there were asked quite persuasively by Burns to temporarily relocate so the team could work in private. Although Maclin wasn't feeling well, she put up a good front. She was tired and halfway buzzed from the 2 beers she'd had, so she was reluctant to take her medicine and risk getting sleepy. They had too much work to do. Phee, Quincy, Burns, and Bobby Skia were all dialed into Maclin sitting in front of them, doling out instructions.
Burns, you and Skia look up all his property holdings, LLCs and DBAs. I'll start combing through his tax returns for the past 10 years. First thing we need is a very clear picture of where his money is and how he's using it. None of us are accountants, I get it, but if we dig in the right way, there's a chance we come up with something useful. The key is to look for anything that pops, even if just a little. Something doesn't look or even feel right, highlight it and let's discuss it. Trust me, there are enough federal regulations for us to catch him in violation of one thing or another. I like the odds of us coming up with something.
Even when her stomach started cramping, she still refused the mercy offered from her pills. She couldn't risk it. If Ivan was going to come for her, she would have to fight him without the aid of her medicine. She would deal with the pain head on, because nothing was going to stop her. It was slow going, a bit mind-numbing. The hours crept by tediously, yielding much more frustration than progress. Maclin was tired and knew that the rest of the team was as well, but none of them were built to tap out. Her eyelids drooped at will with fatigue. Just like everyone else in the room, she had been up since 7 and had now been going non-stop for 17 hours. They all periodically took short walking breaks as a means of fighting the lethargy. The heat certainly didn't help. It was 87 degrees outside, but the unair-conditioned precinct felt like it was somewhere north of 90. The team was beyond the heat, beyond the sweat and discomfort. All that had been unbearable was now nothing more than an afterthought. They no longer complained or even made mention of it because their singular focus left very little room for anything other than following the trail of money in hopes of finding useful crumbs. Aside from the 4 properties Brock owned in the States, the team also discovered real estate holdings in both Berlin and Moscow. There were some false alarms. After a while, the numbers and words started blurring together. Burns and Bobby Skia thought they spotted some irregularities on some property loans, but Maclin pointed out that nothing on the loan application was technically illegal. It wasn't until 3:29 a.m. that Quincy found something that Maclin could use. Hey, he's got 5 bank accounts, 2 in Manhattan, 2 in Vegas, and 1 up in Eagles Hill. That's his primary account. He's been flagged with a suspicious activity report 4 times in the last 2 months.
What was the SAR for specifically?
Maclin asked. 27 withdrawals of $9,000 over the last 2 months. Even though he was trying to fly under the radar by keeping it less than 10 Gs, he triggered a flag by visiting his safe deposit 4 times in 1 week, Quincy answered. $250,000? You can definitely start yourself a war with that. He must have something pretty important in that safe deposit box, Phee suggested. Maclin cracked a sly smile, happy for the break. We'll find out soon enough. Multiple SARs will easily get us a warrant. I'll write it up and call it in now. We'll have it in a couple of hours. Good job, guys. Okay, so I suggest we all shut it down until then. Get a little rest and serve the warrant as soon as the bank opens. Looks like we've got a long day ahead of us. She got Burns to drop her off at her hotel. Since they only had 3 hours downtime, Maclin didn't want Phee to drive in the opposite direction of the George Washington Bridge. As she rode up in the small hotel elevator, she took out her medicine and popped 2 pills. Her insides felt mangled. She was tired, weak, and dehydrated. The day and the heat had finally taken their toll. Ivan reminded her of his might, of the incontrovertible fact that no matter how distracted she may have convinced herself of being, she was never free of him. He reminded her of that wretched truth in the best way that he knew how, with pain and nausea. It had completely slipped her mind that Loescher said he would be there. Maclin had long forgotten the consolation of a man waiting for her return. She quietly undressed, not wanting to disturb his deep sleep. After Maclin was completely naked, she sat on the floor next to the bed and watched him, listening to the low snore he emitted. She envied his peace. Despite how tired she was and how desperately she needed sleep, she knew her cancer had other plans. Since Ivan wanted to play, it made very little sense to her to get in bed knowing that she would only toss and turn as her illness worsened. She never knew how long it would take to recede. The current pain was dull, which she preferred over the sharp, stabbing alternative. Her insides felt like a mutiny of sorts. Her stomach ached in protest. She kept her eyes on Loescher, hoping that her focus would help her ease through the wave of sickness. Maclin stared at him in silence, knowing for a fact that, although for different reasons, he had been guilty of similar acts of voyeurism. It was now her turn to be the examiner. She'd woken many a morning after one of their trysts to feel his eyes taking in every inch of her, catching him on more than one occasion attempting to count the field of freckles that canvassed her body, or inexplicably captivated by the parts of her that she found least interesting. There were many times over the course of their lovership when she was convinced he looked at her not just to see her, but rather to see into her. Even during casual conversation, he seemed to always be probing for something more, something hidden and intangible that registered much deeper than skin, lips, eyes, hair, breasts, or even bone. He left her at times feeling that he was looking for the palpability of her soul. Whether he found it or not, he never retreated. When she was a child, Maclin's parents called each other the same nickname, Bashert, a Yiddish word meaning destiny, but more commonly, soulmate. Maclin had always thought of Willington as having been the love of her life, despite the fact that he left her feeling a need to hide the darker parts of herself from him. She now began to realize that it was in fact Loescher who had been the only lover that had not just loved her for her light, but accepted her darkness with no judgment. He was the only man who loved her unconditionally. She wondered if he was her true Bashert. She watched his eyes flutter, then open and stare at her in confusion. Why are you sitting on the floor? Come to bed.
I've only got a couple hours before I have to get back to work. I have something to tell you, but I need you to just listen. I know there's a longer conversation to be had, but I'm just asking you that it not be now.
Loescher sat up in the bed as Maclin remained seated on the floor.
Are you okay with that?
Loescher did his best to manage his growing concern. He opened his mouth to speak, but then just nodded at her. Maclin breathed in deeper than usual, as uncomfortable as it was for her. She looked him in the eyes and blurted out,
I've been diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer that has metastasized.
She didn't give him the opportunity to say anything. She rolled her words together uninterrupted.
I got 3 different opinions that all say the same thing. The last one came from the best there is, Dr. Winston Quinlan. That's why I originally came to New York 5 days ago. He said I was looking at 2, 3 months tops. I'm sorry to tell you like this, and I'm sorry that I'm really not in any shape to talk about it in the way I know you would want to. But the truth is, my brain is fried and my body aches. I'm just waiting for my medicine to kick in so I can hopefully get at least a little sleep, wake up at 6, and then jump right back into the madness. I'm totally being selfish here, and I get it, but I had no idea how to tell you, how to tell anyone. So please forgive me. I know it's a lot to just blurt out, but I just felt I at least owed you the truth.
When she was done speaking, she watched him get out of bed and sit on the floor next to her. She was aware of the release immediately the weight lifted from the unburdening of a horrible secret. She felt unrestricted. When he put his arms around her, she welcomed them as much as they welcomed her. As she buried her head into his chest, she felt the heavy thumping of an anxious heart. Despite his calm, she knew her news was shredding him. She had very little doubt that he held onto her tightly, as much for his sake as hers. For the first time since her diagnosis, Maclin cried. It was a long, hard, angry cry. She cursed Ivan and questioned God. When she was done, Loescher's hold offered a safe landing for her. Per her request, he made no inquiries. He offered no well-intentioned but meaningless platitudes. Instead, he gave her what she needed most: strong arms, a loving heart, and the simple affirmation that she was not alone. Maclin woke at his nudging. When she opened her eyes, he was staring at her. You said you had to be up at 6. They were still naked on the floor in the same spot they had been before she dozed off. The only difference was that somehow Loescher had retrieved the pillows from the bed without disturbing her. The fact that sunrise was spilling through the window made her question how long she had actually been asleep. Although she was exhausted, she focused more on the fact that her body didn't ache. She didn't quite know how he had done it, but Loescher had somehow negotiated Ivan's retreat. Somehow he got the pain to release her enough to sleep, and even keep its distance when she awoke. As she looked at him, she wondered how long he had watched over her. His arms were still firmly around her, as though he was trying to protect her from things that they both knew there was no protection from. It was evident that while she slept, he cried. His eyes told her what she already suspected. She saw the wounding in them, the slow crumbling that he tried to hide from her. The more she looked at him, the more she saw the toll of all the unanswered questions and the gnawing need to know more. They stared at each other without speaking, until Maclin reached up and kissed him.
I just want to say thank you.
Even though I felt there was something wrong, I never imagined it was anything like this.
And all this time, I thought I was doing a decent job at hiding it.
You're good at hiding a lot of things, Janet. But that couldn't stop me from feeling that something was off. I didn't want to risk pushing you away by asking questions that I knew you wouldn't answer. Okay, so now that it's out, what do we do?
We?
Yeah, we.
I really do appreciate you wanting to help and all, but
No, there are no buts. Look, I know whatever it is we've been doing for the last 2 years has been strictly on your terms. And I'm not blaming you, because I was the one who went along with it, took whatever parts of you that you chose to give, even when it was mostly just bits and pieces. Now, we can pretend all we want that this has all just been about great sex, but I've always known that beneath there was something even greater. I was just hoping for that one day when you'd be brave enough to accept the fact that you deserve more than you actually allow yourself to have. Whether you're cool with it or not, the terms are changing. If you're going to fight this thing, you don't get to be a coward anymore. I don't know if there are any miracles left or if Quinlan is right and you only have 2 or 3 months. Either way, let's be clear. You don't get to do this alone. Not when you have someone in this world who loves you as much as I do. Now, I know you got to go to work. When you get back, we talk. I mean, really talk. Chapter 40. Burns and Skier were outside her hotel exactly at 6:30. Maclin got in and mumbled a good morning that was mumbled back by one of them, although she couldn't tell who specifically. Everyone looked tired, but none of them complained. The thought of having a lead that was credible, and most of all, legal, was in and of itself the type of boost they needed. They swung by a townhouse on East 72nd Street to pick up the warrant from a federal judge whom Maclin knew personally, then headed uptown to meet up with Quincy and Phee. The full team rendezvoused at a bodega up on Dykeman Street. Quincy came out of the store with 5 cups of coffee and handed them out. Shouldn't be a lot of traffic going up in that direction. We'll be up in Eagles Hill in about an hour and a half just before the bank opens, Phee said. Maclin grabbed her coffee from him, walked over to his Rover, and got in the back. The drive felt good. It was quicker than she had anticipated. For most of the trip, she fretted that the pain might make its way back to her, that Ivan would strike with a vengeance. She allayed her worry with thoughts of Loescher. Their talk had certainly given her plenty to think about. The hardest part was accepting that he was an innocent who had now enlisted in her war. When the carnage started mounting, and there would certainly be plenty of it, there would be no disputing that the price of him loving her would sentence him to more than his fair share of misery. He'd volunteered himself to the fire. He was now, as Phee would say, her ride or die, her faithful soldier to the end. They were intertwined not just with each other, but also with Ivan. She could no longer think of Loescher without thinking about death. Although her fate was hopeless, she believed with all her heart that Loescher would be fighting right there with her till the end. She at least owed it to the both of them to heed his words from earlier when he told her she was no longer allowed to be a coward. Phee, followed closely by Burns and Skier, pulled into the driveway of the Eagles Hill Municipal Bank 10 minutes before it opened. The manager got there right at 9. He was a man who was not just short, but oddly mushed. A squat man with a thick mustache that looked too big for his squatty face. He hadn't gotten the fashion memo that polyester suits went out in the 70s. His name was Monroe Felton, a folksy type who didn't hide the fact that he didn't much care for city folk, especially those with badges and warrants. He only spoke when spoken to. Even then, he tried as best he could to keep his response to as few words as possible. The team followed him to the safe deposit room in the basement of the building. The room was only 15 by 15 feet with around 200 boxes. There was a single chair and a table in its center. As Mr. Felton crossed to the box belonging to Ellis Brock, he hesitated before inserting his master key. "Can't imagine what you folks might be looking for. Mr. Brock is a pillar of our community. He's only the most generous neighbor any of us could ask for."
Would you please just unlock the box, sir?
Maclin cut him off. After he unlocked the 8 by 8-inch door that housed the box, Maclin stepped forward and retrieved it.
Thank you. We'll take it from here.
As Maclin placed the box on the table, the team gathered around as the manager stood off to the side. After donning a pair of latex gloves, she hesitated just a little before opening the lid. Although they had no specific idea what to expect, there was a collective sense of disappointment when their search yielded only some old family photos, a copy of Brock's will, and the deeds to half a dozen properties. There was absolutely nothing incriminating. "Shit," Phee hissed. "Doesn't make sense. You don't come here as often as he has just to look at this crap," Quincy mused. "Maybe on his last trip he took out whatever was so important." Maclin, pissed, turned to the manager.
Mr. Felton, is this the only safe deposit box registered under Ellis Brock's name?
"Yes, it is. I told you there was nothing for you to find. Mr. Brock is nothing but a decent man." Maclin pressed harder.
Let me rephrase my question to you. Does he possibly have another box here, even if it's not registered under his name?
The second Phee saw him hesitate, he jumped in. "You might want to think long and hard before you answer. If necessary, we can have a warrant here within the hour to search every box in here. I'm sure your customers would be pretty pissed about that, but trust me, that would be the least of your worries. And if we find out that you are lying or withholding information, we can and will hit you with felony obstruction of a federal murder case. You'll end up in prison so long that the suit you're wearing will have time to have come back in style and go back out again. You don't want to fuck with us." Felton looked at Phee, then Maclin, and stammered something unintelligible, before moving over to one of the two largest safe deposit boxes in the room and unlocked it. Phee moved him to the side before taking out the box, which was almost twice the size of the first one, and placing it on the table. When Maclin opened it, the team discovered a treasure chest of sorts. Quincy gloved up and helped her remove a ledger and a thick photo album that was on top of at least $500,000 in a canvas satchel. As Quincy thumbed through the ledger, Maclin opened the album. She looked increasingly more troubled with the turn of each page. Phee turned to Burns. "Hey, Burns, would you and Skia bring Mr. Felton here upstairs? Have him show you all the video the bank has that corresponds to the dates Brock was in here. Start with his most recent visit." As Burns motioned Mr. Felton to lead the way, Phee stopped them when they reached the doorway. "Hey, keep an eye on him. Don't let him send any texts or make any phone calls." "Sure thing," Burns responded. Quincy leaned against the table as he thumbed through the ledger. "Gotta hand it to Brock. He's definitely thorough and old school. No cyber handprint. This thing goes back to the late 80s. He's got a category for every member, their profession, donations, and even a list of silent supporters. They run the gamut. Everything from menial laborers and farmers to politicians, lawyers, doctors, even law enforcement. He's brought in 3 times as much as he reported for the church for his personal taxes. For every dollar that goes to the church, $2 goes into his personal holdings. Looks like he's laundered, millions. Not just from the government, but from his own people as well. Guess we really do Capone him. If nothing else, we got him on tax evasion." Maclin, who was still engrossed in the photo album, placed it on the table so that Quincy and Phee could see what she was looking at.
"Oh, we've got him on much more than tax evasion."
She felt a little lightheaded, so she sat in the chair as Quincy and Phee stood on either side of her looking over her shoulders. Although she had already perused the album, She started from the beginning for her partner's benefit. The first photo was a rare shot of a beaming Hitler standing over a large pit filled with the bodies of dead Jewish concentration camp victims. The pics that followed were a detailed pictorial account of varying denominations of white supremacists: Nazis, KKK, skinheads, and extremist alt-right groups. There were graphic photos of victims from the Holocaust, as well as lynchings and immolations of black men.
It gets a lot worse,
Maclin warned. She hesitated slightly before continuing to turn the pages. She had to steel herself for what she had already seen, already knew was coming. The second half of the book was image after image of the torture and killing of Jews and blacks. It was a first-hand account of victims just before death, the chronological documentation of not just dying, but more specifically, of being murdered. Body after body of what she assumed were from several cold cases. 3 pages of the album were dedicated to the slaughter of the Abramovitz brothers, various stills of the rabbis' faces twisted in agony, before and after images of what was easily assumed to be their final breaths. Eyes opened, eyes closed. There was a photo of them lying in a pool of each other's blood. The final pic was exactly how Maclin, Phee, and Quincy discovered them on the dais at the synagogue, back to back, with their bodies sewn together. Although it took some doing, the trio did a fairly decent job of stomaching their way through the horrifying images. That was, until they turned the page and found the swollen gaze of Shaka looking back at them. His face was bloodied, and one eye, purple from bruising, was closed shut. The next 3 photos of him were various shots of his lynching. Maclin closed the album and refused to look directly at either Quincy or Phee. She was having a hard enough time holding it together and remaining professional. Seeing the brokenness that she knew was in their eyes would have staggered her even more than she already was. They were all still silently processing the horrible things they'd seen when Burns entered with his phone in his hand, oblivious to their pain. Didn't get much from the videos. His last few visits were pretty much the same thing. The last time he was in here was right after we left yesterday. I just did a quick screen grab of it to show you. Burns showed them a video recording of Brock sitting alone at the same table they were now crowded around. Burns paused the video and enlarged the image to see the word passport on the item Brock removed from the box and placed in his shirt pocket. After Burns resumed playing the video, they saw Brock reach into a small shopping bag and pull out a bottle of wine and a glass. He popped the cork, made a long pour, and then casually sipped wine as he seemed to savor each page of his book of death. "This sick fuck is getting off on his shit," Phee spit out. "What's in the album?" Burns asked. Quincy nodded at him to look for himself. Started at the back. "It's Shaka. And it's bad." Everyone was quiet as Burns thumbed through just a couple of pages of the album. "Jesus Christ, Jesus H. Christ," he exclaimed. "It's like torture porn to him," Quincy added. "He just buried himself. We need to go now and finish the job," Burns said. Burns directed his question at Maclin. "So, what's the play? Do we wait for a warrant to go bust his ass?" Phee didn't wait for an answer. "The longer we wait, the more time we have for things to go sideways. 10 seconds after we walk out these doors, my money says the bank manager drops a dime and let Brock know we saw the second box. He'll know we have him and that we're coming for him." Maclin thought for a second before responding.
We'll shut the manager down even if we have to take him with us on an obstruction claim. Good news is, we don't need to wait on a warrant.
"Why not?" Quincy asked.
"Because as soon as we left him yesterday, he came here and removed his passport. Not to mention one of his LLCs has holdings in Russia, which of course is a non-extradition country. He's a bona fide flight risk."
"Just so we're clear, we show up to arrest him and don't expect him to come peacefully," Quincy stated.
"That's exactly what I'm hoping for,"
Maclin responded. They didn't pass any cars as they drove down the main road to Brock's compound. When they were half a mile out, Phee, who was in the lead, pulled over to the side, followed by Burns. As they got out, Skia opened the back door to let the bank manager out. Quincy approached him. "End of the road for you." What are you doing?" Felton was confused. "Letting you go back to work." "But we're at least 2 miles from the bank." "Well, then I suggest you pace yourself," Phee shot back. After Felton glanced in the direction that they came from and the long, isolated stretch of road before him, he turned and pointed at Burns. "He took my phone earlier. I'd like it back." "Sure thing." Quincy nodded to Burns, who then took out the phone and smashed it on the pavement as Felton looked on in shock. "What the hell is wrong with you? Why did you just break my phone?" Felton was irate. "Oh, I'm sorry. It slipped out of my hands," Burns said smugly. Phee couldn't help but grin. "You should look at it this way, Mr. Felton. He may have just done you a huge favor, protecting you from doing something stupid. If I were you, I'd start walking before we decide to take you in for not being straight with us earlier." Felton looked back over his shoulder as he walked off. The team huddled around the front of Burns' car as Maclin laid out the game plan. Maclin looked at an incoming text.
"We'll have agents on the ground here in 30 minutes. And before any of you start telling me why we can't wait 30 minutes, don't bother, because I have no intention of us waiting. The longer we do, the greater the risk of this going the same way Waco did. We go in now, maybe we'll have the element of surprise on our side. Then again, there's a chance we don't make it out of there. 5 of us against at least 13 of them. But I'll take those odds with the 4 of you by my side any day."
"Careful, Agent Maclin. You're going to have us thinking that some of this NYPD blood is rubbed off on you," Burns joked.
"Yeah, well, I hear they've got shots for that kind of stuff,"
she lobbed back. As Maclin caught Quincy and Fee's eyes, they just nodded at each other. "All right, then. Let's get this party started." Burns motioned for them to follow him to the back of his Crown Vic. He unlocked his trunk, but was able to open it only 3 inches. Maclin couldn't see exactly what he was doing after he reached his hand into the small space with the different key. 3 seconds later, the trunk opened fully, and she saw the open padlock that dangled from a 1/2-inch thick chain that was bolted to the bottom and top. "Just an old trick we do. Somebody pops your trunk, but they still can't get in," Skia said to Maclin as she looked on curiously. The trunk looked like a traveling armory. There were 2 flashbang guns with accompanying concussion grenades and a sledgehammer with the name Miss Doris Knockers carved into the wooden hilt. Along with the 20-something guns, there were zip ties, police radios, and a team raid bag, which was a duffel bag stuffed with 6 level 3 bulletproof vests. Maclin, a bit surprised, looked at Burns, who simply replied, "Hey, there's no such thing as too many guns and ammo. Don't ask, just trust me. You don't want to know." She nodded at him, grabbed a vest and a Ruger SR9 to go with the Glock she was already packing. She loaded extra clips for both guns, as they all got suited and booted for the raid. Quincy's selection for an additional handgun was a Smith & Wesson Bodyguard 380, complete with a red laser. Fee's and Skia's weapons of choice were identical. Along with their Walter PPKs, they both grabbed double-aught shotguns, which they simply referred to as crowd pleasers. Maclin looked at Burns, who was loading several clips for his 2 Beretta M9s, and saw that he couldn't help but beam as he watched everyone preparing.
"Burns, when we get there, show us where you hop the fence. We'll use that as our point of entry. We split up as soon as we put boots in the yard. We'll clear the house first. Quincy and I will go through the front. Phee, go around the back on the north side. Burns and Skia take the east side. 1 click on the radio to let me know you're in position. The 3 of you will enter through the back door. When I give 2 clicks, we all go in. Any questions?" "All right, then. It's time we ended this thing."
After the last clip had been loaded and the last detail discussed, the team took just a second to breathe and ground themselves. They went through the smallest of rituals, which was meant not only to center themselves, but also to help put them in sync with each other. There were game faces, shoulder taps, and fist bumps, but no words. There were no good lucks, no we got this, because although it was unspoken, they knew all they had was a meager plan and a mile of hope. If they came up short on either end, they were fucked. They banished all fear. There was no room left for either anxiousness or doubt. As they prepared for the unexpected battle, their main focus was psyching themselves beyond their mortal limits. They were no longer just 5 cops on a mission, but rather the gathering of 5 storms. They got in their vehicles and headed toward Brock's compound, loaded for bear. Chapter 41. Quincy and Maclin were the first 2 over the fence, weapons extended. As soon as Bobby Skia, who was last, hit the ground, the team split up and took off on a low run toward their designated spots. Maclin and Quincy snuck up onto the front porch and carefully posted on both sides of the door, carefully avoiding the doorway, or vertical coffin, as cops often called it, since it's the most vulnerable spot for gunfire. Their moves were precise, economical even. There was one click on her radio, letting her know that the rest of the team was in position in the back. As Quincy picked the lock, Maclin peeked into a nearby window looking for motion. When she saw none, she keyed her radio twice as she and Quincy slipped into the front door in a silent breach. They communicated with each other through a series of quick hand gestures. The team collapsed the room as Phee, Burns, and Skia worked their way to meet Maclin and Quincy in the middle. The 2-story house had a wide open floor plan. The team cleared the kitchen, living room, office, dining room, den, and 2 guest bedrooms before moving upstairs. Burns and Bobby Skia stood sentry on the first floor as Maclin, along with Quincy and Phee, crept up the 2 flights of stairs. As they reached the top landing, and the old wood floor creaked under their weight, they stood frozen for a few moments, and then continued their sweep. There were 5 doors, 4 of which were closed. They each moved to separate doors and slowly turned the knobs. They were all as quiet as mice walking on cotton. Quincy and Phee disappeared into 2 bedrooms as Maclin cleared a small hobby room. The next door she tried was nothing more than a large linen closet. As she reached the end of the hall, she heard a toilet flush and saw a shadow move underneath the bottom of the door. Quincy and Phee, having cleared their rooms, were just re-entering the hallway when she directed their attention toward the bathroom. Suddenly, the door flew open and the trio found themselves, guns pointed, looking at the terrified face of Ellis Brock's young son.
It's okay, you're fine. We're here for your father. Where is he?
Maclin asked in a low voice. The boy stood before them, frozen, looking from one to the other.
We're not going to hurt you. Do you understand me?
Maclin tried to ease his stress. The boy nodded at her but kept his eyes on her lowered gun. She pressed her gun to the side of her leg to further shield it from him.
I need you to tell me where your father is. Can you do that? Help us so that no one gets hurt, okay? Where is your father?
When the boy finally spoke, his voice was measuring barely above a whisper. He's out back in the church.
Is he alone?
Maclin pressed. No, they're all out there.
Who do you mean by all?
Everyone from yesterday.
Where's your mother?
She went to the market to get some more eggs. Being so close to the boy, Maclin saw behind the ocean blue eyes a sea of melancholy. She gently placed her hand on his shoulder.
Would you do me a favor and go to your bedroom and wait in the closet? When this is all over, I promise to come for you, okay?
As the boy stood frozen in place, Maclin repeated,
I promise.
The boy looked at Phee and Quincy, and then back at Maclin. Okay. He turned and walked away towards his bedroom, then turned back. Are you going to kill my father?
That's not why we're here,
she tried to assure him. But you should. You should kill them all. Ellis Brock Jr. turned and walked toward his bedroom and closed the door behind him, without looking back. Maclin glanced up at Jesus and his disciples. She scanned the stained-glass image of the Last Supper as she and the team jogged to the church. As they separated and took up different positions for the raid, she and Phee hurried toward the east entrance. As soon as she keyed her radio, Burns tossed a 9-banger flashbang through one of the 8-foot-high windows. They only had 5 seconds. 5 seconds to capitalize on the disorienting effects of the 9 concussive blasts. The flashbang was always a dependable breach technique because it compromised the designated targets by both impairing the photoreceptors in the eyes and disturbing the fluid in the ear, causing a loss of balance. Maclin and the team moved quickly to take advantage of the group's temporary blindness and vertigo. Phee swung the Doris Knocker's sledgehammer as hard as he could, busting open the side door as Quincy came through the front and Skia and Burns came in through the west entrance. Maclin did a quick count of the group and put them at 13, including Brock.
FBI, do not move! Ellis Brock, you are under arrest!
Maclin shouted. Brock and his men were trying to orient themselves. Maclin and the team immediately advanced to the perimeter of the room, positioning themselves into the Devil's Triangle formation, which was not in fact an actual triangle, but rather the 5 of them alternating their positions as they approached from 3 sides, so as not to create a crossfire situation. It was a strategic ballet that the team executed flawlessly. They had succeeded in catching Brock and his men off guard. The situation seemed to be contained. And then it wasn't. One of Brock's men, after getting his bearings, came up firing in Maclin's direction. Even though she cut him down quickly, the shooting led to chaos. All of Brock's men were packing. Since they were essentially cut off from the exits, they flipped the massive walnut table that they had been gathered around and butted it up against the large pipe organ, forming an effective L-shaped rampart. Gun smoke wafted through the air as shots were exchanged. Maclin, Phee, and Quincy hid behind pews. Burns and Skia, holding down the rear, did a good job of keeping their targets pinned down. However, Brock and his men held a tactical advantage by having the higher ground of the pulpit. As the clank of guns being reloaded echoed throughout the church, there was a lull in the gunshots. Phee army-crawled within 20 feet of Maclin, who was across the aisle of pews. He spoke to her in a raised whisper. "We gotta get them to break rank. Otherwise, we'll be in a standoff longer than we want."
I agree,
Maclin said.
Any ideas?
Yeah. Like you told me at the morgue. I just gotta do what I do best. Phee rose to a half stance and sprinted up the side aisle, which got him closer to the stage. A couple of gunshots were fired at him, but missed. Once he was secured behind a thick column, Phee fired off a few shots of his own, then shouted out, "Yo, Cameron! How's it going, man? Remember when I told you I was going to be the one to end you? Yeah, well, I've come to keep that promise. I get to add you to my list along with your bitch-ass brother. Maybe when I'm done with you, I'll go track your father down for a trifecta." Brock's voice could be heard loudly. "Cameron, get back here! Now!" A few seconds later, Cameron darted from behind the table, firing in Fee's direction. As 2 of Brock's other men tried to follow Cameron to lay down cover fire, the red dot from Quincy's laser landed on the chest of one of them, dropping him as Maclin clipped the other. Burns and Skia shot the ends of the table to keep the other men pinned down. The wood splintered and chipped, but the 8-inch thick tabletop was much too dense to be completely penetrated, even from Bobby Skia's shotgun blast from 20 feet away. He was, however, able to pump a faceful of buckshot into one of the men who raised his head above the table. But Bobby Skia exposed himself just a second too long, and took a hit in the neck as a result. As he fell backward, Burns rushed to his side, taking out his partner's shooter in the process. Ranks were now broken on both sides. With Skia down, the defensive line was compromised. Brock and his men were no longer pinned down behind the table. As they fired several shots at Quincy, Burns, and Maclin, they attempted to escape through a side rear exit. Quincy cut off their path to the door as he took down their lead man. They all dropped down and crawled to the front pews to use them as a barrier. Maclin knew that she wouldn't be able to keep the men from escaping for much longer. She looked to her side to see Phee and Cameron shielding themselves behind opposite posts, firing at each other. Suddenly, Phee sprinted back in the direction of the door he and Maclin had entered. Cameron gave chase, firing all the while. Phee ducked and dodged as he ran, randomly firing back over his shoulders. The man who Maclin had clipped was limping behind Cameron and firing at Phee as well. Although Cameron was moving too quickly for Maclin to get a clear shot at him, the wounded man trailing him was an easier target. She fired 3 shots. 2 hit home and put him down. When she saw Phee heading for an exit with Cameron closing in on him, she realized that her partner was leading his pursuer into a clear line of fire for her. She heard a volley of shots and turned to see Brock and his 5 remaining men just before they reached the door. If she waited for the right second, there would be a brief window of opportunity to get a good shot at Brock. But she also knew that Phee needed her assist. She sacrificed the shot at Brock and turned back just in time to get a perfect angle on Cameron, who was closing in on Phee as he hid behind a column. Maclin's shot hit Cameron in the arm, spinning him just a little in her direction. He fired back, hitting a pew just a few inches above her head. As soon as he turned his face back in Phee's direction, it was met full force with the violent collision of the sledgehammer. Maclin fired 3 more shots into him before he fell. Cameron was dead 2 different ways before he hit the ground.